You shut your mouth and I'm talking to you, Jim. Oh, sorry. Hey, everybody. It's the Google Hangout. We're going. We're live. This is this third year in a row, Gen Con Extravaganza. Thank you very much for the people that are tuning in to watch. I'm assuming, Barry, you're tweeting it out and going crazy and letting the people know.
Yep, and I'm waiting for the feed.
All right. So
and it's gone.
What?
It's running. We're good.
All right, sweet. All right, so the feed is rolling. We got, hopefully, people watching. So, for those of you who are watching us live and for those of us who are watching us after the fact, if you go on to the interwebs and you go to Board Game Geek and you you can just type in under like the search engine and go to Geek List and type in Gen space Con space 2016 and hit enter. You will find the massive 16-page list of games that Eric Martin has been kind enough to put together for us, and we will be starting at the very beginning and working our way through one by one with every single game, and trying to have at least a comment or two about each one, and trying to, and if anybody has any interest, and I'm sure there will be certain ones that we will be more excited to talk about, obviously, than others. Does anybody have any comments or concerns or feelings before we dive in?
Yeah, if it's before Gen Con that you're watching this, go to the front page of BGG. There's a great big black button that says Gen Con BGG Convention Preview, and click that to get to the Geek List.
Awesome. Anybody else have some craziness or some ideas they want to say before we dive in?
Let's get it.
I'm interested in the list. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, really?
Nice homework, Barry.
Yeah, you've only had like your. I know with all those.
I know you were
jobs,
busy with your job.
Yeah, with your job and your and whatever else it is that you do in your life that you know.
hey, Jen wanted to go to Bed Bath and Beyond, so
yeah,
they made a trip out of it, day out of it.
Yeah,
all right.
In between physical therapy and everything else.
Oh, and Keith apparently is going to just have the list up in front of him. So I don't know. Do you mind?
Looking at me. So.
Do you mind if we just share on yours and we'll go through that and you can just be in charge of the whole deal? All right.
Yep.
So sorry you won't see our awesome faces or whatever when we're talking. However, you will be able to, here you can see my super cool Game of Thrones shirt though.
Hey.
So.
Nice.
Yeah, I liked it. It was kind of an insta buy for me when I saw it was on sale on some website for like $8 or something like that. So Barry, will you man the feed and answer questions if anybody pops in and says anything?
Sure.
Thanks, buddy. All right, so we're beginning off, and these are the self-published games. These are like not with some big person, but I don't understand why Tim Fowers is on here. He's got his own company, doesn't he? Why wouldn't he just be under his name? But maybe because he wanted to be first on the list, which good for him.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
Does his company have a name?
Tim Fowers Publishing? I don't know. All right, so this is Tim Fowers, and he is. What are you doing? Why are you clicking off there?
To see if it's got a publisher name. Yeah, he just says self-published. He doesn't have a company name apparently.
Oh, cool. Tim designed the game Paperback, a game that I enjoy, and also Burgle Brothers, which is also another game that I enjoy. And this is Fugitive, which is kind of a two-player card game. I don't know. I don't know anything about it other than this. It is in the setting of the same game as Burgle Brothers. Does anybody know anything about it at all?
No, but I will confess to something as we go through this list, and this is the first game guilty of it, if you will. It's available for demo games at Gen Con, and as soon as I see demo games at Gen Con and it's not available, I kind of check out.
It is kind of weird. It's like somebody said the list is like 75% of these available for demo, which is fine. You know, I mean, obviously that's the big that you have a captive audience. You want to show off what you have. But it does seem like we are light on the actual releases this year.
Here's the other thing. I didn't even go look at like some of these ones that say demos only and they're for really small publishers. Like some things they have, they'll do demos of it and it's coming out at Essen, but these people may not even have events scheduled. So you're supposed to like find them somewhere.
How do you like that? We'll be wandering the convention floor, and if you find me, you can try out my new.
I've seen a couple that almost said that, so it's like, if you meet me at the Blue Chevy Impala parked under the overpass next to Lucas Oil Stadium between 1 and 1:35 a.m., I can show you a good demo copy.
The seedier side of board gaming.
So this is no joke. I'm gonna go on a tangent for a second. But 2 years ago, or whatever year, Hanabi won the Spiel. Right, it had won the Spiel des Jahres. It hadn't been released in the U.S. yet, and I think was it R&R had the U.S. rights to Hanabi.
I think so, yeah.
But they didn't have it there yet. So there were some guys walking around that worked for whoever was selling Hanabi that didn't have a booth, and were like going outside the hall to sell it to people. It was hilarious. It was literally, I've got some in my car I can sell you because my friends bought some from him.
That's a big no-no. You can actually...
I know. It is a big no-no. It was hilarious, though.
Yeah, but for some reason, the win-loser banana guy can just run around and sell his win-loser banana all day
That's
long.
because it's not a game.
It is too a game. You win, lose, or banana. Yeah, that's a game. Strangely, it's more of a game than Time Stories. But moving on!
I'm with you. Time Stories is a great activity.
You just heard it right here. Right here.
Right in the fields? Okay, let's move down the list, or this is going to take all night.
Yeah, well, we already wasted that much. All right,
13 minutes, and we're on number 2.
Yes, number 2.
Number 2, Giga Robo, also available for demo games from Alex Ching. I don't know anything about it.
I did a video for it. The game is ridiculously fun. I'll say that flat out. Big giant robots with multiple powers, and you have your driver, basically your pilot of the big giant robot, also has multiple powers, and you have a deck and you go through it. But the coolest thing about the game is that you're actually tearing apart the buildings, and when you knock down a building, certain random effects happen, like fires and floods and all kinds of electrical things, and it actually it's pretty fun. I mean, it's giant robots beating the piss out of each other. It's if you're not into that, you're probably not going to like it. But I found it to be highly enjoyable. So.
Next up, Kung Fu Zoo from Charlie Price, self-published, also for demo games. But I tell you what, just looking at that picture, I want to play this game.
Yeah, I will. It's like somebody mentioned. It's said that it's similar to Jam Sumo. Jam Sumo is a game that actually I got brought back to me by Scott from Essen last year, which is a very, very fun little dice game. So if it's kind of like that, yeah, that's definitely a game I'm going to want to track down, just so I can kind of have both of them. I'd want to have both Sumo and Kung Fu Zoo. And I kind of, you do wonder, it's like, these games aren't created in vacuums, so I'm always considering that, it's like, did somebody, see Jam Sumo and say, maybe I can make something like that, with dice.
Aldi made a comment that he likes this one better than Jam Sumo, or thinks it's a better game, so.
Well, there's that then, I suppose.
Just so you know, the Kung Fu Zoo tournament at Gen Con is sold out.
Oh, okay. Are you running that?
No, it's a 16-player tournament Saturday at 4 p.m. If you want to go by and check it out. But I don't see any other events listed for Kung Fu Zoo. So.
All right. Next thing we have is Nugget Games dice, which are wooden dice laser etched out of a piece of wood that you glue together. To
Why?
This doesn't need to exist. I'm sorry.
Yes, let's literally says we'll be wandering the halls at Gen Con, updating his location periodically on his Twitter accounts. If you spot him, he'll hand you one of these pre-print-made, handmade dice that you can punch out and assemble.
Oh, so it's free, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's neat, I guess, but what? I don't...
It doesn't need to exist.
Well, if you ever run into Chris Yarinko from Daft Concepts, or the other two guys from Daft Concepts, their business cards are these exact things. It's a wooden business card.
To advertise.
Right, it's a wooden business card because they do laser printing stuff and laser cutting stuff, and Their business card has the 6 sides of a little wooden die that you can punch out of the card and make yourself a little wooden die.
Here's another available for demo games. A town called Showdown.
Don't know anything about it.
I know absolutely nothing.
Demo game.
It is Wild West. I do like Wild West themes. You know. So, but it doesn't. They don't have a booth, obviously. And you basically haul H, which is one of those giant airplane hangars, basically.
If it's worth talking about, we'll talk about it in a future year when it's actually for sale.
Okay, who's the publisher on this thing?
Self-published again.
Self-published again.
Oh, okay. I was trying to find it in this Gen Con schedule to see if there's anything actually. Oh, the Town Called Showdown playtest. It's Thursday at 4 o'clock. It is also sold out.
It says published by Unpublished.
The actual company that's publishing is called Bedbug Games.
Bedbug.
Yeah,
And they're doing. They have 2 events. Both of them are sold out for 4 people. One was Thursday at 4. One was Sunday at 1. Town Called Showdown Prototype Edition.
Can I just ask a question? This is just more probably rhetorical than anything. If you were going to Gen Con and I don't know anything because I've never had an event. I've never ran an event. I've never done anything like that. But if you were going to Gen Con and you had with the tens of thousands of people that go there, you had 2 events that handled 4 people each. I mean, it's just kind of like, it's cool that they sold out, but I don't know. It just seems weird to me that it's like I'm gonna outreach out to those 8 people.
You can get more reach by mailing the game to you. And I'm not saying that to be a dick.
You get more playtests hanging out in the food court at the mall. Walking up to people.
Okay. Well, let's move on from the Town Called Showdown.
Well, one of the things about that, though, is they found 8 people to pay money for the tickets. So part of it could have just been, let me see if I can get anyone that's interested enough to actually pay money to play.
All right. Fair enough.
Next up, also unpublished, designed by Tau City Dykeman, Trade Empires, available for demo games in ICC 144, which is Asmodee Games Event Space Large Demo Room. It's still finding a publisher made by a friend of Asmodee Games, but
why aren't they publishing it then?
Probably because it's not a very good game.
Yeah. Got a weird player count.
I'm so mean. What was the player count on that thing? 4 to 9?
Yeah.
No, pass.
Yeah.
All right.
Next up, by 93 Made Games.
An actual publisher. All right,
Fish.
this is good. And this is actually for sale. All right, because this is the first game that is actually for sale, I demand that everybody who's watching right now, and I will go buy it myself, go find 93 Made Games. Where is what booth are they in? Does it say?
Doesn't say.
Hold on. Fish are literally jumping into their boats. Each turn, no fish. Something. What's Anthony? Like, look on your list of. Do you see them on a booth number or anything like that? Of 93 Made Games. Plans to have new versions of Viewpoint.
They're in 2503.
All right. Anybody who's listening right now, 2503, it's $15 American dollars. Anthony, if you buy a copy, I'll let you out of the bet. So that's the kind of nice guy that I am. And then each turn, so go there because they were the first game listed on the list that is actually for sale. Each turn, no fish players guess a number of special type of fish. If they guess correctly, they release all those fish from their hand and may take a special action. If they guess incorrectly, the other players call no fish, and that player has to draw a card from the fish deck. Yeah, might be fun. My kids would probably like it.
Yeah.
Some small-time company called Action Phase Games.
Yeah, I heard of that. They got bought by some other company.
Yeah, some bigger company.
Yeah.
That wasn't Asmodee.
Yeah, it wasn't Asmodee.
Yes.
I was shocked. But the first game is Dreamwell with the Nice art there.
It's very nice art.
I have backed this game myself, so of course I have an interest in this one. The turn-based arts looks really nice. I think it's going to be a nice game.
I'm gonna reboot and see if my mic fixes itself.
All right. Well, we will stand here and talk about Dreamwell for just a little bit.
Travis is going to have 200 copies at Gen Con, so it's a $30 game. I expect it'll sell out, and probably before Friday.
Oh, I think it'll sell out day one. With the number of people that are going to be at the convention and everything else, no doubter. I think it's Dreamwell. You can go check out my video if that interests you at all. It's a matching game, but it's very clever in the way that you handle all of your different cards. And hey, look at who just joined us! And we're talking about Dreamwell. There he is, sipping a cup of coffee or something or whatever. Hey, Travis.
What's up?
You want to talk about Dreamwell?
Sucks.
All right.
All right.
What about it?
Well, you joined at the perfect time. We were just talking about your company. We're talking about your game.
Thanks.
So, we were telling everybody to go and buy it.
Because it's not going to last very long.
We'll have 200 copies of it that we air shipped in, and they'll be the deluxe copies.
Ooh, what's in the deluxe copy of Dreamwell?
They have it has a slip cover, and it has tarot size cards instead of regular size, standard size cards.
Ooh.
So the artwork is a lot more, readable and whatnot.
Is that only on these 200 copies, or what?
No, their backers, the backers that got the deluxe version will have those too. So the people that we're pre-selling it at Gen Con, pissing the backers off, of course.
We're getting it soon enough. You told us ahead of time that you were doing it. I think it's okay.
Oh, I know, but you saw I'm sure you saw the comments on it.
No, because I don't read people bitching on the internet.
There's some pretty surprisingly mean things.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised actually by how mean some people.
Did one of them post "You're Worse Than Hitler" video?
No, one of them did post that they had the unfortunate opportunity of meeting us in person.
Nice. I mean, it's one of those things. If they had their own company, they would eventually understand. I used to be the same way. I used to complain when I didn't get my stuff that I'd back before other people. But you know what? There's a lot of money shelled out to go to these trade shows, and if you don't have product to sell, you're losing money. If you lose all the money, you're not going to be able to make the next game they want. So.
And you're not the only company with that problem right now.
Well, the thing that I think is the saddest part of it is we are still delivering this game like almost 2 months early, which is this is now our second game that would be delivered back-to-back games that were delivered early. This and Retreat. So 3 of our last 3 games, all of them were delivered will be delivered close to 2 months early in a world of where's my game? And that means nothing. And the people that are complaining, what they're really saying is it's not they're mad because they don't want someone else to have it. That's why they're mad. It's not like they're mad because they're getting their thing late. They're mad because they don't want someone else to have their toy first. And it's just really weird and selfish to me. So
yeah,
whatever.
You're right. That's what it is. It's I want my toy first, and that's exactly what it is. But they'll get over it. It's the internet.
It's not really my problem. So anymore. So.
Next up is Retreat to Darkmoor, which is a game I didn't back, but probably should have.
That, in my opinion, I'm trying to think here. Ninja Camp is still my favorite, but Retreat to Darkmoor is like my second favorite game by Action Phase Games.
So I'm probably going to go pick up one of the 100 copies available at Gen Con.
I did a bad job with art on that one. And it was because we were usually at the beginning of the year, because of when we were, before we sold, we were in a situation where we were kind of cash poor. So dropping a bunch of money on a game that has an unknown ceiling for artwork is it's kind of a liability. I hate to say that, but it is. And we didn't want to put a bunch of money in it, and then if it did poorly, then you know what I mean, like then we're screwed. Like we're like, oh cool. And the game didn't set the world on fire, but I do think the game is very good. But I think what hurt it was the cover art was not good. We tried to do the thing we did with Ninja Camp, which was nesting the characters, and that one and Scoundrel Society. Those are both the two games that I just punted on the artwork. But
Well, what do you mean nesting the characters?
So rather than paying for cover art, what we did was we did all of the characters in the game, assets in the game are separate layers, and so we just put them together and cobbled together a cover.
No, the cool thing, I just love the whole kind of reverse, like the lines of the things running away and like sicking the heroes on the other people. It's just a fun game. It's a perfect screw the other guy just so you can win game. And I love those types of games. So even though I always lose because everybody always wants to hammer on me. So.
And it's not on here, but I assume you're going to be running demos of your other titles and have those for sale as well, Travis?
Yeah. Not to skip ahead here, but we'll also be demoing Grifters in our booth, which is the new. Have you guys played that one from Indie Boards and Clothes? That game is awesome.
We are not on the eyes yet. You will have to wait.
Game is very good.
There's some IBC stuff I'm interested in on my list. So.
Irritable bowel syndrome?
Yep, that's right.
All right, Adam's Apple Games.
Brew USA, which looks to be a thematic Euro game where you're running a brewery.
Yes, and there are cool. It's actually a guy from Minnesota who made that, and he actually got some famous Minnesota breweries to give him let him use their art and stuff like that. And you actually use bottle caps for the playing piece and stuff. Very fun game. I enjoyed it a great deal. I like auction games though, and so it has auction. And if you like beer, you'll like that one.
It's something to look at. Next up, Albino Dragon, where they have the Goonies Adventure card game from Matt and Ben. I want to take a look at this, but I didn't back it on Kickstarter. I don't know. Goonies isn't a strong enough theme to sell me a game. I like Matt and Ben.
Yeah. Yep, I like Matt and Ben.
I want to see what it looks like, so I've got to check it out. It's got a license to it, which chased me away.
Yeah, and it's just also it's like Goonies is a great idea, and I love the old movie obviously, but it's not.
It's slapping it on everything lately, so.
Yeah,
that's on my list of stuff that I want to take a look at.
Slapping on everything.
What?
But they said it's going to be available in extremely limited quantity, so. Not much.
Well, see, this is it's like, and this is gonna be kind of a theme for me. And you can move on to the next one, but a theme for me for Gen Con is definitely going to be, I can wait and get this later.
That is a big theme for me as well, Lance, and I'll be talking about that as we roll through as well.
Yeah.
When I hit those. What I won't be getting later, just because it's one of my favorite games and I like this theme, is from AEG Archer Once You Go Blackmail. I have several copies of Love Letter. I really like Love Letter. I know it's kind of worn on everybody at this point, but I really enjoy it. The Archer version actually introduces a couple new mechanisms where...
Mechanicisms.
Mechanicisms, of course. The card that you discard to the side when you deal at the start of Love Letter, there are things in this Archer version where if, for example, instead of the priest mechanicism where you look at someone else's player, you can try to guess what the down card is. If you look and you're correct, you win the round instantly. So it adds another way to win a round other than just being last one standing, which I thought was pretty cool. But I like Archer, so I want to play that, even though it's just Love Letter. Next up is Fantasy Hordes and Heroes, which I'm not going to touch this game just because the name is spelled too stupid to bother with it.
Don't hold back. Say what you really feel.
I do. Wait till we get to Zimby Mojo.
Oh!
We're skipping that piece of shit.
Let me see here. What were you? Okay, so I was just gonna say the one thing about the love letter. I'm over it. I'm over love letter. I don't know.
People
So
are.
am I.
And just it's whatever. And then it feels like they're just slapping on themes at this point. They're really not doing anything else.
They do, but you know what? If it's what I like about it is it can pull someone in that may not have played a hobby type game. That's a good target game.
Yeah. If they didn't name Fantasy Hordes and Heroes something dumb, I might actually be interested in it. But man, does that.
If I can't Google a name and have to worry about how to spell it, I'm out.
It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's like, quit trying to be cute, I guess, is my opinion on a lot of
things. Is this a spin on Yahtzee the way this plays? Is that why it's spelled like that? I don't know. So I don't know anything about the game other than it's got dice rolling. And
Barry, what do you think? What do you think? You going to buy 7 copies of Fantasy?
No.
Hey, are you going to make it still, you think? Or are you still...
No, I don't think so. I got a doctor appointment on Thursday, and yeah, I don't think so.
Womp womp.
Yeah, I'm bummed now.
Yeah, no. Why the F are we even bothering going through this now?
I don't know. We're done. Next up, Mystic Vale, the card crafting game. Looks like an interesting engine. I want to play it, but I don't think I need it. It's already out in retail, so I don't care.
Yeah, I haven't seen it before. I'm going to look at this one.
It's a cool idea. I'll give you that. I think it's kind of neat how you build your own stuff. But after I played it a couple times, I realized that this was a situation where, hey, Sepia Tone Pete is here. After you played a few times, it really made me feel like that was going to be a game where everybody needs to research and make sure they have their perfect little card that matches like the this perfect combo or whatever to make it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
You know. Very.
Any deck building game that is just deck building devolves into that at some point, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, unless you build a random mechanism to put your deck together, like you pick so many and then randomize the rest, like you used to be able to do with Magic.
Yep. Next up, Smash Up, Cease and Desist.
I wanted to complain about Mystic Vale.
Oh, go ahead.
Right. Complain away, my friend.
No, I just agree with you guys.
Okay.
Well, I mean, and the thing is that it's going to have its followers, and it's going to have its people that think it's amazing, and that's fine. But, you know, in my opinion, it's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like, you know, like they thought their cowboy game was going to be all the bomb too, and then people were just like.
No, AEG thought that what's that little Egyptian deck builder that was like $20? That's a good game, but they were like, oh, this thing is going to win the Spiel des Jahres and all this. It didn't even get nominated for anything.
Valley of the Kings.
But it's they got their third rendition of it coming out.
Sure, and I don't doubt that it sold some copies, and it's a cool game. But like I remember watching them do the previews for that at like whenever it came out, like Origins or Gen Con last year, and they were like, oh, this is gonna, it's gonna be huge, and it's like, no, I've seen it on the sales table.
Does any publisher think their game's going to
People
sell?
say it's a good game, but that's about it, right?
Hey, here's a question for you: how soon until AEG gets bought by somebody?
I
I don't know. They're not one of my favorite. I mean, like, they're nice people, but they're not. They just spew games into the atmosphere.
Speaking of spewing games into the atmosphere, next up is Smash Up Cease and Desist, the latest for Smash Up. So if you like Smash Up, go buy it. Otherwise, we don't need to talk about it.
And isn't it weird how Smash Up just kind of died on the vine too? I mean, it was just kind of like.
Now they're
It's a
cranking
mess.
an expansion every year, but that game is a neat idea that lasts way too damn long.
It's a mess. It's a tracking nightmare.
Yes, it is.
It's like 20 million cards in play that all interact with each other in weird and complex ways, plus locations that have abilities, plus, like, to me, Retreat to Darkmoor is like a more streamlined version of a Smash Up type thing. Like, there's just too much shit going on in that game.
Who publishes that again?
Action Point Games.
I want to play a version of Smash Up that lasts 45 minutes instead of an hour and 45 minutes. I think that's where I'm.
Well, I remember the first time I played Smash Up, I was like, this is actually pretty fun. And then, like, the next time I played it, like, somebody had, like, the zombie thing where they got to dig through their discard pile and find a card.
Yeah, it takes forever.
And I was just like, I thought the whole point of this game was to be fast and quick decisions and have fun. And all of a sudden, I'm waiting for 10 minutes for this guy to like find a certain card that works perfectly with whatever other cards he has in his hand. And I mean, the idea of it.
Make it worse.
And the idea of it is cool. I mean, I'll fully admit that I think it's just like mix and match and stuff like that. I mean, that's kind of neat, but yeah, I don't know.
All right. Up next, Valley of the King's Last Rites, the third Valley of the King's game.
Speak of the devil.
So,
Were we just talking about something like this?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Did this game get spewed into the atmosphere as well?
No, that game. The problem is, it's not that AEG makes bad games. It's that AEG makes too many games. And then what ends up happening is you're like, oh, cool, what's this? Love Letter Papa John's. Wow, that's a weird IP to put on this.
I don't want that one.
I might buy that one because I worked with Papa John's for a while. Just thumb my nose.
So they make cool games. I think Mystic Vale is a cool game. Do I think it's going to, like, I listened to interviews from them, they're like, this is going to change gaming the way Dominion did. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's a difference in a mechanism that is unique and components that are sticky and that, you can do interesting things with them. Ultimately, that game is still a deck building game. Like, sorry, Valley of the...
It is. It's a deck building game. That's all there is to it.
And excuse me, it's
draft mechanism. So
mechanicism, please. That's preferred nomenclature here on the Alaboom.
Yeah. If we roll to the next game, it is Castles of Burgundy, the card game. I own this. I bought an import copy of it. It's $13.50. I highly recommend you go buy it. I have
it and want to play it. I have not played it. Castles is it's in my top 20 for sure.
It feels like a light, quicker version of Castles of Burgundy. It's not Castles of Burgundy, but it has the feel. And the same horrible artwork. Where it's hard to see it's hard to figure out what some of the pictures are in the cards, actually, since there's no text. But if you can get past that, it's a really solid little game. For $13.50, you can't go wrong. So that's where I'm at with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, why not just wait until after?
It's already out in retail.
Oh, it is.
I think it's actually sold out.
Interesting.
If it's sold out, that might be a reason to get it at Gen Con.
I think it was out of stock.
Sold out. That means it's going to be reprinted. So
I think it was briefly out of stock, rather.
Hey, everybody! We got the $80 million man. I just checked. You're $80 million, and Anthony's back.
Broke a barrier.
Yeah. I think it's just that Gen Con.
So you guys are 40 minutes in, and what number are you on?
18.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will take about 8 hours.
You're on here. You'll find the doors to the rooms you're in are locked, and you're not going anywhere. So, Jim's gonna be wrapping himself up in his tapestry later so he can be warm. Sleep.
Yeah.
All right.
We've got Ape Games with Dark as the Night available for demo games, so I don't care.
What is Dark as the Night?
I don't know. They can try to show me in a demo, but if it's not,
Isn't that a Patti Smith song from the 80s?
Oh, go back up. I want to read this. A hunter sets up camp in a dark and dangerous forest. In the middle of the night, she is awakened by the sound in the darkness just outside the light of her small fire. Again, a guttural growl informs the hunter she is not alone to survive the night. The hunter will need keen wits and sharp aim with her crossbow. It's a two-player hunter be hunted. I mean, it sounds neat.
Look at the playing time, 1 to 15 minutes. If the game can be over in 1 minute, it's not going to be a great game.
Well, that's what your wife said.
It's going to be a different game every time you play.
You just get to play a lot more of them.
That kind of, the idea behind that kind of reminds me of that old Zombie in My Pocket game. If you remember that one, where you were the guy in the mansion and the zombie was chasing you.
That one.
And you had to, that one. There you go.
Yeah.
All right,
Jeremy Lee had that handy, but anyway.
Jeremy Lee?
Yeah, Jeremy Lee.
Yeah.
Next up is a non-tiding epic Scott Almes game called The Great Dinosaur Rush.
I saw this last year and it looked pretty cool.
It's a second collection game. It's MSRP and it's available for pre-order with pickup at Gen Con.
You're building dinosaur out of sticks.
The artwork's really nice in that game.
It might be worth taking a look at.
So what, you actually build
Is it actually available now? Or is it just still demo? That's a year ago we saw
It
this.
says available for pre-order with pickup at Gen Con. So
Okay.
this should be available.
I like that thing. If you read it, it says players collect different colored golems from dig sites and perform actions. Some dirty actions give them players secret notoriety tokens, and but having the most notoriety subtracts from the score. I always like that. That whole like getting fed to the crocodiles in the Society of Architects and stuff like that situation.
This sounds like something worth looking at.
Yeah.
Next up, Major General Duel of Time, another two-player game available for demo games ahead of a 2017 release date. It's,
4 designers on that.
Jing Jin Liu,
It's a quad-
Jonathan
a
Warren,
quad design.
and Jing Zhao.
I have no.
You have 8 cards. It's 4 design. So each designer designed 2 cards.
And 15-minute game.
That's what it says, right? Am I misreading it?
Set of 8 order cards. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not trying to make. Believe me, I know how hard it. I can't design a game out of my. I can't design a way out of paper.
Well, if each player has a set of 8, maybe there's 16 cards.
Maybe. Next up, Kevin Wilson game for demo called the Stygian Society, also with 8 games. It's a diceless dungeon crawl. Work together, climb a cube tower. So, I don't know. Might be worth looking at, but it's a 2017 game, so let's move on. Next up, we've got Arcane Wonders, who have an expansion for Mage Wars Arena, which is a decent little 2-player head-to-head wizard game if you like that. Then they've got the next in the Dice Tower Essentials, which is a Mike Elliott game called Speechless, which is a party game for 3 to 8 players, where players act out words, but they can't say the word.
This looks pretty funny.
Isn't that just charades?
It's round 3 of Time's Up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I played this. It's like towards the end of Time's Up, which
But you don't have any prior knowledge of the words.
as long as you
Just
can
fine.
split Travis and Nick up, they are the most fun to play Time's Up with. If they're on the same
Pete
team,
is very good. Pete is very, very good.
If
Dick
they-
is good now too, right?
if Travis and Nick are on the same team, though, they have gestures and things like that that they know so well from what the 2 of them are doing that they.
We've been inside each other's bodies so many times that it's essentially telepathy.
I'll tell you what, as good as Nick and Travis are, though, Big Mac has gotten so much better at that game, it's not even funny. I mean, from the first time I played Time's Up with Big Mac till when we played at Dice Tower Con, it's unbelievable how good he's got.
Yeah, he's pretty good now.
Time's Up is. We all agree. Time's Up is the best party game, right?
Have you ever played Time's Up?
So good.
Oh, it's
So
so much fun, and because it isn't just a game. It's actually like a game. You know, it's like there's like you have to have like your memory has to be so sharp and remember.
You need to make me
Oh.
play-
And then you want to strangle the guy next to you who says the wrong word. You're just like, you idiot!
Time's Up is a great game. I had so much fun playing Time's Up with Travis at Dice Tower. I actually took a picture of him while we were playing. Here it is right here.
Yeah.
Where is it? What?
Show it again.
What is this weird breathing you were just doing?
Quiet down, Fonzie.
Staying alive is what
What is going on with Jim? Why is he like in the MoMA or some shit?
He's got his tapestry behind him. Ruffle the tapestry so you can see it move around.
So with Speechless, you don't have a partner. It's one person presenting and everybody has to guess.
Wow, what a twist.
Come on. Come on.
I love that unbridled enthusiasm.
Listen, here's how this works. Everyone's going to sit around in glad hand, and I'm going to tell you what I think until I get run out of this industry. That's how this is going to work. Because I know all you bastards say this kind of stuff whenever people aren't looking and listening, but come on, this is the first of many cash grabs to try to get that Codenames money.
You know as well as I do that I will call a game bad if it's bad. So,
Unless I say it's bad, at which point you'll do it to spite me. So.
well, duh.
All right, Behind the Thrones. What's up with that one, Keith?
That's where you find the dust bunnies in your bathroom, is Behind the Throne. But Ares Games, a $20 game from the designers of Mysterium.
Ooh.
Has nothing to do with Mysterium.
You know, I'm just gonna say this right now. I am so effing tired of the quick game. Can I please? I mean, that's fine. Quick games can still be fun, and I can still be entertained by them. But is it at all possible we could have people actually care to make games that are like an hour and a half long? Is that possible?
I think
it's not just the quick game too. If you look at most of the ones we've looked at so far, are also low MSRP and fast games.
That's true.
I don't mind the fast game unless it's the fast game that's supposed to replace the game that's supposed to be 90 minutes. They try to squeeze it in 90 seconds.
Well, the next game goes up to 2 hours according to the time.
Well, and I am walking. That is one of my have to get. I am buying a copy of Last Friday.
That looks good.
I am very interested in
This is my number one.
Is that movie with Ice Cube in it?
Yeah, it is.
You got knocked the fuck out.
I want to play a game, a reverse. Who doesn't want to play reverse Dracula or vampire or whatever?
I mean, who doesn't want to pretend to be a serial killer?
Well, yeah.
It
sounds so much fun being the person that can stalk the other people.
Powered up more than Dracula, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in Dracula, you're trying to get away.
You gotta stay hidden.
You don't want to confront.
Well, no, and that's the whole thing is that the other people aren't just like, oh my gosh, you know, we're going to be killed as soon as they find us. They can actually, if they can stay together and work together, you know, you can. I am so excited to play that game. That it just sounds like it's going to be an absolute blast, and it's one of the very few games that I have to buy when I'm there.
One of my buddies likes hidden movement games, so this is high on his
sure.
list to take a look at as well.
I want this to be just as tension filled as the Outer Space game, but with the 90s slasher theme that I like. So, or 80s slasher theme, I should say. Escape from Outer Space. So there you go.
So we've made it through page 1 in 48 minutes.
All right, page 1. Anybody have any parting thoughts before we move on to the next one? Barry, did anybody have any? Anybody have any comments or whatever on the feed? Their questions at all?
No, not really. Some comments about love letters, stuff like that, but not really.
Nah.
Next up for Mary's is an expansion for War of the Ring. Warriors of Middle Earth, and then some Wings of Glory airplanes.
Yeah, I'm sure the people that play Wings of Glory are really excited.
But we don't play them, so we're not worth having to talk about it. So
I didn't even know it was still around.
Oh yeah, people love that
Next up,
stuff.
Artana Games with demoing of Chronicles 1 Origins from Rob Davio and Dick Niemeyer.
So what I had to laugh about was the fact that I actually talked to I can't think of his name right now, but the guy who runs Artana. I was talking to him at Origins.
Dirk Niemeyer?
Yeah. Well, no, Dirk Niemeyer is the designer. The guy who runs the show over at Artana. I can't remember his name.
Marcus?
There you go. Thank you. I was talking to Marcus for a while. I was like, "Oh, I'm really excited to look at Chronicles. I playtested that at BGG." He's like, "Oh yeah, it doesn't look anything like that anymore." So they literally like
started it over.
Yeah, they knocked it down to bare bones and they've been building it back up. So
it's going to be prototype only there. So
I am looking forward to that idea of the game, though. That's such a cool idea that like you.
Yeah, so am I.
You're actually like going through the different eras of your civilization, and each game will be a new era and things like that. So it's kind of neat. I like the idea behind it.
Next up,
It'll eventually lend itself nice to Origins Legacy.
Well, yeah, it is a legacy game.
I mean, it is a legacy game. So.
Yeah. It's one of 4 or 5 or whatever.
Yeah, that's Rob's little thing on there. That's his shtick, if you will.
Corrupted Kingdoms next. It looks like a guy conducting an orchestra or climbing out of a coffin. I can't tell what he's doing.
It's a fun game. It's quite fun. And if you like games in like it's like weird. It's like a corporation like negotiation game, but it has a fantasy theme to it. And if they're charging $40 for it, that's cheap for how much game is it for $40. So
why does it have to be in a fantasy theme?
Cells.
Because people like being goblins and orcs and stuff like that, and dwarves and elves and what have you, and they don't want to. They want to have cool little, they want to play. Oh, I'm 3M and I'm Bank of America. That just isn't as much fun.
All right. Expansion for Tesla versus Edison. So if you like Tesla versus Edison, go get that.
I do, and I like that expansion.
All right. Then we got Asmati games. Not to be
Nobody likes Tesla versus Edison. Am I the only person that enjoys that game?
I don't.
I don't.
Wasn't it
Never
broken?
played it.
Isn't there like a Halifax hammer type thing in the game?
Yeah, but the expansion fixes it. So.
Oh, well, then they should have got it right the first time, so I wouldn't have to
I'm a big fan of actually developing something before putting it in the box.
That's crazy talk, Travis.
1001 Odysseys is the app-driven game coming from Asmati for demo games.
Everybody, we're in the presence of royalty. Just take a moment.
Greetings, all. Greetings.
Hey, Kevin.
We get 2 more expansions to Innovation.
When are they going to stop making expansions to Innovation?
When people quit buying them.
Yeah,
People start buying them.
Yep. Next up, One Deck Dungeon for demo games.
Wait, time out. I have Innovation, and then I have the Echoes, which is their first expansion for it. And I thought Echoes added a lot to it. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it is a good game. Crowdfunding is like the patron saint of cards that do a lot of shit.
Well, and that game is totally the game that you worry so much about making a good engine that you forget to score points, and all of a sudden you realize you're losing and you can't win. It seems to be it has that same thing Panamax has, exact same thing. You worry too much about getting your ships through the channel, and then you forget that isn't how you win. So.
Well, for you, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
And those are also there just for demo. So.
Yeah.
One Deck Dungeon is there for demo only.
Here's the thing with One Deck Dungeon. One Deck Dungeon says it is a roguelike game. And if you can actually make a game roguelike, then I'm excited for it. Because if you know what that means, does everybody know the computer game Rogue?
You play until you die, right?
Yeah, from the X-Men.
No. So roguelike games are like Mines of Moria and the game Rogue. Things like that. They were at the heyday of computer history, and basically the thing was you rolled up a character, and your character got spat out at you, and they were something. They were a dwarf warrior, or they were an elf wizard, or whatever. And you went into the dungeon, and you'd go in the dungeon, you come back out, and go in the dungeon, come back out. But the thing was, it was since it was all procedurally generated, you could end up in a dungeon level where you found a cursed potion that made you blind, and all of a sudden you can't see anything on the map anymore, and all of a sudden the monsters start coming after you and you die. And so you could play for hours and make this super cool character, and then you lost it all because there was no save games or anything like that. You would just lose it all because because the game was unforgiving. And so if that card game is roguelike and was really that unforgiving, I'd actually be interested in playing it. But lots of people say they make roguelike games, but it just isn't classic Rogue, in my opinion. So, there you go.
Phoenix Syndicate is a space exploration game available for demo games as well. Save the Cupcake's actually for sale. In Save the Cupcake, one of you has a cupcake while the other one desires to crush the cupcake in the most epic way possible. The defender of cupcakes will hide the cupcake in one of many possible locations at the bottom of the hill. Okay, it's some kind of bluffing game for 2 players.
It's win-lose cupcake?
Yeah, I guess.
I'll end up buying that for my daughter and I to play, and we will have a blast.
Asmodee, Spot It, Finding Dory. It's a Spot It game. Next.
Whoa. Spot It games are fun.
They're fun, but do you have to talk about them? Everybody knows what they are.
Well, I mean, I just,
I heard this really changes the franchise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. See,
I heard there's one card in there that actually has nothing that matches another card just because.
that would be amazing.
It's a promo. Baba Geek Games has Rabbit Riddle Storybook Adventures for 1 to 6 players, available for demo ahead of a Kickstarter campaign later in the year. So,
It's an award-winning game. What awards did it win?
I don't know.
I hate that. I hate when you have award-winning games. I mean, it could be anything. You know,
I'm gonna look it up.
It
Hold
won
on.
my mom put it on my refrigerator
Yeah,
award.
my friend Bobby said he gets best game on 4th Street.
Mommy's Little Angel Award. That's what it is.
Let's see. Hold on.
I really dislike that process of award-winning. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Who's being murdered in the background and didn't mute?
What the hell is that? Probably Travis's taco break.
Now, I've heard good things about the next game from Baka Fire Party called Sakura Arms. It's a 2-player game. It is.
What
it comes with pace
is everything a
stops to be able to
2-player
play.
game now?
Yeah, apparently everything is a
Looks
2-player
like
game. But it is. I don't know, it's a Japanese game. That's about all I know. But Eric Martin was excited about it.
Yeah, Eric Martin gets excited because he's one. When I went to Japan, he was like one of the few people I saw that I knew, and which was like 3 people besides Michael, and yeah, he definitely he likes all those weird Japanese games. He just adores them. So.
Next up is a couple of Bananagrams games. Bananagrams is going to Gen Con for the first time. So.
Bananagrams!
Next up, Battle Hardened Games with 1750 Britain versus France, a 2-player war game. That's all I know. But it's for demo ahead of a Kickstarter campaign.
Where's Marco when you need him?
Next up,
Somebody
Bedbug Games.
wait. Somebody do a Marco impersonation.
Sometimes when you go to the Gen Con, you can find games of war that are not in the booths.
Thank
Very
you.
good, very good.
Thank you.
That was actually pretty good.
Bedbug Games has Ray Guns and Rocket Ships, a 2 to 4 player fighting miniature science fiction game, available for demo games at the location mentioned above, also being previewed at IBW.
No, this sounds actually pretty cool, but I mean, look at variable player powers, action and movement programming, dice rolling. That sounds fun. No, why couldn't it just?
Well, maybe it'll be a Gen Con.
What are you
20.
sighing about?
Well,
Just
everything is for
demo.
demo. Everything's for demo. Everything's for demo.
Yeah, there's a lot of demo.
Alvin, can we get a new list next year that has demo and for sale in 2 separate lists?
I need to make geek lists sortable by an arbitrary
for like a tag.
Yeah, a tag.
I was thinking about
That would be the right word. We have to tag.
Travis, you're muted because there's some background noise in the background, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
Bellwether Games, Coldwater Crown, available for demo games ahead of the anticipated release in 2017.
That is a game. I think it might still be in Kickstarter, but if you like people say we put a spin on worker placement. That is totally a cool spin on worker placement, and I did a review of it about a week or so ago. I'd strongly suggest checking that out. Just very quickly,
It's 12 days away. Not hit its goal yet.
Yeah, when you take basically all the workers are everybody's workers, and so and they have 2 different sides, and so when you place the worker down, you take the action for the side that's on. But when you take the worker back, you flip it over to the other side, so you have then when you place it down, but you still take the action whether you are putting it on the board or taking it off. So if you put down in a certain spot, you may be giving somebody exactly what they want, or even so they can take an action that they need. So it's got a fun little thing to it. I would just check it out.
It sounds interesting. I like worker placement. Next up, it's also for demo games called Wind Up War, which is a card game and on fighting. I don't know.
And I know nothing about that.
Oh, I'm gonna jump in here for a second. Sorry, because I actually went to the website for Baba Geek Games to figure out what award they won, and the only thing I can find on here is they got second place for best art at the Boston FIG, which is like an independent festival of games.
Oh well, I mean, Well, second is just I mean that means there's only one game that had better art. So I mean that's an award, right?
It's winning an award. Okay, whatever. Bezier Games has America.
Fun game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to get this.
America.
Yeah, America.
Yeah,
I'll play America.
but
Let me guess, it's overpriced by $20.
It
What's
doesn't
the
have a
price?
on here?
Do you want us
I
to?
bet it's
Do you want them to
$50.
starve, Travis?
Yeah, Travis.
America is fun because it's not just you think okay we're gonna do trivia and stuff like that, but it's also pop culture trivia. So it's kind of fun.
I love Fauna. I didn't like Terra as well as I liked Fauna. I'm kind of interested in
Well,
this one.
she's listening right now. You really want to say that out loud?
They said only about 100 copies of this at Gen Con, though, so it'll be going quickly. But I think those are good games overall. Then they're showing demo copies of Colony, which is supposed to debut at Spiel.
I played this.
That is something I want.
Yeah, it looked interesting. What do you think, Scott?
I'm trying to think back. I played it twice, and I had a good time with it. It's one of those games where you can mix. It's a little like the what's the game he just put out with Tom Lehman, Pharaoh.
Pharaoh game?
I'm drawing blank. Yeah, so it's kind of like dice rolling, placing your dice, upgrading your powers, getting more powerful by upgrading your dice, dice manipulation with a lot of cool, like, I guess it's like post-apocalyptic stuff, which is kind of fun. There is direct attacking other people in this game, and there's also defensive structures you can build to counter someone's attack. So, yeah. I liked it.
Hey, Lance, can you put this down like on the schedule one night that we have an episode where everybody eats during the show?
Hey, Anthony, I don't know if I told you to go fuck yourself yet.
Not yet. You're eating, Jim was eating, Kevin was eating, everyone's eating some.
Hey.
Aldi is drinking red wine because he just got done reading an Anne Rice novel.
What was the name of that vampire?
The Spot?
The Spot.
It's really blood. I mean, come on. Let's not play that.
Wait a minute.
Page 2 is done?
Big Potato?
We're on Big Potato.
Big Potato.
Its 2014 release, Bucket of Doom.
These guys are hilarious. These guys were at Essen last year, and they're funny.
I will
say, stop by their booth and check them out.
I will say that they're very professional with their press releases.
Potato.
I want one of those potatoes for sure.
But they have a couple of games.
Obama Llama, man.
They have Mr. Lister's Quiz Shootout for 3 to 8 players, which is an old Western shootout but with brains for guns for $20. They have Obama Llama for $25, which
I've played that.
Number of players 4 to 99.
That's a lot of players. Rhyming game. Okay then. Scrawl from
Bucket of Doom is pretty good too. They're not. These are fun party games. So check them out.
All right, we'll check out the Big Potato, and maybe we get a plush potato.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Black Book Editions has a Polaris RPG Core Rulebook 1.
But wait, it's an unreleased game.
It is. It's a French RPG that's finally coming to the U.S. in 2016. Oh, so it's Polaris RPG. Oh.
Wow.
All right then. Bleem
Divertissements?
Yeah, there you go. Dark Mages, $30 discounted to $25 for sales at Gen Con. Fantasy card game for 2 to 8 players. Dude Games also on there.
Yeah, what? Whatever. No interest. None.
This game is fun.
Is it?
The Boss?
The Boss is fun.
So Blue Orange is
they're bringing
the
it back.
Boss.
They're bringing back the Boss.
And the E Street Band? Too bad the saxophone player died.
Bricks from Blue Orange.
That game's fun too.
$20. New dimension to tic-tac-toe, stacking 6 to 9 blocks on each other. Goons of New York 1901, a little mini expansion from New York 1901.
I still haven't played my copy of 1901.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's, you know.
Blue Orange is bringing Kaboom to the
good.
US for $25. If you like dexterity games, you like screwing with people playing dexterity games, I have the European copy of Kaboom. Basically, you are trying to build structures on a timer for points, and the other players get to use little catapults and launch dice at the structure you're trying to build.
And this is the little weird game master Roberto Fraga.
Yeah. So for $25, it's a good price for this game. You should at least go try it out. And if you land with the Kaboom symbol up and you get a second die like that, you're actually allowed to take your fist and go kaboom and pound the table while the person's trying to build. And one of those convention tables, that's doom, man.
Does anybody remember the old Atari 2600 game Kaboom?
Yes.
I remember the cereal that makes your poop blue.
That's a win. Blue Orange is their big gamery kind of game this year is Vikings on Board, which has really cool components, but the game does not look interesting to me.
Yeah, right along with you. I think the game looks neat as heck, but my play of it, I was very underwhelmed.
Vikings on Board?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've seen some
I
people
was
really
like, okay, it's about Vikings. This is gonna be okay. I gotta play it because it's about Vikings. And I was like, okay, now I can not have to buy it after I play it.
But I think it'll probably do well. I think it's a gateway-ish plus game that'll draw people in because of the toy factor. So I think they'll sell a lot of it. Oh, 50 copies a day. Yeah, they'll be sold out.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Le Boîte de Jeu, 10 minutes to kill.
Oh, don't forget, there's a promo of like wooden barrels or something that
Yep.
that you can
For
get
50 people a day.
Yeah.
10 minutes to kill. It's deduction.
I've been wanting to try. I wanted to try this at BGG-Con, but I did not get a chance to play it. So
Played about 45, 50 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Around 10 minutes. It's a $30 game through new importer Dude Games. It might be worth taking a look
They should have
at.
named it 10 to 15 minutes to kill.
Brain Games. Brain Games has a Game of Trains, which was released at Spiel 2015, now coming to U.S. market. It's a $13 card game. You know anything about this, Aldi?
just the demo. It looked pretty interesting. Card manipulation, special powers, building trains.
All right. So
It
Brain
caught my
Games,
eye for sure.
Brain Games has the first game that I pre-ordered at this year's Gen Con, which is Ice Cool.
Yeah, me
This
too.
is the
I pre-ordered
original-
I pre-ordered it as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice nesting boxes that you assemble into the little school, play dexterity so the penguins
Are
fly
you talking about this?
F you, Lance Mike.
No, in the shrink wrap still.
No, it's not a shrink wrap. I've
Oh,
played
it's,
it.
it's got a shiny.
Yeah, it's got a shiny box. I played it with my daughter several times.
So,
do you
yeah, I
think?
can't wait
What
to
do you
get this one.
Oh, hey, guys, did you see that I found my Demogorgon?
Nice.
Is D&D mentioned anything beyond the first episode? I've only watched the first episode.
It's D&D's in it a lot.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Good.
It's referenced quite a few times.
Okay.
But
I
there's-
was just wondering if it was just some sort of like ET
This-
gimmick.
This is the Mini. This is the 1984 Grenadier Mini. And I painted this when I was 13 years old.
What's that?
So on eBay or
Never! I'll never sell it. I mean, when I saw that Mini get put on the board, I was like, holy crap, I know I own that. And I went downstairs and I found it.
Nice.
My wife says, well, it's like, you never throw anything away. And I was like, this is why I don't throw anything away.
Because
For this moment, right here, right now.
Brain Games is another dexterity game called Voila. I don't know anything else about it, but
And the game, the board game Dungeon is actually shown as well.
oh, I loved that game. That's actually that game is what got me into board gaming this time around. Is my memory of that game. But that's a story for another day. Breaking Games has For the Birds.
And that game Clask that's right there, that's actually really fun. However, it's like, it's weird. It's like, it's, you know, because you have a magnet underneath that moves the thing around.
Yeah.
But so it's kind of like you're playing like air hockey kind of thing.
We got one of these from Essen. I did not get a chance to play it, but did anybody play it and has also played Way Kick? Is it more strategic?
They're comparable. They're comparable.
But there's special rules with the balls, right? Or the little things in the middle.
Well,
it's about a third of the price.
That is true.
When I play it with my son, it's just hit the things as hard as you can. That's how he plays. So.
And it's available at Target right now. So.
Is it a Target exclusive?
Nope.
No, it's just on the shelf.
Yeah, they made a deal, so they're carrying that. They're carrying Game of 49, and they're carrying Poop, the card game.
Oh, my son would love that. He loves talking about Poop.
So those 3 games are what they're carrying from Breaking Games at Target now.
Nice. We've got a game called Aura, which is a card game. 2 to 4 players, 20 to 40 minutes, hand management, pattern building, and simultaneous action selection.
This looked pretty deep. This looked way deeper than I thought it would be for a card game. Like, there's a lot to it.
Oh, really, fool?
Just from what I saw Gamma Treasure. So,
right. So check that out. Next up, Flick Wars, an action dexterity sci-fi game.
Very fun game. The coolest thing about the game is that you have your little discs that you flick around on the board that you use to attack, kind of like a Catacombs type game. But the thing is that you get to basically people tell you when you play the game, like if you have a mat, great, so you can make sure you don't have the nicks and bumps on the table. But the thing is that they actually say find stuff in your kitchen in your house and put it on the table, and that's so those are your obstacles that you have to get around. So
demo only though. So.
Aww.
Next up, Flippin' Monsters, also demo only, so I don't care. Bad art though. I don't like that art, but that's just me.
You're bad art.
It's a kid's game though, so I guess I shouldn't judge it too harshly. The King's Abbey,
which was there last year.
Yeah.
This has been delivered to Kickstarter. So I got a copy, but I have not played it yet.
Fun
$70.
game.
$70.
And that game went through years of development. I remember when I got contacted to do a review for it. 2 years later, I finally had all the components and everything that was done, and I had everything I could make a video of. So.
Also available for demo games, Moonquake Escape, a bluffing sci-fi card game for 2 to 6 players, 45 to 60 minutes.
This is pretty cool looking on the table. I will tell you that. They had it at a convention I went to, and it very much toy factor involved in this thing.
It looks like Breaking Games will have an interesting booth to go check out. If not.
I like the hook. Read the hook, Keith.
The movie Aliens and Escape from Alcatraz meet Monty.
It's only for demo games,
cycle of your washing machine. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was actually interested in that Moonquake Escape, and just like I said, for the kid factor, just to play it with my family.
The next 3 games don't even have an image available for. Next 5 games don't even have images available, and they're from Breaking Games, and they're all for demo only. So if they don't even have the time to get art up on BGG, I don't know what to talk about them.
I agree.
And I will be that way. That gets us to page 4.
Holy shit! How far are we in an hour?
Also from Breaking Games, Zasimos. 2 to 4 players, 10 to 20 minutes, ages 10 and up, bluffing card game. So.
But all these 10-minute games, we can play every game during the time it took to do last week's Alaboom.
Yeah,
we could probably play these games faster than we're talking about them.
Probably. That's what it looks like. Brotherwise Games has another episode in Boss Monster. So if you like Boss Monster, go grab that.
I like Boss Monster. For what it is.
Bushi Road, Southeast Asia PTE Limited has Ascendance of Atheros, a standalone card game with anime girls in it.
I want to know what Barry thinks about this one.
Pervert.
No, pervert. Yeah, pervert. I'm glad more anime games are coming over to fill that niche. If you're into that, I'm not.
Feel that pervert niche.
Yeah.
I love the Pete chortle.
Next up, Calliope's got 3 games in their big Great Designer series that they were doing. Their
Where's
Titan
Chris Leader when you
series.
need him?
These are all for demo only, though. But
Playing Roll for it.
Garfield's Hive Mind, Menu Masters from the Weissmans, and Paul Peterson's Running of the Bulls.
Running
I
with the
think
Bulls
what
is
you-
actually pretty
Wait.
sweet.
I have a question. So I saw a picture. Chris Leader posted a picture of him hanging out with Senji. Like they were like somewhere like getting dinner. Are they publishing a game by him?
Wait, that's not a picture of Chris Leader.
It wasn't.
No, that's John Zinzer you saw with Safety in the
That
book.
was Zinzer.
Oh, God, it looked like Chris Leader. Okay,
You know what's funny? I saw the picture and didn't see the John's name over it, and I thought it was Chris also.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank God I'm not the only person that lost his mind. Okay. Good
But
deal.
all these Calliope games have nice art, so they look pretty good
Yeah.
from an art standpoint. Running of the Bulls looks like fun. I
It
don't know
is.
if it's good, but it looks like fun.
It is. I got to see it at the Alliance Open House last year. They had a prototype of it, and it looks like a blast.
Yeah, the way Chris described it as Plinko and as a board game.
It is. You're rolling dice, and then the numbers being odd and even go to different paths, and then your guys are trying to get down to the bottom before the bulls stomp over you. It's kind of fast-paced and fun, but it has real good table appeal. I mean, you're talking hundreds of dice on the table. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's supposed to come out about a month or so after Gen Con, so that's interesting. Capstone's got Arc
Somebody
Right.
answer their phone.
Yeah, I want to look. I'm going to check out Arkwright. Has anyone played that?
I have several times. It is. What? Stop it, Travis, or I'll mute you.
Stop what?
Yeah, don't you what me? I saw the noise came from yours. I can see the little bars, so don't even.
Little bars.
You know what I mean. Arkwright is quite fun. It is very, very heavy though, like ridiculously heavy. Even the like the lowest number, like the easiest difficulty or whatever, will take. You find somebody who knows how to play the game and have them teach it to you. That's the best way to learn that one because it is ridiculously complex and with multiple layers, but very, very fun if you're into heavy.
2 to 4 hours is the box time, so.
Yeah.
So how is it for being able to set it aside and come pick up the next day?
Oh yeah, I mean it isn't like it's real time or anything. You know, I mean,
No, but I mean, is it fairly easy to do that, or is there so much that you really can't afford that span of time?
Oh yeah, you can pause it and come back. You know, I mean there's even like you can even kind of tell when you reach a mid game while you're playing it. So I mean it's definitely something you can put aside and come back to it at a later date. I wouldn't wait too long. You'll kind of forget where you're at and what your strategy was if you like go like a week or something before you come back to the table.
Have you seen that insert that Meeple Realty has for it? For
That's
all the
super
work?
cool. Yeah, all the little like buildings and everything and that they put together.
Yeah, Sean Ramirez had one of those, and you actually pull out the tray. All the workers sit right in there. You pull out the tray, and they're all on the board. So it's just like that setup.
Because when you see the pictures of each of those little wooden pegs or whatever, and all those little places, I mean, you literally put all those little tiny pegs in all those little places on the board, one by one by one by one. And that's kind of like as you hire them, you're pulling the workers off of there, and it's a complex game. It's got a lot of gears moving, and it's fun though.
Next up from Capstone is Haspelknecht, the story of early coal mining.
So now here's the weird thing: is this is just Haspelknecht, right? The one that came out.
Yes.
But they're just redoing it slightly.
So they are Quinted Games. Basically, they got the license from them to do the U.S. distribution for it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's
Demo only at the con. But
looks like they changed the art.
This is the newer version of Haspelknecht.
I know. I own this. Well, at the very least, that means it's very likely that they're going to reprint Colon Colony and.
I think that's the whole plan here because I think they have a deal with Uli and Spielworks to bring their stuff here. But what they're doing is rather than the way the 3 Cole games came out, they're going to release them in the complexity order.
Yeah.
Rather than the way they actually came out. So Haspelknecht was actually, you could have gotten a copy of this if you had backed Carson City. They had copies available in there.
Yeah, I got one.
With the regular printed art. So I think it's just the box cover that may be different.
I did think that it was I think, have you played Colon Colony or Ruhr Schifffahrt?
No, I haven't played either.
Yeah, I played all three
both
of them. Ruhr Schifffart's probably the best of the three. So, and that's of course the toughest one to get a hold of. So.
Right. And I think the thing is, they're probably since they're redoing it and they're going to make them all look like they're in the same series. So they probably just redid the box cover, but everything else the same. Because it's kind of like Quinted Games had done. What's the one that Stronghold put out? The one where you're building the civilization.
Which
Golden
one?
Age.
Yeah, Golden Age. There you go.
Golden Age, yeah. So the box cover from Quinted is way different than the box cover that Stronghold has. But it's the same game. Everything else is the same. So this is probably the same thing. I'm going to imagine that when they release Colon Colony and whatever the other one's called, I keep forgetting, Rochefort, or whatever it is, that they're all going to look similar. Cole, Khole, and Colony. It's Khol. It's like being two Kardashians.
Like Colon Colony.
Cole and Colony. But yeah, I understand it. It does.
It's probably Cola und Colony.
Right, and it's KH, both of them. It's like the two Kardashian sisters.
Yeah.
Sounds like
I got mine through Game Surplus back when they were imported.
But I think the plan is to make all three of them look like they're in the series, and give them all the same box size and everything. So like rework some of the stuff that Spielworks does with their games, where it just whatever box we want to fit stuff in.
Interesting.
A heavy Euro company.
Yep, that's what it's going to be.
That's what Spielworks is.
Well, that's what Capstone's going to be too. They're hunting out these games and getting them to bring them here. So
Clay at Origins, and that guy was super energetic about all the games for sure.
Yeah, they're real friendly too.
Friendly, yeah.
Next up, Cephalofair Games showing off Gloomhaven ahead of its release later in the year. But this booth is going to be very busy, but not because of a Cephalofair game, but because that is where you can buy Scythe at Gen Con. So if you're looking for Scythe, you go to Cephalofair Games booth.
But I understand they're not going to have any of the collectors or whatever.
No, I don't think so. I think you had to back that there or buy it from a retailer that backed it.
Yeah. And then the other thing, of course, I was going to say, Travis, are you wearing a blanket over you right now? Are you cold?
No.
Please say it's cold in Indy. Please say it's cold.
Please
say it's cold in Indy.
I was just going to say, Travis, didn't you say that you thought Gloomhaven was the most inspiring and courageous game design?
Come on, man. Why are you setting me up?
I'm just was that you that told me that? I forget.
No, I think it's extremely boring. Sorry. I've only to be completely fair. Let me address this. I've only ever played the introductory scenario. I've never got to do any of the legacy stuff of the game, but it continues to baffle me how people love these games where you're a guy on the board and you're beating shit up and getting treasure, and it's just that times a million over and over and over and over again. I mean, it really, and especially if there's dice, and I mean, he doesn't have dice in this, but like there is definitely failure margins. That's super fun, right? Like, I'm gonna spend my whole turn to fail. Cool, but there's some interesting mechanisms in the game, and there's definitely like the whole overall project is very inspired. Like it's obviously a labor of love, but the core at the end of the day, it's a very dressed up Descent type game, right? So I don't know. That's my opinion.
I like those games.
I like you apparently never played Talisman back in the day.
That game is dog shit.
Talisman is the most fun you'll have playing a horrible game. And Talisman is absolutely hilarious. I love playing it with my buddies. But we know full well what we're getting into when we sit down and play Talisman. All right, we're going to hate each other in 4 hours. Let's go. And that's what Talisman is all about.
Next up, cheap-ass games with Before I Kill You, Mr. Spy, Deadfall, Kill Dr. Lucky, and The Secret Lair of Dr. Lucky.
How are these interesting? These aren't new releases. These are just...
They're new versions of them.
They're colorized versions or whatever. So
They're non-cheap-ass versions.
Yeah, I mean, Before I Kill You, Mr. Spy. That's been published. That was on the shelves when I was...
Before I Kill You, Mr. Bond. They took away the name.
It's reissued in color in 2004, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's just why is that even news?
Next up, Clasp, which we talked about earlier. It'll be for sale at Gen Con. $60.
Some has-been company is up next.
Now, see, I'm kind of uncomfortable with Pete being here because what I have to say about this company coming up next is my opinion, and this is not to slob on Pete, is this company has the best lineup at Gen Con this year.
Pete, are you getting slobbed on?
I'm feeling a little wet, yeah.
And, I don't even know anything about Bloodborne, the card game, other than it's designed by Eric Lang, and it's published by Cool Mini, and it's based on a video game, and I know people are going to buy the crap out of this thing.
Yep.
And that's all I know.
Yeah,
I don't know a thing about it.
How many are you going to have there, Pete? Do you know? Or
No, I haven't gotten final numbers
7.
yet, but it will be a lot. I mean, we're air shipping a lot in. I don't know if it'll be enough to not sell out, but we will definitely be getting as many as we can.
Is there anywhere we can actually learn anything about this game yet?
No, they haven't published any assets or anything like that yet. We will have a dedicated table for just the demos of this game, and then we'll have a normal demo table out in our demo area. So there'll be 2 tables running this.
So you'll have a dedicated table and then a table that's not into relationships.
Yes, it's kind of, it swings a little bit. No, we have like an 8-foot table that's nothing but like the full game laid out with a person up there running the game constantly, and then we'll have a normal. That'll be one where you schedule time to play the full game, and then we'll have an actual demo table where it's just running concurrently, like 20-minute demo. So
This will be the game that nobody knows anything about that sells the most.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That is my prediction. Next up, Cthulhu in the House, which I think is a reimagining of Rumble in the Dungeon or something?
That whole line. Yeah, this is just a Cthulhuized version of it that's being brought out by us.
But it's got nice art. Somebody will be interested in that. That's not one of the ones that's high on my list, but I know nothing about the next game.
He's not slobbering anymore.
I know nothing about this Creo game. So
yeah, Creo is a 3 to 6 player game where you're trying to create the perfect world, and you're doing this cooperatively, and you're playing cards, but you're not allowed to find out what other people are playing. You're doing it secretly, and you have to play the cards in the right order in order to lay it out in a grid that works your way down to the perfect planet. And you can use tokens to get information about what other people are playing, but you have a limited supply of these, and in order to get more, you have to discard cards out of your hand. So it's kind of a you're managing your cards and trying to deduce what other people may be playing based off the layout of the cards. It's an interesting little game. It doesn't have a lot of buzz about it, but we really haven't pushed this one. We're just going to let this one kind of get out there and see where it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, this has not been released anywhere before, right?
No, I don't believe so.
I think it's just a small demo at Origins, as I recall.
We had it at the Expo, and we had a small demo at Origins, and that was pretty much it.
I mean, this has got my name written all over it, so I'm going to definitely...
No, it actually has Creo written all over it.
Yeah, it has Creo written all over it.
Fucking
was it?
Barry's sticking up for me, man. Barry's sticking up.
Next up is Crossmaster Arena 2.0, which I own a ton of Crossmaster crap, so I don't really want to see this because it's more money I don't want to spend. What's different in 2.0?
It's actually just a continuation of the Crossmaster line. They just kind of made a starting point to have a new base box to introduce new people to it. Plus, with the license changing hands from Japanime to us, they feel it'll be a fresh start for us, where we have the license from 2.0 and Crossmaster Quest moving forward, and that's just more of a break point from the transition between the two companies taking over.
But everything works with my old copies. With
all the figures
I've
are
got the
compatible.
resin terrain and crap like that.
Hey, you guys were talking about the weather in Indianapolis. For those of us setting up booths on Wednesday, 89 degrees is going to be.
That means it's cooled off because it's been about 95 and about 80% humidity.
If it goes over a certain temperature, they have to turn it.
That was last week. It gets
a
like
little
over
cooler
90
right
degrees like maybe 10 days out of the year in Indiana. Everyone here bitches. They're like, oh my God, I got bit by one mosquito this year. Live in Florida. Grow up in Florida where you feel like the earth is fighting to take control of itself back from civilization every day. There's like vines encroaching into the highway. So anyway, yeah, you're a giant wuss. What were you saying? Mystic Veil? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Next up, Looters. I don't know anything about this either.
It's just a fast-paced card game where you're going in, grabbing as much loot, and getting out. It's super quick. It's like 15-20 minutes. Plays, I think, up 2 to 6 players, and it's just a dice-rolling, card-playing, grab the loot and go, take that.
Better than Greedy Goblins, because that game is a pile.
I have not played that, so I don't know.
Okay.
Greedy Goblins. Maybe if they change the name to Greedy Gremlins.
Masks. I think.
Okay, I was like, is this for a second, I thought you were going to say Jews, and I was like, that's not cool.
No. What the heck?
Next up is Masks.
Like, can I just say one thing that has nothing to do with masks? I hate words that have the S, consonant S, like ghosts and masks and pasts. I think they sound so dumb. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Masks, I have not actually had a chance to check out yet. We haven't really shown that one off. We had a copy at Expo that our design team demoed to a few people, but even I haven't had a chance to really check this out, so this one's more of a mystery to me.
Charles Chevalier designed.
It's an old game, right?
What?
Isn't it like an old game? Like, that's an old game, right?
It could be. I honestly don't know. Like I said,
there's an old game.
It came out like years ago.
It's like 4 or 5 years old at least.
Really?
Is it a reprint of the old game then?
Let's take a look.
Yep,
I don't see it.
It's a 2010 game.
Oh, okay, so it came out a while ago. I guess it just didn't get noticed.
Either that, or maybe it was in Europe only.
Or it never came out anywhere.
Yeah.
Next up will be another. Oh God, people are going to run and knock each other over to get the big box of minis from Eric Ladd, which would be the other 7 Sins. So. Yeah, $100 game that people will be throwing their money to try to get a copy, I'm sure.
How's it looking, Pete?
It looks awesome.
Seen the final copy yet? Cool.
Yeah, I had actually brought a final production copy down to Dice Tower Con, and Eric was running demos of it throughout the show, and it looks fantastic. It's as good as any other miniatures game we've put out so far.
I still haven't seen mine show up in my door yet. There, that you said that you were going to.
Did you back the Kickstarter?
No, it's my little joke with Pete there. I'm having.
Joke.
I'm not feeling moist, Lance. I'm not feeling any moist yet.
How many copies of the others do you have at Gen Con, Pete?
I don't know the final tallies because we're air
7.
shipping that in, so that because we're getting the containers for the Kickstarter are going to be coming in real soon too. So I don't know how many they allocated for the show and how much is going to distribution. I don't know that yet.
Excellent.
Probably a limited number.
See, I have a copy of Masks right here.
It's probably a huge. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
It's a big fat box, I expect.
Have you played it?
Next up, Potion Explosion, which I believe this is going to go nuts at Gen Con. Everyone, they couldn't keep people off the demo table at Origins.
I don't know what.
Somebody's vibrator went off.
Yeah.
Who's shaving their balls?
Anthony.
That was the dryer.
Hey, I like that Barry's conveniently gone when that's. I gotta go shave my balls.
People in my game group plan to buy Potion Explosion at Gen Con, and I'm the one not buying it because the other three are.
Mm-hmm. Potion Explosion has been was real surprising for me. I knew it was a good game when I first saw it, but once we started running demos of it from Expo through Origins, it was by far busiest demo tables and the most positive response we got back from any of the games we've shown, which is just crazy. The people just love the whole marble mechanism and the components that come with that game. It's been a huge success so far. I can't wait to see how it does at Gen Con. I have no doubt.
It's just so tactile. I think just grabbing those marbles and pull them out and watch them click together, you can't get enough of it. It's an excellent game too. On top of just,
I'm sure you can get enough of it eventually. But it does look cool. It's one of my. That's definitely one that I how heavy is the game with all those marbles in there?
It's got a little weight to it, but it's not as heavy as like the others or anything like that.
I gotcha.
But that's going to go crazy, I think.
Yeah.
The next game I don't know a lot about other than it's Stephen Avery, and
Ta-da!
I want to check it out.
This game is actually a really, really unique game as well. It's a game where you're flipping cards out on the table, and you have to complete your card before other people complete theirs, and you're rolling dice, Yahtzee style, trying to get the right icons, but at the beginning of each round, there's a card that comes out that makes you have to do something different, like say a word every time you lock a dice, or maybe put one hand behind your back. It's kind of a fun party. It would be a great drinking social game. And then people can play their completed spells, have abilities on it that they can play on other people to make it even harder for them to complete theirs. It's a race to get X amount of spells. I don't recall the exact amount, but it's just a real quick, fun, light dice rolling game with simultaneous actions.
I'm either going to like it or hate
something
it.
a game magician would say right before he'd kill you.
Yeah, it's actually really fun. We have a video up on our website that shows people playing this at Expo, and it was by far the loudest table from all of our demo tables because people start screaming when you get some of the card combinations going, and people are on the floor, on their knees with their head on the table, having to roll dice and try to lock them in. It's one of those games where if you're not keen on getting up a lot and moving around the table, it's probably not for you. But if you don't mind that type of game, you'll have a lot of fun with it.
I definitely want to check it out. I'm interested. So.
And Avery will be at the show demoing it for the first 2 hours.
Well, now I'm not going.
Stephen Avery will be in the Cool Mini or Not booth screaming at the top of his lungs.
Yes.
And then wondering why he doesn't have a voice 2 days later.
Whatever time you have him scheduled for, tell him 2 hours earlier you need him there.
He's actually doing it from 10 to noon, Thursday through Saturday. So
yeah, good luck with that.
He'll show up at 12:30.
Let's hope not.
I love the artwork still.
Mm-hmm.
I guess no art credit yet.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is the U.S. release of Unusual Suspects, the racism.
TSA, the board game.
What'd you say?
It's TSA, the board game.
It's profiling.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And it's fun, but you know what? The game doesn't do anything bad. It makes you do bad things. If you're being wrong in the game, it is.
Did you change the art from the stuff that was in there to begin with?
I've never seen the original version. I've only seen our prototype, so I don't know how much of it's changed, but I do recall them at some point saying that they've added some artwork to the game. So
Is it true that you guys are going to have an Al Jolson promo at Gen Con?
No.
A lot of the characters are the same. It's
but we will have a photo booth at Gen Con, so if you come in and go through the photo booth, you can get your face made as one of the cards, and then you can have it for...
Nice.
So,
My favorite thing about Kevin's little placard or whatever it's called is that his name is spelled with a lowercase k, but everything else is capitalized.
Board game theater, Kevin.
Are you smoking a goddamn cigar?
There's mosquitoes out here,
You're like in a friggin' log cabin.
He lives in the freaking woods. I've driven out to his house a couple of times. He lives in the freaking woods.
He's on next season of Mountain Men.
Yeah. No. He lives in the middle of freaking nowhere, and it's crazy.
That's the way we roll out here.
But I think Unusual Suspects will do well at Gen Con as well. People want to play this and try.
Are you outside, Kevin?
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I'm out on the porch. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Lastly,
Faster
Xenoshift.
than I do.
So there's a new Xenoshift game.
Yeah, Dreadmire is a standalone game. It can also be combined with the original Xenoshift, and it has more of the same, more troops, more different types of aliens. It adds an environment deck to the game to change up the way some equipment and some characters and monsters will react depending on what type of weather is on the surface of the planet, and has a lot more. If you like Xenoshift, then this is just more content for that game, as well as
What if you hate Xenoshift?
Then you're probably not going to want to get that one.
No, I do like Xenoshift. I have everything for it. So
Can you actually win this version?
I don't know that it's any easier than the original Xenoshift. So, and actually, it probably may even be a touch harder with the environment decks. If you get the wrong combination of environment and monsters, it can be very brutal.
So you're saying if you buy the game, the person sells you will kick you in the groin?
Yeah, I believe at the
feels a
booth.
bit later.
I believe at the booth, every time you buy the game, you get a kick in the groin. Yeah.
Awesome.
Did you say a touch?
If you need somebody to volunteer to kick people in the groin, I've got some free time.
Okay, I'll take you up on that.
That's just nuts.
Yeah,
I'll
that's,
have you
that's
follow
the goal.
Avery around the show and just keep kicking him in the groin.
Yay!
All right,
Adam
we're
West is going to have a...
page.
Yeah, Adam West, Wizards of the Wild. This is a very, very fun game. I know I kind of rebelled against the whole like quick game, but this is actually a very, very fun quick game with some awesome art, and I'm looking forward to playing this version of it.
Is he going to be wearing his Batman costume when he's signing?
It would be so much cooler if he truly was. And I still own my copy of Galactic Emperor, which I think was a really good game that he made. So
Yeah, it's a better version of Puerto Rico.
yeah, basically.
$20 for Wizards of the Wild at Gen Con.
Good stuff.
Cryptozoic, the licensed game company. Because they split off the good games under Renegade and kept the licensed stuff as Cryptozoic. First up at Adventure Time Card Wars.
I'm sorry,
set.
but let's just move
Pass.
forward to the past.
Attack on Titan deck building game.
I like Attack on Titan as far as an anime goes. But
So is this the DC
assume-
deck building game with Attack on Titan thrown on it? Like
I
everything
assume
deck
it's
building
similar.
game?
I would assume that exact thing.
Yes,
Okay.
it is. It says new to this Cerberus engine game is movement.
Yeah.
So yes.
Awesome.
It'll just have one little difference.
At least all the Love Letter reboots. Love Letter is a good game.
Yes. I like Love Letter. It's one of my
I caught
favorites.
that.
Internal Affairs.
This looks cool. The artwork on the cover looks cool. Very, I don't know,
Too
strange.
Chinese for me.
Very totalitarian state.
Another short game.
I don't know anything about it though. So
Next up, Mad Science Foundation, which I think they had at Origins. So
does anybody know anything about this?
no,
Never even heard of it.
but
Alright.
it's been out for 2 months, so I don't.
It's got Rob Belmart's art, which Rob Belmart is awesome.
It does have nice art.
Yeah, he did the art for I Hate Zombies. So Rob,
Oh, that hack game.
Kevin Wilson, your idol, the guy you were gushing over at PGG. I was there.
You shut your mouth.
you just called him a hack.
Hooker's-
From that hack publisher there. Is that
I
better?
know nobody really takes it seriously, but it's a pretty fun game. Okay, and that's all I'll say.
What?
I Hate Zombies.
No, I played that game and I actually thought it was fun. I took
fun.
it to the game thing and we played it with like 8 people, and me and one other person liked it, and all the other people were game snobbing up, and they're like, "This is bullshit."
And that's why it's licensed to Stu Jackson.
And this one I blame Lance for me having any interest in at all because he keeps talking about Rick and Morty, so I started watching it. And literally 2 days ago, I see the Mr. Meeseeks episode. Then I see this game. I'm like, well, now I want to try this stupid-ass game.
And
You just have to buy it for the button.
And when you push the button, it like he does. They have. I think it's like 24 different Meeseek things. Yeah, I'm buying that. It might be a wait. I might order it after the fact.
So,
But
tell me this is not the biggest cash grab when the first thing listed on it. Go back to the page there, Keith. is how it's collectible components.
What does it say? Collectible components?
Yeah, it does. Collectible components.
What now?
Look at the categories.
Oh, yeah.
The categories, collectible components.
Oh, nice.
Well, does that mean it's collectible like collectible card game, or does that mean it's just because of the button?
No, because of the button.
Okay.
It is weird because
That's
Mr.
not
Beefcake
collectible.
is one of the best episodes of Rick and Morty. Though
Total Recall, man.
well, Total Recall is
The
obviously.
cable one. The Total Recalls. That game's actually kind of fun. We played it. It's pretty fun.
Oh, the secrets, the different things. Send me to Sleepy Gary.
Yeah.
Next up, The Walking Dead: No Sanctuary, which I believe is on Kickstarter right now.
Yeah, and they hit their like $260,000, whatever. They sent me a copy of this. I played it. It was fun.
I'm
And I
dumbfounded
have
that-
never played a single. I've never watched a single episode. Well, no, sorry. I watched like the first 3 or 4 episodes of Walking Dead, first season, and I was like, I am bored. I'm not watching.
Your
this.
loss. Your loss.
You're
It's a
lost.
great
I
show.
like the show.
Yeah, the first
It's a good
season
show.
is terrible, but
Yeah.
that show is.
There's stuff in the first season though that's pretty good,
Yeah, but things
it's pretty
but it's
fun.
not. It's not a great season. I
The
agree.
first season had zombies that actually climbed fences to chase people, and then suddenly they lost that power.
They had zombies that were actually running in that.
Did
like,
the
third
first episode end in Atlanta?
Yeah, I
I
think
wouldn't
right
know
when it
since
showed-
I didn't get to the last.
The
Yeah,
first season has some good stuff.
good.
And the last 2 or 3 episodes are pretty great.
I like the first season quite a bit, so I liked it better than the Down on the Farm season.
Yeah, me too.
This may actually be the first actual game from Cryptozoic.
Yeah,
I'm hopeful.
Well, it's.
Well, it's got
These
a
guys-
fun
I
aspect.
know these guys have done something before, right? What are they?
yeah. Warhammer
Descent
Quest
2.0.
adventure card games.
Descent 2.0.
They
Um,
did Warhammer Quest.
basically, the whole. If you haven't watched my video or anybody else's video for it, it's like the big thing is that you have to match up. Like the leader has to draws two cards that determine the event, and both of them, if you discard. When you discard the one of the two, something bad happens. So they got to figure out which one they want to discard compared to what's going on, and then they have to kind of almost like they lead with that color of the card or whatever. And if the other players don't follow along with that, it increases tension and whatever. So it's got the one thing that I've always had a kind of weird problem with, and like Pandemic had the same thing where like, oh, you can't tell anybody else what's in your hand. It's just like, well, why can't I? Well, because the game would be too easy if I told you what I had in my hand. So that's why you can't.
Yeah, but this is a little different than Pandemic in the fact that the things you're doing are the actions you're going to be taking.
Well, yeah, and that's just it too. It's like the cards have actions on them that are almost always like better than any other option you have, and so like you will be choosing a card that betrays the leader. But this isn't like a game where you're working for the zombies. It's just you're gonna take a card that like basically says, I'm going against you and I'm making things a little bit worse, but that's just because I really need to take this action right now. So
Hey, Lance,
yeah, what's up?
can you guess what's in my hand right now?
Is it, are you shaving?
That's not an appropriate question for this show.
Are you shaving? No. What do you got? What do you got? Jaws?
It's Stormtrooper.
Oh, those are cool.
Oh, very cool. Well, you can hold it up longer so I can actually see it.
Why did that was weird, Pete? What you just did.
Oh, the Samurai Stormtrooper.
Star Wars is terrible.
Shut up.
I'm so counterculture. I hate what everybody else.
Oh yeah, says the guy who disagrees with everything.
Oh well, you're so cool, Travis. Can I be your friend? You hate Star Wars. What? How
Well,
edgy?
If you play your cards right, I'm gonna stab you in the neck when I see you first thing.
If you can
Promises,
find his neck.
promises.
When you lumber into the hall with a fucking Magnum PI button-up shirt.
What?
Every time I see you, you have like one of those weird Magnum PI Hawaiian shirts and then a T-shirt on underneath it.
Yeah, Hawaiian shirts are comfortable.
You look like the G.I. Joe man Chuckles, if you remember that guy.
No, I don't. Moving on. Check Games Edition.
Excuse me,
Adrenaline. I saw this being demoed at
I played it.
Origins, and it looked awesome.
I played it, and it is my favorite game of Origins, and the game I most want that is coming out right now.
Yeah, it looked
I was sold
cheesy.
halfway through the game. I'm like, I would buy it right now if I could. It is a Euro game that is painted up like a first-person shooter.
It's a first-person shooter board game that isn't Frag, so it might be fun.
Yeah, it's completely Euro. It's completely deterministic. It's a Euro game. That's all it is.
Did anybody play Frag? Frag was horrible.
But it's awesome. But they're just going to be demoing that. But I highly recommend you give it a
Anthony,
try.
you played Frag. You
Yeah,
had it.
but I actually own it. It's in my kids' pile of games over there. My kids love it. It's
Just a
stupid.
file.
Codenames Picture. That game's going to sell like crazy. And
I've always liked Dixit.
Is that Codenames like adult a real thing?
Yes.
It'll
And
be
it's
at
Target only,
this weekend.
and Target's release date the 31st, even though it's been out. And the story that I got was that CGE, when they got Codenames into Target actually asked them if they could license it to make a adult version of it, because they actually stock Cards Against Humanity now in Target.
So it's kind of funny because I saw Matt Evans got a copy from Target. He put up some pictures of the cards. Like half the cards are about boobs, half the cards are about penises. What actually is going to make it difficult when half the words are all euphemism for penis? You're going to hit the wrong word a lot.
Do I have to? You have it there, Aldi. You suck. You betrayed Shiva.
I'll leave it in shrink wrap. We'll open it at Origins or Gen Con.
What is it? What is? Do you have to like be in a bachelorette party wearing your with your penis straws, wearing a shirt that says "a hard man is good to find" when you're playing it, or is it like?
The words are pretty blush-worthy.
Yeah, I mean,
There's some strong words there in that game.
Hello, zombie girl. What's going on with you? Go to bed.
but the Codename Pictures I think is better than Codenames, just for my personal taste, because of the dual elements to every card. There's at least 2 different elements to a card, so I think that makes it a little more interesting than just words. But that's me.
And you
but
can
it's
pre-order
all-
it with no payment in advance. You just give them your name, and they'll have it in the pile in their like secret CGE room.
which I already did. So
Yeah, and just
I'm
why
picking it
not?
up. Days of Wonder has a very tiny expansion for 5 tribes, which adds some thief cards.
Could they? I only get it if it can make my turn last longer.
I think it does. It's through other players, I think. It doesn't look that great. Ticket to Ride Rails and Sales is the game that's probably going to do well that I really don't care about at Gen Con.
I haven't cared about a Ticket to Ride game ever, and I'm not going to start now.
I kind of dig the fact that it's got the.
I have sold so many gamers on Ticket to Ride.
I still like Ticket to Ride, but
Yeah.
I know I'm the guy that
I
hates
played it. I played the deluxe version just like a couple months ago, and I loved it.
Hey,
That thing is awesome. That's like having sex without a condom in a limo.
Scott, did you grab the Ticket to Ride Junior at Target also when you picked up Codenames?
No.
That's another
Didn't
Target
know.
exclusive.
Yeah, no.
But
Nope.
I think this game's going to do well even at $80, but I just don't really care. I would rather just buy it retail.
Even if you really wanted it, why wouldn't you just wait the week or whatever and then get it at like at a discount? I don't understand.
Because some people want it there.
That's
and they
what
wanna
Gen
play it
Con's
there.
about, man. Instant gratification.
Yep. They got friends from all over the country hanging out. Play. You want to play what you want to play, not wait a week.
We gotta pay those hotel bills, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're not selling anything. What are you talking about?
Exactly. I'm not selling anything. How do I pay the hotel bill? I'm selling.
Oh, well, peel off
I'm
one of your
selling-
millions
I'm-
there, Diamond Jim. You'll be
I'm
fine.
so pleased, Lance.
Devious Devices has Panda Craves Danger. It's demo
like that
games.
logo.
I love the title.
So, but it's not for sale, so I'm going to move on.
What's it?
Sharknado the board game.
Oh my god.
Also demo game, so I can.
This
move on.
looks like the biggest pile.
Pete, give
I-
us your 2 cents.
They actually they sent me the rules to this for me to look at to see if I would be interested in doing a video for it, and I'll just.
Oh.
I'll
there's
make
a
that
good
face.
shark game coming next year. So.
There is a better shark game coming
Yes,
next year.
there's a much better shark game coming next year. It's
Dr. Shark 2?
Yeah, Dr.
Exactly.
Shark 2. Yes, that's exactly it. No, from the rules that I read for Sharknado, if you love the dumbness of those movies, you'll probably like this game.
We're actually going to find these guys and sit down and play this.
Nice.
This is what Gen Con's about, though.
What?
Really crappy games?
Sharknado?
It's crappy, but I mean, it might be. Every game has something positive about it.
The only thing that's cool in this game
Really?
is the
It's got an
3D
action point
printed
allowance
Sharknado piece.
It's a Euro. It's got action point allowance system. It's cooperative. I mean, come on. Variable player powers. That's
Sharks
like
all over the game.
Wait,
that's like its call.
the dumbest thing about this whole game, besides everything else in it, is the name. It's Sharknado, the board game.
The board game!
You need to get us a B list there, Scott. B list board games.
Next is
Hey, can I just ask?
we've got a ferret company.
Some sort of before we dive into this pile. I was just
You gotta
asking.
get Vaseline out.
Did any of the other media people have you gotten a letter or an email from Asmodee about their get together like they always have?
I haven't.
Neither have I.
I bet they don't.
I don't know if that's going to happen or not, because the way Asmodee restructured now, the people that used to organize that are no longer with the company anymore. So
Yeah, that's what I kind of assumed. I mean,
if Christian didn't do that with FFG, then you're probably not going to see it with Asmodee anymore, because that's pretty much his call now.
Just
Yeah.
like Asmodee didn't have a booth at Origins.
Well, they did have a booth. It was 3 or 4 tables and a back banner. That was
Well, but it wasn't. They didn't have a merchandise booth.
right. No, they don't sell at Origins. anymore.
Yellow's having their thing again, which is always a good time. So
I haven't been to the yellow one.
that's
I
fun.
only went
You should
to
go to that one.
I haven't been invited.
Oh, we'll get you there. Don't worry about it. Anyway, Zimby Mojo, why don't we let the man talk about his creation? This is Parcheesi 2.0, everybody. Pay attention.
This is a game where you play a shaman of a tribe of little cannibals, and you have to work together to get access to and then kill the cannibal king. When his crown drops, you guys turn on each other like rats, and the first person to get the crown home wins the game. So that's it in a nutshell.
I will say this: when I've played with my buddies, we've had a very good time, and it's like, and this is going to sound like a backwards compliment, but so don't take it like that. But think Dungeon Run, but actually fun.
Wait, you play this with your buddies?
Dungeon Run with different mechanicisms.
Yeah,
You
different
played this
mechanics.
already, Lance?
What?
You played this already?
Yeah.
Oh.
My
we're
copy
looking at
is over
Origins.
there. I don't know. I could go and see.
I haven't played it. That's why I was just wondering. I thought that maybe it wasn't available anywhere, but I guess you know.
Now we'll have 150 copies at Gen Con, and I just actually got the first video from my dancers to show me what the dance is going to be like. So they've kept me in the dark this whole time. So it looks like it's going to be pretty good.
And how often will you have the dancing ladies?
They will go on probably every 2 hours. Then they'll
If they
wander
want to
around
earn their
a bit.
money.
That's right. If they want to earn their pile of human flesh.
Lance and I are taking the hour that they're not doing. So.
Yes.
Well, you've got to.
I've been working on the choreography from Jabba's slave dancer, and I think I'll be able to pull it off.
And I've been working on the choreography for the Rancor Keeper.
There you go.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you guys want to show up and dance, I will be glad to megaphone it out to everyone and draw a crowd. I'll get the girls to draw a crowd for you, and I'll even get them to dance with you.
Nice.
Dimension Games, Makana Rising.
Have fun navigating the water of gender issues. Very progressive decisions you're making over there, Jim.
Yeah, I know, it's frightening. But from my booth, after you dance, you can just.
Do you want me to
step one booth over.
introduce you to Debo now, or do you want to wait until she's at the booth dabbing?
I'm actually going to meet her for the first time in this Gen Con. I've been talking to her on email. But I was going to say, if you want to get into some real interesting issues, you can take one step south from my booth and go to Tailkiss Games and check out their Ferratica. I'm still shivering after.
If you go to their website and actually, oh yeah, it is. Oh my gosh, it's.
What's that URL?
Some things cannot be unseen.
Oh, it isn't. It's they are burned into my retinas. It's yeah. Just when it says click here to show that you're 18 years or older. It's oh my gosh, it's yeah.
Favorited on your hotbar.
Yeah. Well, shush.
I see you like furry porn. Would you be interested? Maybe we should get some other websites for you.
Yes.
Bear banging.
They're targeting bearded gentlemen, so beware.
It's a Walmart exclusive.
All right. I don't know anything about Dr. Livingston's sports dice, so let's just move on.
Little tin dice games. We'll pass. Draco Ideas, Onus, Rome versus Carthage.
Oh, this sounds like it's a war game. Where's Marco? Marco!
Sometimes you make a game.
This is only for previewing.
Rome versus Carthage is a very...
During the period of time when Rome and Carthage were at war...
I will say, hey, go back up to those little catapults and stuff like that. Those things are awesome. I have those, and they are super cool. Yes, they're basically just dice towers, and that's all they are. But my kids and we have fun with them, and we use them to shoot dice across the table and stuff like that. And it's a good time. So,
fantastic.
They are. They're awesome.
I almost skipped this one because it had no art showing, but Project Elite.
Yeah, and I've been. That's been like supposedly going to come out forever. Is that releasing at Gen Con now?
It says $100 at Gen Con.
What?
Project Elite.
Better have a lot of dice in it for $100.
It's got a ton of minis.
Oh, does it? I don't see it. I'm reading the description. I didn't see where it says minis.
It says miniatures under categories.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Under categories.
Advertised under a different website. Is this a video game crossover?
Oh, okay.
It's a video game crossover, right?
Yeah,
There's also an
Alan.
expansion for $55 more.
I'll just be happy to see Konstantinos again. He's a nice guy.
Then When I Dream demo games pass. DVG.
No. When I Dream is interesting.
But it's not a. It's not even got a picture.
I know. But read the description. It looks pretty interesting. Actually, Eric talked
it's award-winning.
Is it award-winning?
My mom put my art on the
First
fridge
award
board
People's
again.
Choice.
Take good and naughty spirits. Ooh, naughty.
I might be looking at, but
It could be fun.
I'm more interested when it's closer to coming out. The Bang people have a Bang the Dice game expansion.
And the people from Japan have the Bang the Samurai game.
Three Kingdoms.
Samurai game.
I love the Bang people.
Bang the Dice game is actually a better game than Bang.
I like that game.
I like Bang Dice much better than regular Bang.
So this is definitely this will be put into a cart at some point in Miniature Market or Cool Stuff to.
That is to bring you to free shipping. That's right.
Yes, that is what that will be.
Oh, we get to go to a new page. Page 6.
Does anybody need a drink? Anybody need a bathroom break?
I want to go to sleep.
Too bad. The doors have been locked.
Bang the dual player mats. Dark Tale Cinderella.
Pass. I don't want to pass
several
on
Dark Tales games.
Seriously,
Does anybody play any of them?
I'm sure somebody has. I mean, I guess the artwork's kind of nice on those.
I was hoping he said DuckTales.
Woo!
Yeah, man, DuckTales is the hottest.
Mm-hmm.
DuckTales has all the hottest girls.
Hey, you know what? DuckTales is a good cartoon, so don't you bag on
DuckTales.
DuckTales is amazing.
Yeah, it is. Let's see. Fallen Land, a post-apocalyptic board game. Could you get a more boring title?
That's the meme this year.
300 minutes? Go back up.
2 to 5 hours.
2 to 5 hours?
There's your game, Lance. You
There's
said
your way.
one of the big
That's
one.
the-
Oh, it's only
you
for
want any-
demo games.
You didn't want any.
That's a long ass demo right there.
If you've got 5 hours to kill,
A player's
Okay.
town is simulated by a town player. Players organize. Stop. Go back up. Go back up.
I like how you're forcing him to show you the screen share instead of just looking it up.
Why don't you
yourself.
just shut your mouth for a second, Pat?
Look at the outline for your turn.
I don't even know how you could
You're
run
an
an effective
intellectual
demo
wall.
of this. I mean, I train people to run demos at conventions all year long. I don't know how you could demo a game. Just basic instructional would take the amount of time a normal demo would.
This
run.
game just sounds epic as hell.
all right, hold on a minute. I'm going to the Gen Con site.
It has a random town events chart.
I mean, this has got to be like a ticketed two-hour block of time to be able to even
Probably.
understand what this game does.
Got to be longer than that.
I've just been
It's
introduced
going
to
to be
the
on
one Gen Con
Kickstarter,
tickets.
Lance, so just email them and do a video.
I might have to do that.
7 decks of cards.
I am seriously interested in this game. This game looks amazing.
All right, tell us how it is.
Yeah.
5 hours.
Fantasy
Yeah.
Flight Games.
Lance's
Can you
review
get
video
by-
will be 12
somebody
hours
that-
long.
Ah!
All right, Star Wars.
Wait, hold on. This game is there for demo only.
Mhm.
There are no events listed for this thing, so again, you might find these guys like at the Steak and Shake.
Under the overpass next to the Lucas Oil Stadium.
You better get there
24 hours
early.
shake, baby.
There's going to be one demo a day because it's going to take from 10 to 6 for it to happen.
Yeah. FFG has more Star Wars RPG stuff. They have another End of the World RPG.
End of the World stuff is fun. I ran some of the zombie ones a few weeks ago, and that was a blast. So
Isn't that where you played with Barry that couple weeks?
yeah,
months ago?
yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the second
Yeah.
session, so they killed me off.
Killed his asshole.
Was it by
demos of
Monkeys?
Cosmic Encounter Game of Thrones.
And
Oh.
that's just which
That's
I'm-
baloney.
I'm
They're going to
excited
be
for
there.
this. I'm
It's gonna
excited
be
for this,
there.
actually.
It's going to
Yeah.
be there. They'll have 200 copies for sale there.
yeah,
You think
that's
so?
And
That's
if
one
they
of
have
those
it,
where
you will sell instantly. It'll be in a big ass line.
yeah, that may be one of those where if they have it there, I'm going to run over and get the ticket for it, and then buy it at the end of the day.
Yep.
Because I like Cosmic Encounter and
We know you
They-
love Game of Thrones.
But you know
Well,
what? I could just
that makes
wait for this one too.
Mm-hmm.
this might be one of those that I almost
promos.
yeah.
They don't.
This
They
is
don't.
it's one
Fantasy
of
Flight
those,
gives me no reason to rush it.
Mm-mm.
yeah, that's true, but actually, in a weird way, because they only allow 20% off. It's like, well, geez, I mean, it's like if unless you're buying it from like Cool Stuff or something, then it's just with taxes. It's gonna be the same anyway.
But their line is usually ridiculous. I wouldn't.
Right.
I mean, for the
Well,
fact
no,
that
They
but-
don't
it's.
deal with that damn store.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
but they just give you a ticket, and then for the
You still
big
gotta wait
items-
in line to get into the damn thing to cash in.
But
the
you just wait until 6 because your copy's good for that entire day. So you just wait until 6 when everybody's shuffling out. You walk in, you grab your thing, and then you leave.
I mean,
Yeah, what he's saying is you have to get in line still to get the ticket because you have to line up and they give the tickets out in line order, so you're still in line
If
for.
you're lucky enough to be there early, and then.
Yeah, but it's such a huge pain in the ass to buy anything. Like
Mhm.
they need to split off their hot shit from their old shit, so I can
If-
at least go look at their old shit to buy.
If they have copies there, I'm gonna try to leave with one of those, and just because I think it'll be fun.
Well, it said in the thing it was ahead of its scheduled release, so it's just for demo.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
thought
that.
they're
It's
actually
quarter
have
4, so
things showing up.
If
though.
it's quarter 4 release, I doubt they're going to have it airshipped.
Yeah, but
in this
sometimes
way.
they sell stuff in small quantities that they know won't be released. They do that shit with all the LCG stuff.
They did
Oh,
with
okay.
Netrunner when Netrunner came out. They did it with
They had guys drive down from Minnesota. They loaded up their one of their vans with as much Netrunner as they possibly could and drove down in the middle of the night so they could have more to sell at Gen Con when Netrunner.
Whoa, no, Lance. That's what they did. They sold out for the first thing, and they actually intercepted the truck that was heading to Minnesota
Yeah, that's right.
and unloaded it from the delivery truck that was going to the warehouse into a U-Haul.
Wow.
So the thing
I
about
can't
this,
imagine dealing with those kind of problems.
the thing about this is making me want to wait on it is this is HBO licensed.
Yeah.
So all of the art is stills from the show, and they did the same thing with the CCG, the LCG, but they
The
didn't
Star
do
Wars
anything.
stuff was pretty good.
But they didn't do anything after the base box for the living card game.
This
So
will
now I'm
Second
wondering.
edition's all art, though.
No,
Oh, no,
my-
that's not.
Right.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
point is, with this, there's only going to be X number of houses in this base game. They didn't even haven't said how many.
This
So-
game will be in Target.
Yeah, but my point is, if this game does well, like I
How
think
could
it
it not?
will, they should. They'll probably end up releasing one using the same artwork they used in the living card game, and they'll actually do expansions for it. So all the houses
Oh, I
will
see what you're
get.
saying.
Yeah.
So this is the mass market version.
Yes, that's what it
Potentially,
looks
yeah.
like. Because it's got the same HBO logo on it like the living card game mass market version,
Yep,
and they
it
never
is.
are expanding that.
They've got more Lord of the Rings LCG stuff. And
Pass.
then Mansions of Madness 2.0, which is going for sale everywhere on Thursday next week. In stores.
Yeah.
So I'll buy it from a store instead of there.
So you
Yeah,
don't
I'll get
need a
mine
DM
too.
anymore.
Yeah, I don't believe that that's going to go on sale Thursday because Fantasy Flight hasn't done like a precise release dates in like 2 years. So, and I was in a store today, and they're like, I have no clue about this. There's never been any solicitations for it. So how would I have known to order it?
Here's my weird problem with this is that my issue with this is that no minis. You need
No,
to.
it shows some minis, doesn't it?
It
For
doesn't
the-
have the monsters. It has the investigators. I
For
believe.
$100, it has no monster miniatures?
No. Well, did the original have minis?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
Original
totally.
minis.
Remember the giant Shoggoth?
Yeah. I remember now.
Shoggoth. Wow. I like that
Are these not
pronunciation.
part of it?
So,
Well, that looks like a
Those are minis.
Cordal. Yeah, so maybe they will. Okay, never mind. I
But the
withdraw
alpha
my
beta
comment.
did it.
Yeah, they've got minis in it.
I mean, the whole thing with the app running it is big because the problem
You
with
only need
Mansion
3
of Madness is whoever owns the game ends up just being the keeper every single time.
Yes.
That's why I haven't played my copy yet, because I just haven't got around to
So how many player characters is it for?
It's
Because it goes
Yeah,
to 5. I guess
it's
I
all
guess
player
the-
characters with this one because
Yeah, it's 5 players.
do you have to play with the app?
Yes, you have to play
Yeah.
with the app.
So it has 5 player characters. Okay.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
three.
yeah.
It was 3 and 1,
You
right?
can use your original Mansions of Madness as an expansion for this one.
I meant to say this and I totally forgot to. Happy Gary Gygax Day to everybody, by the way. So there you go. Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna go fill up my coffee. Keep talking.
Can we scroll?
Well, you're in charge of the screen, Keith. Well, we got Blood and Plunder from Firelock Games. That's the one that they had the minis ads on Board Game Geek for like months before they actually did anything with it, right? Right, Scott? What did you milk out of them for money for all that? No comment. Did you give them a deal because they did it for like 9 months in preparation to the actual release of the Kickstarter? Are you? Can you not hear me? Is that on?
I hear you.
Must be muted.
I can't. What? I hear nothing.
It-
It all pops. It all
Yep,
pops
my
and clicks from here.
phone is cutting.
It's all pops and clicks from here.
Yes. Okay. Jim, could you there you go. Dastardly dirigibles.
dirigibles?
Dirigibles.
Jesus Christ, with the pronunciation.
That
Because
game's
we don't have enough Zeppelin games.
that game's already out. Actually, it's. I saw it at my game store today.
Yeah, and then also Here Kitty Kitty, which is a fun little game I play with my my daughter. That's been
a
out
big
for
seller.
a few months.
You get a
Both
lot
of those
kitty
games
units.
are releasing promo cards at Gen Con as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really have anything to say about that stuff. Fireside game stuff, you either like it or you don't. Their big one's Star Trek, obviously, but which has already been released.
Is that USAopoly though?
Yeah.
Star
I'll
Trek.
tell you what, though,
Star Trek
Lance. I can wait to get my hands on that one.
No. The Star Trek Panic has a really cool Enterprise in the middle.
What's wrong with Star Trek Panic?
Nothing.
I've never actually played Castle Panic.
Castle Panic's alright. It's a nice light tower defense game.
You have to, but that's a weird one. Like if you have the Wizards expansion, it's so much better.
Yeah.
If you have the Wizard Tower expansion.
The Wizards of Gorlock?
Yeah, that's what we said. Keith, are you there? Scroll down. No? Okay.
Hey, Lance, you want me to tell you something? You know that someone asked me and Nick if we would do a Kroll game?
Oh. So you said yes, thank you.
I own Kroll on DVD, the special edition.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah, here we go. Contrarian over here.
That poor Cyclops.
How is that contrarian? I just said that I love it.
I don't think a lot of people own Kroll on DVD.
Well, I do.
What kind of game would you make for Kroll? Like, what would it be? An adventure game? Dungeon crawl?
It would just be like code names, but with Kroll theme.
Kroll themed. Glaive.
With a Kroll game, you
the
have
star-looking thing.
Cyclops 2.
Just do Kodama and just re-theme it with everything like Cryptozoic does.
We got an email today from Hasbro wants to have a meeting with us about Kodama.
What?
There you go.
Yep.
At Gen Con? Or just in general?
No joke.
Awesome.
Who said it was a joke?
Dude, I would totally buy a crawl flick 'em up game with little wooden glaives.
Oh.
No, it's a game. Okay, I got it. It's a dexterity game, but you have to wear a blindfold that makes you look like a Cyclops.
Nice.
Oh yeah, no, you have to wear an eye patch.
And then the Cyclops for the flick 'em up would be bigger than the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Changeling, you could change him into different meeples. You could swap them out. So now he's a tiger, and now he's a rabbit.
Aaron on this.
Let's just stick to reviewing games, okay?
I don't know. I think a Kroll game done in the spirit of Rock'em Sock'em Robots would be pretty cool.
I don't think that doing a Kroll game now would make... I don't know that doing a Kroll game then would have made sense.
Isn't there already a Kroll board game?
I'm sure there is from the 80s.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's like the most ridiculous-looking stupidity ever.
Now, Crow maybe a little bit, but Beastmaster totally.
Oh,
Beastmaster 2 when he goes to Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Have they made a Labyrinth board game yet?
Yes.
There's one coming.
There's several coming. There's several coming.
Oh my God! There's multiple Kroll games. There's Kroll the card.
The Kroll board game looks good.
Oh, you make a dungeon crawl.
Got it.
You'd have to go from like one side to the other, like, and have to go through all the process to finally find like the beast's fortress and.
Yeah, it keeps moving around.
I have to get this. Someone's selling it for $30. I'm fucking buying it.
Keegan.
The review. The review is titled "Crap."
Wait, Pete, are you sure? Are you sure Kroll the board game isn't your last grail? That we found your last grail.
Let me look for
No,
it.
it's Crab in the K.
Did you get your Jaws game, by the way?
Oh yeah, you did, right?
Hold on. Yes, I did.
It looks good.
It must have been so awesome to work back in these big companies back when all this shit was going on, and they're just like, so here's what's going on. Apparently diarrhea is popular now. We're going to need a card game and a dice game for it. No problem. I got it.
Could I have found a worse way to spend 50 cents? That's the opening line of the Kroll review.
I have the Dune the movie board game. I have the Duran Duran board game.
Nice. I also got this baby in the mail this week too.
You don't play Kroll because it's
actual
good.
baby.
You play Kroll because it's awesome.
Oh, you got your StarCraft.
Yep, with Brood War.
Oh, look at you.
This was a good week.
So where are we at on the list?
Right there.
Wherever we left you.
Mint Works.
It works.
Ben Harskinson.
One of my favorite people in the world.
He's a nice guy. Epic
He's a
Resort.
Amazing guy.
Villain's Vacation adds a lot to the game. If you like Epic Resort, you'll love that. You should get it because it makes it a lot more fun. And I'm looking forward to Sagrada. I want to take a look at that. It looks beautiful.
I've played it. We considered it. It's pretty interesting.
Sounds interesting. Flying Frog's got a bunch of shadows.
Oh, Anthony! Wait,
Hey, is there solidarity?
Go back. Go back. Go back. Ugh.
So we're gonna have reverse solidarity soon. If anyone doesn't know the story, so they offered anyone who wanted anything that was in print as of now, who hasn't already gotten stuff, they would let you pick it up at the show. So I said, all right, screw it, I'm going to do it. They charged $20 to do it, but I'm actually getting more than anyone else who's doing it because I'm getting all of the stuff that's in that box that Lance has. So I will, at the end of Gen Con, I will actually have more Shadows of Brimstone stuff than Lance. So I promised that I wouldn't open anything that's not in his box until he gets his.
Anthony, you can hurt yourself patting yourself on the back like that, buddy. You better slow down. You're going to get a rotator cuff.
I look forward to the day in 2017 when I finally open up my Shadows of Brimstone stuff.
Or 18.
Yeah, it'll be a while, but I look forward to that
Let's
day.
get to the indie boards and cards so I can go to sleep.
Portable Ferret Games has the networks. And
I've been wanting to check that out.
Networks is amazing.
Networks is awesome.
Yeah, I need to pick that up. I got to put that on my list because
Yeah.
I wanted to get it, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere.
I bought it on a
here.
whim from a couple of people telling me it was decent. Then I played it like, this game's awesome. For a small published game, it's really good.
Yeah,
And it's funny, and it's fun, and I'm going to buy the expansion at Gen Con.
Yeah, I gotta pick up that little expansion.
I'm adding this to my list. I think I'm going to put this. I've been hemming and hawing about it, and I keep hearing everyone saying how great it is. So
I recommend it.
okay.
Yeah, we got to play it at Origins. We're actually having Gil Hova on the Berkey and Badger show this Friday, and we got to play that game. And man, talk about fun with all the goofy little character art. It's just a blast.
Yeah.
It's a nice little game. Peak Oil, also from Formal Ferret.
What's the booth? What was the booth number for those guys?
Let me
7.
scroll back up. 2016, 201. Oh, no, sorry, that's the year. I don't know.
3058.
3058.
Thank you. Where is that? Ass into
I
nowhere.
need to get Eric to put the booth numbers in.
He does some on a lot of them. Yeah, it's in the Entrepreneur's Avenue. If that helps
love
you, it's
Gil.
on the edge.
Gil was in the design group when I first started out. When I was living in New York, he was in the same design group. I really want this Kroll board game. I'm like looking.
Gil is a good guy. Order it.
Let's see.
Bring it to Gen Con.
$30.
Dude, I'll play with you.
Fox
Especially
Mind
if somebody
Games.
got it for 50 cents.
I want it just because it's funny.
We'll play it
Fox Mind
ironically.
Games has Get Rich Quick. I don't know anything about it.
Maze Racers. Get Rich Quick. I don't know anything about these people.
Nope. Match
They did that
Madness.
maze game last year. That was pretty neat.
Match Madness. That actually looks like it might be something fun to play with my kids.
Yeah, 7 and up, 10 to 20 minutes, 1 to 4.
You receive
players.
5 blocks, or within 5 of shuffling the deck of pattern cards, how many rounds you wish to play. Definitely something cool. I'll take a look.
Coming
at
out in September. Puppy Love.
None of them.
I like the looks of Puppy Love.
Hey,
Yeah, I do too.
Sniffing or being sniffed is worth 2 points, and marking your territory on a fire hydrant is worth 1 point.
Ah,
Licking another dog's face is 3 points, and taking a crap on the neighbor's lawn is worth
It's
negative
got area movement and good.
I like it.
I don't know. Cute
Sometimes I hate the BGG mechanics system. Area movement, grid movement.
Do we know if Don't Soil the Toilet is going to be at Gen Con? Sorry.
Are you going to bring it?
I
Have
can.
you played it?
Yes, I'm one of the rare people who speak English that know how to play it. And Travis called me today. He's like, dude, tell me how to play the game. I was like, I can't tell you the rules over the phone. It's
So out of the 4 publishers that
called me
brought it
dude.
home, I don't think anybody has picked it up yet, right?
not that I know of.
Okay, let's carry on.
Since Michael gave Travis his copy, so I don't think TMG is going to be publishing the toilet game.
No, toilet resistance. We have to call it the right name.
Guild Force 9 has a hot game, Star Trek Ascendancy.
Just a little. Who's getting this one?
That looks so cool.
Wow, $100. So
Yeah.
somebody that knows more about this game, tell me what you're trying to do in this Star Trek game.
I just like it because it's 3 players. I just for some reason I just love that. You guys remember that old game, the Triumvirate?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean
The Tyrant.
I love that game. It was kind of an old school 3-player, like Reigns of Power kind of thing, and I don't know. I have my 2 hardcore Trek friends that I know I could put this on the table and they would be all over it.
This is one of your top ones for the show, right, Aldi?
Yeah. I don't know much about it, though, unfortunately. My worry is it's a lot of combat, but if it's like Firefly, I'm totally cool with it.
I hope it's got a ton of combat.
I hope it's like... it has to have combat, right? It has to have lots of combat.
Well, it's like a 4X.
What's your problem with
Yeah,
combat?
it's a 4X game.
4X.
Combat.
You're non-confrontational, Audie.
No.
He's a lover, not a fighter.
When you play a long game and you like lose half your units in one combat or something, and you're like, okay, I guess
Then play, you know how you stop that? Play better.
roll better.
Yeah.
Just
roll
play
the
Science.
dice better.
It's a 1.5X game.
I'm sure it has combat.
This is one of like the 5.
I just hope it's not like a very. I just hope it's just got a touch of combat, where like sides or something.
That's like one of 5 games I am going to like. There's like 5 games I want to get, and that's one of them, right there. And the one thing I'm wondering about is they said they're going to have like the ships or whatever for the 2 expansions that are coming afterwards, like the Ferengi and the Cardassians. I'm wondering, does that expand it out to 5?
I think so.
5-player.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
It looks a little bit like StarCraft.
3
Yeah.
players.
That's the other thing that I was thinking too, Pete.
Yeah, the connections.
Yeah.
It's not a hex grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is something I like as well. I mean, there's one thing. I mean, like games like Eclipse and Twilight Imperium, stuff like that. Yeah, okay, they're cool and all, but I'm interested in the whole, like, because that's not how space works, you know. I mean, it's just like I don't know. I'm interested in it.
Yeah, they're supposed to be coming out with some other races too, besides Cardassians and Ferengi. They're going to come out with, what's the guys with the antennas?
The Andorians.
These guys, Gale Force 9 is about to become a major. They're already a big player, but they've got this. They've got the Doctor Who. They're going to be huge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. What?
I've played Tyrants of the Underdark twice. I like it.
I do too. I played it today for the first time.
Okay, but
it's actually really
the
good.
components look like a pile of crap.
It's not. It shouldn't be $75.
No, it should be a $50 game.
Yeah. And it's out in retail now.
Why would you take like a D&D game and click on the game? Click on the game for me real quick. There, Keith. So why would you take a D&D game and put these shit components in there? I mean,
I think I know the answer to that. I think it's a licensing issue. I think that they probably
can't make a minis game.
I guarantee you that the reason why, because Guild Force 9 has made really good miniatures for all their games, and in affordable games too, right? Like Spartacus was like $35-$40.
Yeah.
And Sons of Anarchy was like $40. I'm pretty sure that someone else has the licensing rights to a board game, so they had to do a workaround on the licensing.
Doesn't
it's just
Whiskers
like how
have it?
Imperial Assault is technically not a
I believe they do Whiskers.
board game for Star Wars license because someone else is a license holder for that.
Yeah, WizKids owns the rights to the miniatures games.
There's probably a limitation in the size they can make, and
yeah,
those are playing pieces. They're not really minis.
The thing is, the game is not. You know what the game is like? It's like trains. It's really it reminds me a lot of trains.
Well, that's
better,
You're not really selling me on the game.
I like it better than trains.
AJ Kanai's your boy, man.
It's an area control
uh,
deck building game.
Asashi Ayashi's your boy.
Pretty
That
cool.
doesn't mean I have to like trains. You mean
Okay, well.
I liked it. I played it today, and I was going in not liking it because I'm not a big D&D fan. And after I was done, I was like,
All
if
right,
it wasn't
well,
$75,
nice
I'd have bought it.
Pete, you can just show yourself out and not liking D&D.
I am tired. Maybe I'll use this as my out.
What was the game above the Princess Bride? I Hate to Kill You. That was the
Black
Orchestra.
that looks amazing.
That's
And
actually a lot of fun. I got to play that.
It's from Mr. Dewberry, and theoretically, I might have a copy of that before I leave. So
Yeah, you can play it on Tabletopia if you want to try it there as well, I believe.
plus Mr. Dewberry is just such a nice dude too. So,
So then Gabe Slate's got a couple of Princess Bride crap.
Shadow Rift was like one of those really great games that got lost in the shuffle.
Shadow Rift is great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
demoing a
it-
revised second edition.
Then that should be better.
Yeah, Shadow Rift
It
came
was
in
a little tricky. The
Shadow Rift came in a
rules
little
were-
tiny box, and it got totally lost in that weird deck building
deck
world.
It got
Yeah.
lost in the shuffle, Lance.
Yes, ha ha ha. But yeah,
Oh, it looked like shit. Like the art and everything, it just looked
A little
like
muddy.
it was way better. It was a way better game than either
But Travis, the
Stone
gameplay-
or Dominion. It was
The gameplay is solid, man.
No, I have the game. I like the game.
Yeah.
No, it is a
Yeah,
very
no,
good.
I agree with you though. The looks of it wasn't great. Yeah.
Sunrise City, which had the thickest cardboard I've ever seen in a game ever.
Good night, Jim. See you next week.
I'm just saying
Jim!
good night all. I got meetings in the morning.
See you, buddy.
All right, everybody go
see
and
you.
buy a copy of Parcheesi 2.0.
Yeah, with friends like you. Who needs enemas? Good night all. Have a great one.
Yeah, so expansion to Sunrise City, Sunrise City Nights, which Sunrise City's not a bad game.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine.
It's-
This is
it's
Phil
neat 'cause
DeBeer's
you get to
daughter.
build-
Yeah, and that game rocks. My daughter loves that game. She's been meaning to make a video review for a while that she wants to make. My daughter wants to start doing her own videos and may have a YouTube channel. I told her no, she can't have her own YouTube channel, but she
Why, are
can.
you afraid she'll get more subscribers than you?
Yes. No, I just don't want creepos
That shouldn't be
sending
hard.
her messages.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so funny, Travis.
At least her videos will be shorter.
Yeah. Is she going to ramble for 45? No, I can just imagine her. She's like, well, my Fargo, and the funny thing about windmills is.
That doesn't sound anything like me. You're trying to think. You did your Tom Vassar.
The best part is Barry is laughing, so you stand corrected. Barry is smoking his walkie-talkie right
All right, Keith, next one.
Heroes of Land, Air, and Sea for demo.
I played this at Origins, and yeah, okay.
Then there's a demo of the next Tiny Epic Galaxies.
Stop with the fucking Tiny Epic everything. Stop.
But we've got previews of Tiny Epic Quest as well.
Skip it.
Jesus fucking Christ with this shit.
Hey, they
If
sell
you go to the
like
bathroom,
They
you can
sell
see my Tiny
hundreds of
Epic.
thousands of tiny.
Sure, fine, but motherfuck. I mean, come on.
I'm actually
I'm waiting for Tiny
totally
Epic.
with you this
If he
time.
does Tiny Epic Fantasy or Cthulhu or whatever, zombies or
I want a
something,
fucking
Bring up
Tiny
Fantasy,
Epic.
that's
Hell
the
myself.
he's gonna make $1 million.
well, Travis, just like your Tiny Epic dick. Anyway. Hey,
Now
come
that was a quality joke.
Yeah,
F you, Jay.
Oh, everybody else laughed. It must have been good. Anyway.
Yeah,
We've got Oh My Gods from Gameworthy Labs.
This looks like shit. Go.
Okay. Game Rights got Bring Your Own Book.
This game
Yeah.
is good.
That's not a good endorsement for a game.
This is a good.
Better bring a book.
It's funny. It's a fun party game.
So it's a party game about.
You have to find a phrase in the book that you bring that matches the prompt.
Do I literally have to bring a book to play this game?
You do.
I'm out. I don't use books anymore.
Can you bring your Kindle?
You can approve the Kindle?
I like how Joel just came on the show to eat.
Yeah, to eat.
Everybody's cycling.
For a minute, I looked up and I thought there was just an alpaca wearing reading glasses.
I like the way he suddenly did it.
Thanks, Trevor.
He's a shaved down. He's a shaved down Sasquatch. We agreed on that.
Imagine, which is using transparent cards.
This is cool.
That sounds
I guess
funny.
nobody. You guys like party games. Come on, this is a good one.
Yeah.
No, I like Time's Up. No, I have not played a single party game that comes within like.
No, Time's Up is the epic.
Time's Up is the best.
The pinnacle for sure.
But apparently you're not allowed to talk while you play Imagine, so. I don't know.
It's
Sushi Go
charades
Party
with
is a good game.
pieces.
I
No
like
one cares. Sushi Go, yeah.
but that's already out.
Well, Sushi Go Party is pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
But it's
I
all
like Sushi Go, but I mean, we
I
know
love Sushi Go. I love playing that game. It's just, it's like, you don't have to think when you're playing it.
Here we go, Lance. Look at the screen.
All right, the Moonlight Sonata. You know what? Friend of the show, and quasi Alaboomer, John Rott.
He's gonna have these
Self-produced
guys.
Kickstarter guru.
You're so mean.
I know.
But did it say adapted B there or just demos?
Yes, it says. It says debuts at Gen Con, and he's doing pre-orders right now with pickup at Gen Con. So.
I'm gonna end up giving him $20 for those like limited edition dice, probably.
The dice are awesome.
Yeah, the dice are really nice.
I don't know if I can.
Geek Attitude Games has a game called Not Alone for demo.
That actually looks cool. I was reading about
Unfortunately, I couldn't fit it all in the box.
That's what your wife said.
Save the President, Save the World from Geek Attitude Games. Demo games as well.
That sounds fun. That sounds like a good title.
Pass. You're just like...
Gigamic has El Capitan.
Does anybody know anything about this?
It has nothing, so I'm moving on. Also has Gloobs.
It's got a cool name. I like that. Gloobs.
It's
This
a
is the game
dexterity
where the kids do
game.
better than the adults.
You're trying to grab stuff. It looks like the Happy Farm game or whatever from Yellow.
So it's a dexterity game?
Yeah.
That looks kind of fun. I might get that for my daughter. Here,
Doesn't
push play on that. Go back to the video and push play on that. Let's see it. Just
wait. What's that game where you flip over the card and like you have to pick up the thing that doesn't match? Yeah. No, the one with the
Happy Farm.
like that.
No.
Are you thinking about Clack?
Well, not my Happy Farm. Fun
You
Farm.
roll the dice and you have to pick up the thing.
No.
Because
Oh,
Clack is a
Jungle
great
Speed. Jungle Speed.
No, it's a game. It's got like a blue chair and a ghost.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ghost
Geister Blitz.
Ghost.
Yeah.
Ghost.
Ghost
That's
Blitz.
the one. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
I thought you said Dutch Blitz. No, Dutch Blitz. What?
This is going way too slow. Why they're not
is
doing
boring.
Watch
it?
it at 2x
Let's
speed.
dumb. Let's move
I don't
on.
know that this is the definition of dexterity. It's like
It's not very dexterous.
watch these children in the late stages of progeria.
Why don't you give your kid Caribou Camp instead? Because that's another kid.
We took
active
Gloobs to a
dexterity
children's hospital with some terminally ill kids and let them play in slow motion.
Wow, you were just so
I have
angry.
played Tutti Frutti.
game. Gigamic is apparently a kids game company.
It's a kids game. It's fun.
Tutti Frutti. Good Games Publishing has Monstrous. It's a dexterity card throwing game.
Pass.
It's fun.
None of their
Good
games
games
are
are fun.
great.
Just good.
Yeah, the Monstrous is fun. I'll say
Monstrous is fun for a card tossing game.
We have average expectations.
I think they have a giant version of Monstrous at Gen Con.
Unfair from Good Games Publishing.
Does that mean it'll be monstrously good?
A monstrously large version.
Magically. Grail Games, Catbox.
Not it.
Next.
Joel, what do you think? Catbox?
Medici is the game from Grail Games.
Joel put it on his blacklist with the Heroes Wanted expansion.
Donut Drive.
I know I like Joel.
Demo games ahead of a Kickstarter item.
I like any game called Donut Drive-Thru. At least that's kind of a fun little name.
Juju Islands. Demo games, not for purchase.
What is up with it? Just everything's demo.
Because everyone is trying to make 7 million games.
The
and this is
DT
the
is for
reality.
sale from Greg.
Medici is out. and it looks good. It's a nice
Yeah,
version.
but Medici, like,
Medici.
I didn't like it when
That's
it was out
Medici, right?
before, and why would I enjoy it now?
You
It's
didn't like
Reiner,
it?
so it's horrible.
Come on.
No, it's not.
What? This is a great auction game.
All these other crappy games before, I played that. It's really, really fun. Really, really, really fun. This is a good game.
No,
Yeah.
I
It
played
is.
it. It was
No,
not.
it
enjoyable
is.
at all.
It is, Lance.
This
no.
is a good
Just because
game.
you say no doesn't mean it's not a good game.
But Lance has incorrectly reviewed hundreds of games.
Vincent Dutray did the art, I believe.
Yeah,
It's so good.
looks awesome.
And now
Painted.
Medici, the card game.
Yeah. How's
Demo
that?
games.
For
Medici.
those that hate regular Medici, for less
Is it
money,
Medici or Medici?
Medici.
Oh, okay.
Both are correct.
All right.
Great Northern Games has Council of Blackthorn.
Not it.
It's a fun game.
I'm interested in this one.
The name.
I got nothing on this one.
I didn't even know this was on Kickstarter when it was on Kickstarter, but it's just my kind of game. That whole trying to convince people that you're on their side kind of thing.
And then you stab him in the back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Greater Than Games has New Bedford.
That has the same thing with the Society of Architects, where like you take treachery cards to like because you have to, but they're a little bit helpful. But if you have the most treachery at the end,
You can't win.
Lose.
you can't win. You're beheaded, so you lose.
New Bedford?
No, the
Oh,
Council
the-
of Blackthorn.
Yeah. New Bedford had the printing issue, which stinks. I feel bad
what?
for Mr. Kirkman.
What happened?
There was like a tile or something. Was that it, Keith?
Oh, it's
I don't know. I saw somebody talking about it on your Facebook page today. I
Yeah,
guess
so
something
there
was
was like a
intended.
tile in the expansion. I forget. Yeah, you can find out on the New Bedford thing that basically when they printed it off, like the rules reference a tile that's in the game, but it's not there, and like nobody has it. So and they put the print in play so you could print it off yourself and make it, and they're looking at the possibility of getting that tile printed off and sent to backers.
It's
So-
part of the expansion, but the base game itself. I mean, New Bedford. I really liked the game when I played it, and I got my copy yesterday, so I'm looking forward to it.
But you didn't get your Amber Gifts.
No, but I got the special edition that came with a big canvas print that came with it, so it came in this giant box, and I think somebody just forgot to drop it in there. But they're
Is
gonna
that the box
get that.
you took a picture of that was?
Yeah,
in your
that was my New
passenger seat?
Bedford.
It's like as large as a small
Well, it's
child.
because it's got a 28-inch long canvas
75
printed.
minutes.
And that missing tile is only
What
for
the
the
hell?
solo variant
Yeah, so
of the game.
it's not going to hurt anybody, but
Well, I'm sure it'll hurt people who really wanted it. I mean, I'm
Oh my
not
God.
trying to stir
but
up
it doesn't keep you from playing the game.
Have you guys watched the Fate of the Elder Gods Kickstarter video? It might be one of the worst Kickstarter videos I've ever seen. It doesn't tell you anything about the game. It's just a bunch of like
I have watched it. Yeah, it's not great.
it's like motion capture stills. There's no music. There's no subtitles. So I'm just watching like 30 seconds of shit, and then it's like louder. You know, and I like all these guys, Launius and Kirkman, talking, and then like the stuff they're saying is so inane. It's like, we really wanted to do something different, so we did a Cthulhu game. And then it like switches to another, to Launius, and he's like, most important thing to me is having fun. And then it like switches over to Chris Kirkman, and he's like, did you know gas used to be $3 2 years ago? And you're like, what the fuck does this have to do with the game? I know nothing about the game. I watched a 3-minute video, and I literally know nothing about this game.
Sometimes I'm glad I don't watch Kickstarter intro.
I mean,
videos.
I've stopped watching Kickstarter videos, but I watched this one for sure. But yeah, it's weird. Like but does the regular person watch Kickstarter videos and make a decision?
I think the regular people more likely watch them than we do. So
I mean, I think that your video is very important.
Regular people.
I don't know how much money it's made. I mean, they have
80,000.
Yeah, that game should have made more money than that with those
It's
designers.
still got 22 days.
Yeah, it's got 3 weeks left on the thing. So
Yeah, but 22
it's not
days.
a failure.
They're in the long middle there, guys. Like they're gonna.
Well, but they'll demo it.
They'll make 100 and something.
I'm sure it'll drive the company out of business. It's so horrible.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Aster.
It's a good game. Have you played it yet, Lance?
I have. It's fun.
No, I want to play it. It looks good. I was just surprised because those guys make really great videos. That's
They usually do make good videos.
Yeah, that's true. They know what they're doing usually.
And that video just felt like it just didn't feel like it made the game exciting.
Okay. They're also demoing Spirit Island at Gen Con. Not for sale.
Who's the designer on that?
The
first time designer.
Bruce.
Royce?
First time.
Yeah.
Greenbrier Games is Aegis combining robot strategy game.
It's a lot of designers.
Yep.
Then they have Champions of Hara.
That is, if you are a fan of like kind of those classical talisman-y games, like where you have your hero and you move around a board and you get to,
So definitely not for me.
Yeah, but if you like that type of game, that is like a like more Euro-y like modern version of it. Very, very fun. Champions of Hara.
Grimslingers, an American West.
That's on my list. I just like the artwork a lot.
It does look kind of neat on the art, but I don't know anything about
It's
it.
cheap.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
What's the description?
You skipped one. You skipped the Escape the Sanitarium.
Yeah, I
That-
skipped
that
it
sounds
because
cool, too.
It says first
Scott
exposure
Kimball.
playtest hall.
I like Scott Kimball. He's a cool guy.
It's got chip pull.
All right.
Scott Pitbull. What?
No, chip pull.
Chip pull
Full system.
mechanism.
Who's got to get some sleep? Keith, you got to get some
Look at
sleep.
me.
Yeah,
no.
feet.
I got work in the morning, so Lance, D&D sucks. I'm out.
Oh!
Oh, and you left too. Push the button. Has
Yeah.
anybody played Yashima?
It's terrible.
No.
It's
bummer.
got some cool minis.
Yeah.
Yeah, the miniatures are nice, but the game system is not.
Killer minis.
Gray Fox Games has 7
That
Ronin.
might be Gray Fox Games' bitch this year.
2-player game.
All their games
30
look great
minutes.
to me. Yeah.
Seven Ronin's good. That's very looks like a game that came out was like Cinco de Mayo or something. Dos de Mayo.
Yep.
Looks like that kind of. You played that.
Yep. That's a good game.
Here's one of my list
Dread.
games. London Dread.
I played that at Gen Con 2 years ago, and I had fun with it back then.
It
So
looks pretty cool. It's a soundtrack game. I guess you have a real-time 12-minute timer.
Yeah, so basically all the planning for what you're going to do and where you're going to play your cards on the board is all timed. And then that's all frantic, figuring out what everyone's going to do. And then the timer runs out, and then you basically resolve all of the cards and where you played them in each area. So I was
Little
talking
space
to
art.
I talked to Asper last year. Asper, the guy who designed it.
Yeah.
It looked really cool last year. It was funny because I saw it last year and said it was coming, and I never even thought about it again. And then I saw the cover art, and I'm like, "Oh, this game looks cool cover art." I'm like, "Oh, crap! It's the same game."
yeah, that's totally the same thing too. I didn't recognize it at first because I remember the guy. I was walking by, and I was walking over to talk to Jason Maxwell, and then he just wandered over and he's like, "Hey, can I show you my game?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then like I haven't thought about it since then, 2 years ago, and then I saw I was like, "Holy crap, that game's actually being made."
Yeah, because the artwork and like design on the board and everything look very like Victorian looking.
Well, that's the theme, right?
Victorian London.
Yeah, but it had like a very like classic Victorian look, almost like the same kind of palette of like Tricarion has.
Sherlock Holmes. The Guy Ritchie movie.
Too. It really looks great laid out on the table.
Cool.
Order of the Gilded Compass.
Order of the Gilded.
Pretty sure this is a redo of a dice rolling game.
Aliyah. Yeah, it's.
Oh, well, there it is. Aliyah, I have to est. Which I like that game. It's good. Fun.
Griggly Games says Quartermaster General, Victory or Death, the Peloponnesian War, an ancient.
Great game for the family.
Yes.
You know, I played Quartermaster General 2 years ago at Con of the North. I had fun with it.
Quartermaster General is good.
Quartermaster General.
Yeah. I don't know. They're weird. It's weird. It's a weird game company. Honestly, it seems like they just now their quartermaster games are starting to sell. So that's like all they're doing.
What the hell is this thing?
Headhunters,
I
an
haven't seen this one.
expandable, card-driven miniatures game for 2 or more players.
Collectible components.
Each player controls their own hero of every age and dimension. Headhunter toy that stores all of the components.
And in like 2 years, there's going to be all these people talking about how this game never took off, and they're pissed, and they refuse to get rid of their headhunters.
Headhunter is its own deck of cards, position platforms, measuring string, and combat dice. So, yeah, it's a bucket to hold all the game pieces for each player. Whatever. Though the cards are hexagons, apparently.
I like the artwork. That's pretty awesome.
Cool, actually. Yeah. Who does
It's
the
like
art?
a dragon lair.
I actually want to know who does that art. Come on.
Come on now.
Oh,
We're so close to indie boards and cards. Come on.
No artist listed.
You sons of bitches.
Bunch of
Just
bullshit.
skip indie boards and cards.
I wish the artist. I mean, well, I'm not going to get into it right now.
Haba! Karuba!
No. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
No, not going to sidetrack. I'm not going to sidetrack anyone.
No, I just want you to say what you're thinking.
It's much longer than one sentence. I'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it in a different
Go
different
for
show.
it, Scott.
No, a different show.
Scott, you have millions of dollars. You can say what you want.
No, I don't.
No. What were you talking about? Like, what do you want?
No, I don't want to get into it because
Say it.
people have criticized us for not having enough credits for games, such as developers and art graphic designers.
Yes.
And then you've got a cool effing game like that with no artist listed in the
We
whoever entered it.
put our graphic designer.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, there's two. I think there's 2 types of whatever. I don't want to get into it. You know what I'm talking about? I mean,
We
it's
hear
just
what you're
like
saying. We hear what you're saying.
okay.
Listen, Scott,
We'll
you
come
had
back. We need to
you
talk
had-
about it actually because I'm
you
going
had
to start.
your piece
Here's the thing.
selling-
I'm committed to putting in as many credits as we can possibly put into EGG.
We're gonna put developer credits on all the box covers from now on.
Developer, graphic artist.
Yeah.
What else? I mean, there's proofreaders, playtesters.
Wait.
Oh, playtesters could.
Not playtesters. No.
Keith.
Yeah.
So this game here is definitely the longest name.
Yeah.
The box would probably be a lot smaller if the name was shorter.
Probably.
You guys know the story behind this game?
No, I don't know anything about it.
So Ophidian was like a failed CCG back when like Magic took off. And this guy, this hack and slash guy, found like a warehouse full of this shit, of the old game, and he bought it because he liked the game. And then he got people into it, and then he put some of it up on eBay, and people started buying it. And then he realized that there were enough people that really liked the game that he was like, I wonder if I could just buy the rights to this thing and like relaunch it. So he like bought the rights to this failed CCG that apparently like had a pretty innovative game system, but you know it came out in that gout of like Jihad and all those games. You know, remember in the 90s where it was just like a million people trying to do what Magic did and all of them failed except for Magic. And like the Magic and the Star Wars game, those are like the only 2 that survived. So now he's rebooting this, and I think it's rebooted as like an LCG type system.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It says non-collectible expansion.
Yeah, that's a neat story. I mean,
That is a cool story.
I don't know that it's going to happen, but
Well, I'm sure the people that like it will buy the new stuff, and I don't think it'll draw.
as soon as someone says it's like Magic, I just go, stop right there, buddy.
Then I could just play Magic if it weren't.
I want to introduce you to 25 people who have failed that have said those same words.
Haywire Group has Box of Rocks for 2 to
Sounds
38
awesome.
players.
That has a great name. I'll say that right now. That's because it's about that you're dumber than a box of rocks.
Well, that's my favorite
Does
part.
it have rocks in
2
the
to
box?
38 players.
Apparently, look, there's like those 3 rocks there.
Why in the hell is it 38 players? Why not 35? Why not 40? That's a very strange number.
Because there's only 38 different types of rock, you moron. Holy Grail.
Museum.
With a backwards U.
Located in Hall C for scheduled events.
It's
Pass.
Outlaws Last Man Standing. Demo game.
Not it.
Pass. New page.
They're halfway home.
All right, we crossed the halfway point. It's only midnight.
2 hours.
You shut your mouth.
All right.
The fans demanded it.
There's 27 of them, so for some
Somebody
reason.
wants it.
And the fan is going wild.
Hey, the
Oceanos. Yes.
This is on my list. I heard this is good. I like that the category is animals.
It's a bit of a kids game, it looks like, but it's still, well, it's got yellow art.
Is it kids'
which is
game?
good. Ages 8 and up.
I think that
Okay.
Well, yellow always their art's never super serious looking.
No.
No, but it's ages 8 and up. But yellow's art always looks great.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is totally a I'll pick it up later.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, it's Bowser, so it's got that going for it, and it's got card drafting, which I like. So
all right, time for another Knizia game. Let's go.
Shotten Totten.
pass.
Toten.
Pass.
What? It's great. Lance, you
didn't like
Reiner
Battle
hater.
Line?
No.
You're an asshole.
Oh God, I am.
As a person, you are.
The next one I'm
I like
picking
how they
up,
drop the umlauts on that stuff.
I'm picking up Welcome
Curses.
Back to the Dungeon.
Will it ever be
Will
fine?
never be the same.
Never be the same.
Welcome back to the dungeon. I liked Welcome to the Dungeon. I thought it was
I'm
cool.
liking
Yeah,
this.
I'm down with that.
This is on my list.
But it's Antoine Bowser's twist.
Yep.
Because
What a
it was
twist.
originally it's an Oink game, right?
Uh-oh, look at this.
Wait a minute. So, like, it was like, what was it? It was like Welcome to Mandom or something. Was I think
Dungeon of Mandom.
Dungeon of Mandom.
It
Was,
only had one character in it though.
yeah.
All right, so
Don't
let's
mess with the Cthulhu.
look at all the new Resistance games
Don't
coming
mess
out.
with Cthulhu. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not
So
a,
this was a good game, and do you know why they rethemed it Cthulhu? Because it doesn't make any sense based on the
Well,
original
because we
game.
live in America and a game called Time Bomb is about a SWAT
Time
team.
Bomb is awesome. I played that in Japan, and
But that's what this is.
That's what this game
is
is.
Time Bomb.
Yeah, but I have Time Bomb, so I don't need this.
I don't have Time Bomb, so I'm
Well, I didn't want to
buying
give
this.
you one anyway,
this
asshead.
is the Cthulhu one.
So are you guys at the same booth together? Or are
No,
you
we have separate booths, but we're going to demo Grifters in our booth too.
Did you
Well, I've got to walk
did
across the
you change anything in this?
Yeah, it's Cthulhu.
Elder Signs, man. Set of bombs.
I don't know what he changed. I've not played this game yet.
I don't know, but Time Bomb's an awesome game, so this is worth checking out. And I'll
Yeah,
probably pick it
I
up
guess
if
I guess
don't
my
have
Japanese
Time Bomb.
version didn't come with English rules, so maybe I'll just don't
Yeah,
mess with
it's a little
Loose.
different.
All right, next.
Grifters.
This game is very good. I actually really like this game. In fact, I'm going to hold a copy of it up right in front of me as I try
And I actually did a review of the old version of it called You Dirty Rat a long time ago.
It's
And
good.
Dave Fulton's a really nice guy.
Yeah, I like that game a lot. It's fun.
So it's a 2 to 4 Mafia game?
Yeah, you're criminals. Well, I don't know that category is.
Oh, not exactly. No.
Well, you're criminals, and you're essentially like putting together your teams to go. You know, your Ocean's 11. But these guys, these are more like way dirty, dark, seedy dudes. And the game is really simple. You either just play one card from your hand and use its ability, and then you have like a player board that has like a night 1, night 2, night 3. So they perform an action, and then they have to go hide out, right? They have to lay low. So at the end of that third cycle, it'll make its way back to your hand. Or you can play a group of cards, and there's like 3 types. There's like muscle, there's like brains, brawn, and stealth or something. And if you play a group of cards for their icons, you can complete these public objectives, and the public objectives score you more as the more you get. It's really cool. It's one of those games where everyone has a degenerate combo like on their turn, and it's not like a degenerate combo that takes 20 minutes. You know, it's not like the Dominion masturbatory turn. It's like, I'll play this guy. Oh, cool. This guy works with this guy, and he does this thing, so then I get to do this thing. So every turn of it feels very satisfying. I like it. Like, all BS aside, I think I would buy this game.
Cool cover.
Oh, the art
Is that art style throughout the game?
Yeah, it's the same artist. The art is amazing in it.
I have to look at it.
And
That's
I
it
think
for
we
me.
also, Indie Boards and Cards, I'm pretty sure we're going to have the Brazilian art version of Coup.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were bringing that over. We've got that, don't we, Anthony?
Yes, we do.
But it's not in.
It is my favorite version of Coup.
It is nice. I'd like to get that French version.
Which version is your favorite version of Coup? I'm sorry.
The Brazilian version.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's got way less pubic hair.
Right. The last one I want to get, next one I want to get is I'm going to get the Polish version.
I haven't seen the Polish one.
The Polish
one I
version
do.
has the Polish version. No, the Polish version has like Vladimir Putin and Obama in it.
Nice.
How topical.
It's
On that
got-
note, am I allowed to go to sleep now? I
You
don't.
are. Good night, Travis. We'll see
Good
you
night,
next week.
Travis.
Bye. Sorry I ruined everything. I love you all.
I'll come by and give you a hey. when I see you.
Hey.
There he
Actually,
goes, the Fonzie of board game design.
yeah, that's exactly what I said, you fucking Grizzly Adams North Face shirt wearing asshole.
It's not North Face, man. Look at it. The
North
North.
remembers. Oh, that's so clever and ironic. Bye. And I don't like Dungeons and Dragons either.
Oh no.
Japanime's back to Tanto Kori. Or,
Yeah, they dropped the kids' combat game and went back to what they know best.
Yep.
Well, Heart of Crown is nothing to do with that.
And
Heart
what's-
of Crown I'm actually interested in. It's more of a I guess it's a CCG. I don't know if they're doing a collectible version or is it a
Deck building.
okay.
Deck building.
Yeah.
Available for demo.
Maybe I don't know exactly what it is then.
Says deck pooling building.
Mangaka, the Fast and Furious game of drawing comics. Demo games.
Oh yeah, this looks drawing game.
Did we go
Naruto
right
the
by
board
Loon?
game.
Wait. Did we go right by Loon Architects? I'm actually
Oh
interested.
yeah, we gotta pass back. I was about to say that's the Glenmore game, right? Glenmore re-implementation.
Yeah, but I was gonna just
Yeah.
I didn't want to go too much down the rabbit hole on this one, but I mean, is it really like did it just completely steal Glenmore?
Well, I don't want to speak for the game. I don't know.
No, but to play the game, you have to geek mail the person ahead of time to make arrangements to play it. So
Should have
That's kinda
done.
why
They
I
should have
moved
done an
past it.
event system. Huh? Weird.
So, but if you attend one of those sessions, you'll get a
Get a
$5
coupon.
coupon where you can then pre-order for $5 off, and then they'll deliver it to you in a plain brown package in a dark out.
I wish I understood what Naruto was, because I know it's pretty popular.
but they've got a board game for $50.
Yeah.
Cosmos has Imhotep, 100 copies a day,
That'll sell out.
and a
Can't buy it
mini
right now.
expansion.
It's out of print right now.
And a mini expansion that'll be available at Gen Con that
What?
is going to be giving away as a game promo at the exhibit hall doors on Thursday and Saturday.
What?
That's what it says.
Really?
Stone
They're just gonna
Mason.
hand them out.
I guess so.
All 20,000 people that run through those.
They got
doors.
some more Legends of Andor, if that's your thing. Demo games of that.
No, I enjoy Legends of Andor.
Andor's good. Andor's solid.
I still want to play Smugglers. I have not yet played that.
Yeah, neither am
My daughter and I have played it a few times, and that's another one that she wants to do a video of. She enjoys. It's the putty is silly putty, like so it doesn't dry out.
Yeah.
And so but yeah, it's goofy fun is the best way to put it. There's actually more to it because like the fact like you have your little crystal or whatever that you put into the putty and you roll it down, and if it gets through, there's a little bit of Sheriff of Nottingham going on because you kind of bluff as to what's in it, and so if you say that it's if you try to get like because you're smuggling candy, so like if you're trying to get like a certain candy through or whatever, and then the other person can try to guess what it is, and if they guess right, then they get it. But and then they can decide not to open it up to see what it is, because you can put a stink bomb in it too. And so then if they say, oh, I think it's a Jolly Rancher or whatever, it's not Jolly Rancher, it's like it's a sucker, and they open up and it's a stink bomb, then you get to like steal stuff from them. So it's not just rolling, making a little like a rubber ball and then rolling it down the hill. There's a little bit of a bluffing thing going on, which is kind of fun.
Yeah,
So
little set collection stuff, right?
yeah, then that too. Yeah, it's like so you're collecting different kinds of candy and whatever.
All right.
So.
Next up, Laughgasm Games has demo of Survive the Horde party game. So
17 and up.
Laughgasm. That may be the worst name ever.
It's pretty bad.
The player wins by being the last player with at least one healthy brain chip.
So, frickin' Salinas has me interested in this game, which is Vast the Crystal Cast.
I almost backed this way back in the day.
I had this was not on my radar, and he put up a video today, and I watched it. I'm like, that sounds intriguing, because it is asymmetric as you can frickin' get a game.
Yeah, because the different people that you play is just like you have like you can be the Goblin Horde, you can be the Dragon, you can be the Cave. Yeah, it's very Ares Project-esque. Remember that game?
Yeah.
Eaglesteins.
So, and like I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it's something I might check it out. I might pick it up. But I've heard the rule book is a hot mess. It's
That's over. You can overlook that if it's a really good game.
Yeah, that's true. But
Sometimes. I mean, second edition, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's a Kickstarter game. If it's really good, it might get one.
Exceed
is fun.
Yeah.
If you like two-player games,
I've got my copy here. Just to sit.
Two-player head-to-head fighting. If that's the kind of thing you enjoy. If I get my daughter to play it more often, she enjoys it, but she'd just rather play Pokemon against me because she's very good at that and beats me. So, but I can beat her at Exceed. So.
Have you guys played Millennium Blades yet? Anybody play it?
Millennium Blades is fantastic.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
2-1.
Yeah.
I haven't played it yet. I want to.
Millennium Blades is difficult. I mean, it's got a tough. It's weird. It's like I hate the word meta because I think it's just overused. But it's one of those things where it's just it's so cool. It's just it just the whole process of actually like being a CCG player, and then they actually like put it in there and make a euro out of it, basically. Just so cool. So fun.
Well, they have some additional content for it coming at Gen Con.
So
promo pack.
Yeah, they're running a Kickstarter right now, aren't they, for an expansion and everything?
Might be.
It's second edition.
So like if you want to make sure you get the promo packs and you want all the extra promos or anything like that, there's a level you can back that'll just get you the promos and extra cards if you want to.
Yeah, and I didn't say it was a bad game. I don't think it's fantastic. I think it's a very good game. I don't think it's as great as Fantastic warrants.
Well, that's why we're all reviewers. Hey, how's your review of Invasion coming?
I've only gotten to play the solo ones so far.
Oh, it's better than most of the people that I sent it to, so go ahead. Thank you.
No problem.
Joel, how's your review coming?
It's in the queue.
And I may just review the solo games, because everyone else is going to review the other stuff, and not the solo stuff. So.
Well, all right. Moving on!
Looney Quest from Asmodee. I imported this game because it's freaking awesome.
Yes,
so,
it is, and I even have the knockoff one of it as well. What was the other one that like same exact thing, but I forget what it's called.
Well, it wasn't a knockoff. It was actually what came out in the U.S.
Yeah,
Doodle Quest.
Doodle Quest, yeah. But Looney Quest is better. If you like drawing games and stuff like that, go buy this.
That's it's totally a game that my daughter requests to play it.
Mysterium Hidden Signs is already out. If you like Mysterium, you should own this already. That's how I feel.
If anything, just for the extra cards.
It's just extra cards, and that's all you need it for.
Yeah.
Lone Shark Games is demoing Apocrypha Adventure Card Game. It's the Pathfinder Adventure Card Game on a new setting.
And you know how much I love that.
Yep.
Such a great game.
The Ninth World, a skill-building game for Numenera. Don't know anything about it.
Ass.
Sausage Party. Early start games. 2 to 4 players, real-time set collection.
Have you guys seen the trailers for the movie Sausage Party, the animated movie?
Looks
That
awesome.
looks hilarious. Have you guys seen? You know what Joel and I are talking about?
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so it's an animation. It's a movie, but it's very R-rated, and basically all the food is sentient. And so, like, you see all this food you go watch the trailer. You can see all this food gets bought at the grocery store, and like, there's a hot dog and there's a bun, and the hot dog's a dude and the bun's a girl, and like they're all like, what he wants to put his meat in her and all those things, but then they're all like talking about how like they're going to like going home or leaving the grocery store is like, oh, we're gonna go home, we're gonna go to like
Somebody wants us.
Yeah, basically, and so then like you see at the very beginning, you see this potato gets grabbed and pulled up, and like he's got water running over him. He's like, oh, I'm being baptized, I'm going to my glorious reward. And then all of a sudden she pulls out the peeler and it just starts ripping.
Are you talking about Thornwatch?
No, we're talking about the movie Sausage Party.
Sausage Party. It just starts ripping the skin right off of the.
When food realizes what its actual purpose in life
is. it's and then like and then dropping him in the boiling water, and just So it's on
Netflix.
Yeah, no, it's a movie that's coming out. Just go on YouTube and just type in Sausage Party trailer and you can watch it.
Be careful.
Am I gonna get flagged?
No, and like I think it doesn't like Seth Rogen, isn't he the voice of the?
Yeah, it's that whole group of guys, the same guys who did what's the end of the world?
Yeah, it's that.
That was pretty good. I like that one.
That kind of humor, so it's
sounds pretty one note though.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, Thornwatch. What do you guys think of the Penny Arcade game guy?
I don't know. It's
Penny
pretty
Arcade
good.
guys.
So it requires a game master, which kind of turns me off.
This has been in development for a long time. I've been seeing it for like at
It's
least
just
a
being
year,
printed
maybe more.
Gen Con, so I don't think we'll see a lot. Lunar Labs has a bunch of Flux crap.
But it's Firefly Flux. Everyone loves Firefly.
Sure, whatever.
You know what?
Flux plays though. This game will last longer than the actual show lasted.
Oh, son! You know what?
Nothing wrong with Flux. Come on.
Firefly was Firefly was okay, right? It was. I mean,
I never saw it.
It's not horrible. It's just not as great as everyone thinks it is.
I'm holding my geek card out for that one. I guess I'll watch it someday.
I haven't watched all of it. I've watched some of it.
Well, there's only like 8 episodes. How could you not have watched all of it?
I think
there's more than 8 episodes.
There's 13 of them.
Okay, 13.
And the first 4 are not great. Just.
It takes a while to figure out what the hell.
And I'm probably going to get lit up because.
Well, I think what happened. I mean, not to go down the rabbit hole too far, but I think what happened with that is that they kind of knew that they had no shot at being renewed, and so then they kind of
all in the last 8 episodes.
So
you're saying there's 8 good episodes.
So they definitely, I think they sped up their. I think they sped up their resolution, if you will, for all like some of, and
they could have written that out for a while with all the weird little like Western tropes. They could have stolen.
Yeah, and then they definitely
borrowed.
Yeah, and then they had like I got into a pretty epic argument with somebody about whether or not who was better, Mal or Han Solo, and that was an interesting geek debate that I had. So
most people know who Han Solo is. That's the end of your argument.
But yeah, that was the other thing. And then I remember
Four Gods.
No. I'm just going to say one thing. No.
It's midnight. It's midnight.
It's midnight 14. You be quiet.
It's 1:15.
My one thing that they were talking about how Mal was he actually was whatever, he was like a person who actually fought. He was a soldier, whereas Han Solo was a mercenary. In my thing. And I said, well, you have to excuse him. He actually won the war that he was involved in, and I thought that was good too. So anyway, go on.
All right. Four Gods.
This actually looks pretty intriguing.
Game.
Christoph Bollinger, you guys know who that is?
Yeah, that's the only reason that this game is even remotely appealing to me.
Yeah.
Hey, it's got demo games available.
Oh, bummer.
And Christoph will be running those demos, which you should just sit on.
If you could play a game with Christoph, play a game with Christoph. He is great.
If you could just have a conversation without anything but Christoph.
Yes.
Do it.
He's quite the character. Love Christoph.
So this is one that you should go take a look at regardless.
Yeah, I think so.
Real-time tiling.
It's a real-time tiling game, and I think he said something with the more players, the quicker it goes, or something. I can't remember exactly. What
Yeah, because basically, from what I know about it is you're building this world in the middle by placing tiles. So the more people you have, the quicker the area gets.
The quicker the world gets built, right? It looked interesting. They play the full game. If that's the explanation, then they play it through that video. I don't know.
Take a look at the video.
I don't remember anything about it because it feels like ages ago, but it was just last year.
All right, page 10, Ludicrations Crisis.
This is on Kickstarter right now. This is an interesting game because it's not cooperative at all. However, the game ends when you basically crash the market. So each round is a certain point on the score track you have to be at, and if you're not at that, there's an overall economy track that gets moved down, and once it hits 0, the game ends. So it's got this really weird thing going on. So everyone's trying to at least hit this point on the point track. So you may do something because you are not going to be able to win if the game ends there. So you may not take a tile because you just like a worker placement thing. You like assign your workers to places that tiles you want to claim. But say I'm going and I'm probably in second place in points, but I know if Lance does not take the tile that everyone would want, so I get to take it first. And I know if the Lance doesn't get it, the market's going to crash. I may choose not to take the tile I want, so Lance can have it, just so the game doesn't end early. So it's got some interesting stuff in it. It's they say it's heavier, but it's really not that heavy once you wrap your head around the whole concept. But I've played it. It's a cool game.
Cool.
And that's what that span in time is too. That 45 to 120 minute time frame is just based on how well you can keep the market going to let the game go on.
Next up is Myth or Myth.
I have played this, the original version of it.
And
it's
okay.
It's like fun for 5 minutes, and that's all it is 20 minutes. Okay. It's got an interesting. How do they describe it in here? Where you draw things out of people's hand, and you have poison in your hand. And I don't know if they've redesigned this at all, but it has a cool thing where you're drawing things out of other people's hand, and your hand has poison in it. That's kind of fun when people draw the poison out of your hand. But it's pretty simplistic.
Okay. Passport's selling that at Gen Con.
Well,
we've got HMS Dolores available for demo games. From Eric M. Lang and Brewdog Fiduti.
Hadn't heard of this one.
Yeah, this is a pirate game.
No, it's negotiating to split your pirate treasure. That sounds like fun. I want to check that out.
I am a Fiduti fan.
Is it a redo of that Dragon's Gold?
I think it is. Okay. Because it's a 10 to 20 minute game, so it's probably very, very close to it, if not exactly the same game. With a couple of things added to it, maybe.
Oh, and the art's by Vincent Dutrait?
Yeah,
so,
that's great.
Mage Company, 12 Realms Bedtime Story, and 12 Realms Dungeon Land.
The Karatia looks interesting.
Karatia?
I
don't know. 1 to 6 players, ages 8 and up. Carrot supplies are getting low, and rabbits must brave the wild to collect enough to feed the colony. It
looks like you're working together to build a maze.
Yeah.
Maybe?
You gotta get through a maze as quick as possible within a certain...
Could be interesting, but the young age might make it too simple. I don't know.
The Cohort. Fast-paced game for 2 to 6 players. Race to be the first to assemble a legion. So Caesar, you are the greatest of his commanders. I don't know. Raid and trade, war on the streets. Don't know anything about it.
Anybody play
Raid
Raid
and
and
Trade is
Trade?
fun. Raid and Trade is fun. I like the whole aspect of kind of like going out in the streets and digging for stuff and trying to find the equipment. I'd have to check out the expansion to see what it adds, though.
Next is Wrong Chemistry. This is a second edition of a game that's been out for a little while and looks okay. Mandu Games has Rising 5 Runes of Astros for demo.
That looks like a lot of fun. I like somebody they sent me a press release for it, and I actually dove into it. And I want to read up on that a little bit more.
1 to 5
Needs a phone.
20 to 40 minutes. It's a quicker game. So.
Yeah.
Needs an app or a game master. Captain
Captain
Sonar, baby.
Sonar. This game is fun.
That's one of my 5 right there.
It is a game that it's not a game I'll own. It's not a game I'll buy. It's a game I'd be happy to play at a convention or something. I played 3 or 4 games of it, 8-player at Origins. The only reason you should play the turn-based is just to learn what you're doing, because it is garbage compared to the real-time version of the game. But it is a lot of fun. It is a really good time. It's very stressful, though. It's stressful.
All apologies to Stronghold, but it is way better than their real-time ship.
It's better than
Space Cadet Dice Tools.
Yeah, it's so much better. And maybe it's just the theme. I don't know, but I mean,
I think it's.
Well, it looks like it's more advanced than that.
I think it's everything.
You're not. Are you You're not rolling dice in this game.
Nope. You are yelling out directions and drawing with a white or dry erase.
Yeah. Eric Martin's bringing his copy. Definitely going to play this.
I played it with the Dice Tower folks at Origins and had a great time. Eric Summer was a great sonar man.
How do you interact with the other team?
You've got a big barrier between you and the other team to separate you out. Yeah. And each time the captain gives a direction that he wants to move. And so the captain names the direction out loud. Well, the radio officer on the other team is listening to the direction that the other team's captain calls out and drawing and tracing the path that they're taking.
And so he can only...
And so he's figured out where the other guys are.
Oh, so he's trying to overlay the path.
He's got an overlay that goes over the map that he can slide around.
Now
Meanwhile, every time the captain calls out a direction, the engineer has to damage a piece of the ship's system that correspond to that direction until you get to the point that you end up having to repair things. And you can take so much radiation, or if you fill up all your radiation, you'll end up damaging your sub. But if you damage any component of either your weapons or your like drone stuff or your other things, you're not able to use those systems at all. So if you've got your weapon system damaged, you can't drop mines or fire torpedoes.
Okay.
And then the first mate, his job is to basically load the torpedoes, ready the drones and stuff like that. So basically he can put a point of energy, for lack of a better term, each time the captain moves something, and he yells when things are ready. Once you take a point of
so you
damage,
have to drive around a little bit to arm everything.
Right, and then if all your stuff gets damaged, you'll have to surface and repair. And so you basically say surface or whatever, then you're in a real-time mode where starting with the engineer, each person has to trace around a section of the submarine. After all 4 players have traced their section, they have to show it to the engineer of the other team, who gives you a yes, you've completed it, and then you can resubmerge. But while you're on the surface, the other people are still moving and trying to attack you, and you have to give away part of your position whenever you surface. So
yeah.
It is crazy.
I'm actually really interested in this. This is cool.
So this sounds like it'll be better at a higher player count.
It should only be played with 8 players, in my opinion.
With 8.
That's how I played it. But otherwise, you've got people duplicating roles, and I think it's probably less fun.
Okay.
But yeah, if your radar operator screws up and doesn't hear the command correctly,
the other captain,
you're done, right?
Oh, okay, I see.
That guy can't do anything. And like the captain, there's a little bit of Tron light cycles for the captain because he can't retrace his route, and there's
can't go backwards.
Right. but you can like enable things to run silent, where you dive and basically get to move a certain number of spaces undetected instead of just your normal movement and stuff. That's how you escape. So it's a solid game.
I got about. Guys, I'll catch you later.
All right,
See ya, Berkey.
Hi, Berkey.
Have a good one.
night.
Good night.
See you at the convention, brother.
Yeah, I'll be
See you
there.
there.
Hey, Anthony, we got to hook up on Tuesday.
Yes.
King!
Where do you hook it up?
To then, and I shall bring some wonderful Cubans for you.
Because they're now legal.
And the spice must flow.
Thanks
Very
again for the
cool.
jerky, brother.
I will see you on Tuesday, my friend.
Little melange.
We'll hook up. Catch you later.
No problem. Take it easy. Thanks.
Dungeons and Dragons either.
Mayday Games has Assassin Con.
That looks good. Hidden movement, rolling around. Basically, it kind of takes the same thing of like where you the movement that you used for the I can't even talk the Wild West game where you on the train. So it's like
Express.
yeah. So everybody puts their card in the middle, and then you shuffle it up, and then you kind of reveal where people are going, and so you're trying to. So you know, like if somebody was explaining to me, so it's like like I'll know like Aldi's trying to kill me, but I don't know what character Aldi's playing, and so I've got to kind of deduce which cards like Aldi's putting out there, and then you can kind of bluff and like pretend you're something else. So if you can get somebody to kill somebody else and like screw somebody over, it looks interesting.
Sounds neat. Dungeon Busters from Mayday Games, 3 to 5 player.
I don't know anything about this.
I don't know. I think Joel did a review on it today, so go watch
Mine just
that.
got delivered, so.
Joel did a review of Dungeon Busters.
I think I saw
Walked
it
away.
on his channel. I could be crazy though.
You are.
Hold on, I'm gonna find out if I'm crazy or not.
Did Mayfair come out with another game
Oh hell
that
yeah,
nobody
he
knows
did.
anything
Joel
about?
did a review on it, so.
This is like a push your luck game.
Hey, there's a lot of islands in the world that they don't have a game for yet.
Well, it's like
True.
it's just totally like, oh, and here's a big box game for $35 from Mayfair. What is this?
I know it's
Nobody
Matthew
knows anything
Johnston.
about it.
This actually is kind of interesting.
Costa Rica?
But you're pushing your luck, but you're moving through a map to push your luck.
Yeah.
So what you expose tiles as you go through the map, and then when you fail, you pull your team off or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
since it's
different
Mayfair, it
terrain.
might be a good game with horrible components. So.
It's a decent game. There's different terrains with different risk percentages on them. And it's like I already said, it's push your luck. When one person controls the expedition, they'll move everybody's meeples, and then they say, all right, they flip over a tile and it's a line or whatever. They say, all right, I'm going to keep going, and then everybody will pass, and we'll keep going until either you flip over 2 risks or somebody takes all the tiles. And then it's just, whoever has the most points at the end of the game.
It's worth looking at, maybe.
It's a different twist on it. It looks different.
All
It's a
right.
nice little filler.
Matthias Kramer.
They have a 2-player game, Fight for Olympus.
Yeah, Matthias Kramer. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
All I know
Yeah,
is
I'm starting to like him
2-player.
more and
I
more.
don't play a lot
Come
of
on.
players.
Lance, when did you lose the Euro streak or did you ever have it?
What?
Yeah.
There are Euro
Yeah.
games that are good, I'll fully admit, but a lot of them are just retreads of the same crap. I mean, yeah, no, sorry.
Matthias Kramer.
I'm just not very interested because it's.
Exactly,
you know,
2-player.
Turn off.
I'm friends with him, so I can call him by his real name. Matthias Kramer is how you pronounce it.
No, it's Matthias Kramer.
Yeah, whatever. That's what he says to you, and we all laugh behind your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
But
call
he
him
will
Matthias. Go call him Matthias.
Matthias.
It's it's just more of the same. It's just I don't know. I mean, it's just. And the thing is that if I had a choice between playing a Euro or a Ameritrash game, there's no question.
I'm blowing through the next one because it's a demo-only Kickstarter game.
And tennis games.
Sweet
Tennis
spot.
games do so well.
Hey,
Yes,
well, I'll say this:
But
I've played
tennis games.
game.
The monkey tennis I've got is pretty nice, pretty fun.
Oh, I want that monkey tennis so bad. That Affen tennis game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I owned that.
Yeah.
That's a grail for me. Totally.
Opinion's got demos of Cosmic Kaboom.
Hey, no, Sweet Spot is actually a very fun game. I'll say that. It's you wouldn't expect it it's just. Hey, I'll fully admit that. Yeah, it's not gonna dazzle people with its theme, but it's fun.
Alrighty then. Cosmic Kaboom, the demo.
Fun game.
Manhattan Project, 2 minutes.
What's Cosmic Kaboom? Whatever.
It is a science fiction.
Dexterity.
So it's a dexterity flicking game. It's fun.
Okay.
It actually looks like fun.
Oh yeah. I remember this one.
It was on Kickstarter.
You probably back 6 copies on Kickstarter.
Yeah, I think
You probably got
10 Salems. What am I gonna do with 10 Salems? Did you get your Salem yet?
Paul, they arrived at Paul's house. Paul will be here on Monday afternoon.
There was a
live.
And
You're doing a live burning?
We are going to throw them on my fire pit on Monday night.
Are you going to Periscope
Are you going to video it? You got to video it.
Yes, we're going to video
Don't
it.
Periscope it, YouTube it, so it doesn't go away.
Yeah, no, it'll be there forever.
Well, I don't know why I'm encouraging you.
I don't know.
I got the fire pit all ready for it.
Are you going to play it? You're not even going to play it?
Hot dogs are burning on it.
No.
You know, the plastic in there when you burn that is actually toxic. So if you could go ahead and not do that. And
What
burn
plastic in it?
Take the shrink wrap off.
The shrink wrap, yeah.
Take the shrink wrap off.
All right, take the shrink wrap off.
Then people are just going to believe that you didn't leave.
I will videotape me taking the shrink wrap off and throwing it into the fire pit directly.
Oh, because it's impossible to re-shrink wrap things.
Oh, God.
All right, Pete.
Stop being such an apologist, Lance, for everybody.
Manhattan Project Chain Reaction card game. I got my copy in the mail a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I did too, and I want to check out Manhattan Project 2. Manhattan Project is still one of the best worker placement games.
It is a good game that I haven't played very much.
I don't know anything about this to midnight though. When did he kickstart this?
I think so. This is for demo copies.
This isn't that one where you're watching the pollution and all that, is it?
No, that's Energy Empire, and that's a really good game too.
It's a standalone, right?
Yeah,
And
but no.
2 Minutes to Midnight is a totally different game in the same universe because we'll just let the Manhattan Project go on forever.
Yeah, and they're also going to do demos of Manhattan Project Energy Empire. So.
And I'm waiting for the Manhattan Project Dexterity game.
I don't see that one yet. But.
I'm sure it'll come out.
Oh, it's got a little radiation symbol.
Manhattan Project Kaboom!
Then he's going to have perspective.
Yeah.
Memory, deduction, and limited knowledge.
Memory
I've got that sitting here. I need to try it because it's got all my keywords.
Saga of the Northmen for demo.
Great, fun game. Very, very quick area control. 45 minutes. The 30 to 40, that doesn't make any sense. It's about a 45-minute to an hour game, unless they've changed it.
Here's another short game, Sun, Moon, and Stars. 5 to 15.
Another clever little game that just you're moving your cards around in a circle. Whenever I see James Matthew at any convention, he always makes me sit down and I end up playing all of his games, and he just kind of spits them out and we play them. So there you go.
Sucker.
Up next, Star Trek Adventures Core Book. So, Star Trek RPG. There's some people squeeing over this one.
That should be good.
Looks kind of neat. They're going to be giving away some figures of Picard and Kirk.
Is it a tactical minis RPG?
It's an RPG. Just a straight RPG. It's a D20.
Yeah. Oh, Jay Little. Jay Little. Yeah. Right.
The Morpheus system.
Airfix Battles.
This one caught my eye.
I don't know anything about it.
Hasn't Airfix Battles been around for a few years, though?
Has it?
I think so.
It's old.
Yeah, the base game and bonus decks and stuff like that. All right, we're going to page 11.
11!
Holy shit.
We're closer to the end than we are to the beginning.
We can skip the TMG section, right? Because Lance talks about it every week anyway.
Yeah, we could just skip that.
Siege of the Citadel, yep.
Demo games ahead of a Kickstarter. Thunderbirds Above and Beyond.
Look at that! Look at that dream team.
Wait, it's Richard Borg, Eric Lang, and some hack, right, Lance?
Yeah, some hack.
That's a lot for a game that's not coming out.
Kevin Wilson.
I love Kevin Wilson. Kevin Wilson's one of the nicest guys on the planet.
Yes.
What did you guys think of the original Mutant Chronicles? I never played it.
I sat on my
played it.
copy for a lot of years.
Did you?
I played it. It was fun.
I got it during the time when I was really playing a lot of Warhammer 40k. So
Okay.
it didn't trigger my interest. But
I never played 40k. I played Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, I played both. I played Fantasy and 40k.
I never understood why Warhammer Fantasy didn't take off like 40k. Everybody loved 40k. They couldn't get enough of it.
Uh,
Yeah, it's futuristic stuff.
And I didn't realize Thunderbirds did well enough to do an expansion.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Then we've got Castle Assault. Have fun storming the castle.
It annoys me when people just like try to. I know TJ and I consider him a friend and he's a really nice guy, and then everybody always sees the game and I don't know. I don't know what it is. I keep thinking. I'm trying to think of the other game that everybody says that it is, and it isn't. Screw it. Who cares? No, because people see the board and they think it's Summoner Wars, but it's not. It's like because you have lanes of travel and you have different things and different powers and I don't know. It's not. It isn't. It stands on its own and it's a lot of fun. So.
But it's a card game where the cards are units, type of.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just seeing
how we understand something like that.
All right.
Monolith, Conan, the board game.
Is it going to be there?
No, demos and then Q4 release.
Demo? Oh, right. Well, they've been demoing it for a while.
Yeah.
This is the one with the console and all that, right?
$3 million Kickstarter?
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if it's 3. Whatever.
Mythic Games, Mythic Battles Pantheon. Demo games, ahead of scheduled events.
Yeah. I don't know if any of you guys got the emails from the company. They actually are having like an off-site event to go and try out the game, I think on Saturday and Sunday. So I might go and check it out. The miniatures look really cool for it.
We've got the Stockpile expansion, which from
it's
everything
out.
I've heard, if you like Stockpile, go buy that.
Yep, Stockpile's
my cards at Gen Con, though.
Stockpile is
Romney?
I think it's
Bernie Sanders?
And
Socialist Sanders. What does that say for Mitt? Moneymaker Mitt.
Oh my!
Yeah, Trump in there even.
Nevermore Games, Dark Dealings.
That came in the mail today.
Just came out, yeah.
I love that game. That's your favorite game, isn't it?
I don't hate it. I just didn't like it. I played it and it just left me cold.
It had interesting. You're trying to stop the heroes coming in, right? You're the dungeon master, or you're the dungeon lord.
Yes.
And it looked kind of interesting. You didn't love it?
No, I didn't love it. It just, I don't know. It just didn't hit for me. I don't know why. Nor did anybody else in my group. We thought, it's okay. But it's not a game that I would choose over any other game I was likely to grab off the shelf. So,
Like, it's kind of like For Sale plus one more phase.
It's got great art, though. So
yeah, it does. Like ElfQuest kind of art.
Yeah. Spires from TC Petty III demo games ahead of the mid-August crowdfunding campaign. NSKN games, In the Name of Odin.
I backed that one.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
Well, it was a Viking game. I had to.
Yeah.
I had no choice. Has some cool looking minis and yeah. So I played Simurg, which is the next one. Good. I mean, it's it's a very solid game. That isn't a very glowing recommendation, I'll fully admit, but I don't know. I didn't hate it, and I would play it again if somebody asked me if I wanted.
I think it looks cool. The thing I like about Simurg is how you have the worker placement locations that come into the game and go out of the game.
Hello.
And
sorry.
Cool. Because I don't know any other games that do that I've ever played anyway. So I'm kind of interested.
What? What was that?
Said Joel's multitasking. Who's winning, Joel?
I am playing Kalis on Hard Game Arena. Async.
Hey, glad you could join us and pay attention to what's going on. I really appreciate it.
I can do more than 3 things at once.
Yeah.
Agamemnon, 2-player war game.
Huh. 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Wow,
Interesting.
that's quick.
Gunter
That
Corner.
is a fish.
For sale.
Let Them Eat Cake for sale from Oscar Games. 3 to 6 players,
Here's
45 to 60. It's a party game of some sort. A game of committees, coercion, and cake. Elect your friends to positions of power in the hope that they look upon your patronage favorably or denounce them as enemies of the revolution. Alliances and betrayal are all fair games. You try to amass as much cake as you can before the revolution collapses.
Is it like a more advanced guillotine?
Maybe.
Maybe
Same
it's
designer
got
as The King is Dead.
It's not a real selling point.
No, I mean, I'm not. Believe me. I don't like boiling things down to their bare minimums. I'm sure this game is interesting because it's Osprey. Osprey has been picking up some interesting titles for sure.
It looks like you cut cake with a guillotine.
Yeah, okay.
Overworld games. Exposed.
Good Cop, Bad Cop by Overworld is a very, very fun game.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I played that. I have played that at so many conventions, and like everybody at the table is having a blast when we're playing.
Drunk.
Exposed looks like it's more Good Cop, Bad Cop type of thing.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yep. And Good Cop, Bad Cop Undercover will be there. And
Leaders
of
of
Euphoria
Euphoria.
is Good Cop, Bad Cop. Just so you know, it's just
based on the Euphoria.
Yes, it's Euphoria themed. Good Cop, Bad Cop. I played
Okay.
it at Gen Con last year.
Dystopian future.
Yeah, it's basically
Kind of a weird mashup there.
Cool.
Showtime. 2 to 4 player where you're a carnival barker tracking through your
No
secret
pictures.
rooms.
What?
Demo games only. So
Yeah.
Forrest loves the theme. So Paizo Horror Adventures.
Horror Adventures?
Horror.
Yeah, I ordered
Sign me up.
Pretty
Let
sure.
me say one thing. This says Horror Adventures. One of my favorite RPGs of all time was Earth Dawn. And Earth Dawn, like the whole idea is that like everybody said that these evil creatures were coming to destroy the world, and so all the races went and they hid in these cairns that they created. And then they waited until like basically because the whole idea was like magic would increase and decrease that in a cycle, and so that when the magic was too huge in the world, that's when like these horrors, these creatures, basically demons, could rip open portals to the world and devastate the world, and so they'd all go and they'd hide in these cairns until the magic would recede. Well, one of the things is in Earth Dawn, the magic doesn't recede. It kind of goes back a little bit, but doesn't go back completely. And so the player characters are all heroes that have been elected to leave the cairns and find out what has happened to the world on the outside and see if the horrors have gone away. A wonderful theme, wonderful RPG, great RPG, but I absolutely hated the fact that the big evil things were horrors. And like, because every single time you say, so okay, the horror attacks. Oh, the horror attacks us. I finally had to say, we're not going to call them horrors anymore. We're going to call them like demons. We just had to actually change it. Anyway, sorry for the.
Yeah, that's okay.
So if the horrors came out and you didn't send them back, did they send Milk looking for you?
Yes, exactly.
I want my bitches back.
Yeah. Bachelor party. I'm going to go get Milt.
I will send Milt for you.
I'm going to get the fuck out of here.
It's being Milt.
What a great movie.
All right, continue.
Pathfinder showing demos of the next set of the Pathfinder Adventure card game. I don't know why you need to demo stuff that you could just play the other versions of, but it's not going to be
Pathfinder Adventure card game, one of the worst games of all time.
Actually, it's a really good app game, but for playing the game itself, it's dead to me at this point.
Just so
Game
bad.
on Fire compilation from Steven Bendorf, available for demo games. Starfall, available for demo games. It's a Knizia-like bidding game. by someone other than Knizia. It's by Scott Holmes.
Scott Holmes.
Oh, well. Next.
Wasteland Express Delivery Service. It's only demo games, but I am intrigued by a game from John Gilmore, Ben Pinchback, and Matt Riddle. So
IDW Games.
Yeah, I'm not holding that against.
Well, no, the key here is not the IDW part, it's the Pandasaurus part.
Okay.
If Pandasaurus is involved, you have a shot of it being a good game.
Oh, and then we've got World Porters by Hisashi Hayashi for Pandasaurus.
I actually own a Japanese version of that, and it's quite fun.
It's only for demo, though.
Who's plotting for me?
No.
Passport Game Studios, Three Wishes. It's a little micro game with like 18 cards or something like that. We're trying to collect 3 different wishes. I would describe it, if you've played Masquerade, as Masquerade Light.
I didn't really like this. I don't know. It was like
it looked pretty chaotic.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it's a great little 3-minute game because that's all it is. It's
I never felt like I could actually. It never felt like any decision I made really mattered at all. It just seemed like.
Probably need to play it a few times.
I don't know.
Like I said, it's a 3-minute, $10 game. It's not bad.
Trick taking?
Horrible. No, it's not really trick taking.
I gotta fix that.
You are swapping. You always have 3 cards in front of you. You're trying to swap it. You're trying to set collect. Once you collect the set, you can end the game after so many turns, and then the highest scoring 3 wishes end up winning. If you have the 3 different wishes. It's not the world's deepest game, but it is fun to kill time with.
It's 5 minutes long, max. How deep could it possibly get?
Yeah, it's not deep. Like I said, it's a very light version of Masquerade, where you don't necessarily know what your cards are after somebody trades them. The next game coming from Passport that I'm also going to pick up is Quartz, which is from the designers of Sheriff of Nottingham. It's push your luck and set collection, and a little bit of screw your neighbor as well. Neat components where you're going mining out of a bag and drawing your gems out of the bag, and you're pushing luck to try to pull more crystals that you want, type of thing. It's a neat game. I'm looking forward to it. Then we got a new page coming.
Ooh.
And this top of the page, the big game.
Salem.
$45.
So Anthony, you're gonna be picking up a copy, a playable copy?
I'm gonna pick one up and then drive it to Pennsylvania and smack you in the face with it.
That's fine, Dandy, but you're off the state. I'm in Delaware.
I've heard it's probably going to be the heaviest deduction type game of the year, and it does what it's trying to do.
I'm looking forward to playing it 10 times.
It might be the greatest game you'll ever play, Anthony. You're just being angry.
Oh, I'll be angry.
He's standing by his principles.
I'm filling in for Travis. He's not here.
Yeah,
all right.
I'll be angry. What the fuck do you care if I'm angry or not?
Fair enough.
Up next is Perplexed with a bunch more of the little bubblegum pack of games.
Those are old. Oh, Perplexed, yeah.
The pack of fun games.
You know what? I never really understood the appeal of those. You're just gonna lose them. I mean, honestly.
I played one of them that wasn't too bad, but I've not played the others.
Another ringing endorsement.
I played the Liar's Dice one and liked it.
Well, I expected it to be not good, but so not too bad is probably a good endorsement for what it is.
Yeah.
Peterson Games, Gods of Glorantha, The Gods War, from Sandy Peterson.
Huge giant minis, right?
Yeah.
So,
Glorantha was is an old school RPG setting. That it was kind of like one of those weird Judges Guild type of things way back in the day. You can probably Google it and find out about it.
It's not available, but you can look at some of the figures.
Yeah, it was for Hero Quest. That's right. And it was just huge and giant and
so then now Sandy Peterson is just doing it. I think it's in Kickstarter right now, that game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's ongoing, it says.
Yeah.
But you can see some of the figs at Gen Con. Then Thematic, the Agents from Peterson Games. 2 to 4 players, 10 and up. Ancient bluffing card game mythology action, betting, card drafting, and deck pool building. $35.
I vaguely remember a demo of this last year.
I know nothing
It
about
looked
it.
kind of interesting. Don't remember the details, though, unfortunately. Huh, well.
Yep. Well, that's what demos are for, right?
Yeah.
Which Flag Dash are you talking
No,
about?
no, with the Amaki.
Thematic, the Agents.
Or Machi, I don't know.
Yeah.
Machi?
Next up is Flag Dash.
I think capture the flag, 2 teams, race around, different player powers. It's
Really, really fun.
Do you
It-
remember?
no.
Do you remember play Gen Con?
it does exactly what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
And if you want to just have it's kind of like a miniatures game where you're not killing each other. And so I didn't feel bad about playing it with my daughter.
Okay.
It's not set
Next
in the
up,
fantasy world. That's why I don't want it.
No, that's fair enough.
Hot Hat Games has 2 new Ashes decks.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Go buy them.
I like that Rose one. That looked
Yeah, she looks crazy insane. So I'll be picking these.
The
up.
artwork is just phenomenal.
I mean, there's not an artist I like better than Fernanda right now. So
Weird that it doesn't have a designer in there, but I assume it's.
You know,
It's Isaac.
when I got Ashes, I played it probably 10 times in a week, and then now it's down to playing once a month, which is not bad,
I think
actually.
it just needs more.
You've
stuff.
played it more than I have, but I think it's for
Once
a
I-
head-to-head
once some of
game.
those
I like it.
expansions come out, then you can kind of deck build a little more.
Right. But hell, I'll buy it just to look at the cards. To be honest,
In just your underwear? Touching yourself?
I mean, the art is that good that I just want to own it. It is what it is. I'm weird on that. I just really like those cards. The next game on the list is the game that nerds will be knocking each other over to try to get to buy, which will be Seafall.
Which is dumb.
Those nerds.
Just pre-order it and just get it sent to your house.
Yes, but you can get it now if you
And the
fight for it.
coins.
You're gonna.
But aren't we gonna? Isn't it gonna be on your doorstep when we get home?
No, I don't know. They haven't told us when we're getting our copies.
It should be.
No, they're saying the pre-order copies are going to be so close to being at the same time as Gen Con. It's just, and they were hoping they would actually get the pre-ordered copies to everybody prior to Gen Con. That was their hope, and it was just it's.
They got 2 more. They got 4 more days.
Yeah, and it's just.
I don't think so. I think you're thinking of Dead of Winter. This one's not going to be out until September.
If you go and you look and read it, if I remember correctly, and I'll go look myself here. Hold on a second.
That it's still being assembled, so.
Yeah, but here, let me look at something real quick here.
Even so, if I can wait a month or 2 to play the game. This is a game I want to play at Gen Con. So, have seed dice.
Yeah.
But I mean, this game is going to be it'll be sold out the first day. I don't care how much they bring.
They're probably doing dailies, right? Daily.
They haven't in the past, but they might.
They weren't owned by another company in the past either.
Well, they're owned now. They're owned by a different company. So.
Yeah, but Z-Man didn't hold anything back at. Actually, the guy who was running the booth for Plaid Hat was running the Z-Man booth at Origins as well. But they, I don't know if they're going to hold any back or not.
You can read. You can read into this verbiage however you want. Ahead of pre-order shipping, know that a limited number of copies will be sent directly to Gen Con. These copies will be entirely separate from the pre-orders of the game, and we will not be offering a pre-order pickup at Gen Con. While this isn't our preference, and we'd like to see the pre-orders to be shipped prior to the show, we can't guarantee their arrival prior to the time of the show. So you can read into that however you want. I read it as being very, very close to the exact same time.
It might be 1 to 2 months till we get it, but we'll be getting it. So I'm fine with it. I don't need to play it there, but it's going to be awesome.
These don't come with coins, right?
No, they don't.
they'll
come
come
with
with
the
the cardboard.
If they have the coins there, they're going to charge you an extra $40 for them.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal with this. I've played the first 2 hours of it.
Shush.
And
No spoilers.
I'm not going to give you any spoilers. I'm not going to give you any spoilers at all. But I played like the first 2 hours of it, and I haven't been. I mean, the only other game that I'm this excited about is Seventh Continent. I mean, as far as like just blowing me away, as far as being fun and being interesting, this and Seventh Continent are like the two games that I am more excited about than I have been for any board games in a long, long time. So, and I'll leave that.
I'm right there with you. If there was not a pre-order program, I would be right there in the fat guy shuffle to get this game. You know.
I mean, you know what? There is a 50-50 shot I'll end up buying one anyway.
Don't do it.
I know. I keep telling myself, don't do it. But if I do it, then I can just.
For somebody that needs it that didn't pre-order.
Well, but that's my fault. They're still taking the pre-orders right now. I mean, it's just like you.
Right, but you've already got it pre-ordered, so why waste your money?
Because I'll be able to. I know I can turn around and sell the other one to somebody else for $80. So I'm not really wasting any money.
I guess. All right, let's move on to another game that's going to be hot, and that's from Portal Games, and it's Cry Havoc.
Just order it, $75 shipped straight to your house. Just.
Actually, I'm doing Gen Con pickup for free. So.
Well, I don't want to. You live close. I don't want to have to lug it home.
Exactly.
So.
But I didn't even realize when I ordered it how much crap was in this box, and everybody that's played it said it is amazing.
If you're not going to Gen Con, go to the Portal website, just pay them their $75 and get it shipped to their house, and you'll get it prior to distribution. So
I played it at BGG Con 2014 in a very early prototype form, and I had fun playing the prototype. And Grant was changing cards as I was playing at that time. But
what makes it good? What do you like about it?
I like that you've got asymmetric abilities for the guys.
Yeah, that's always fun.
What is really cool is the way you control terrain and the things that you do in the combat. So you send your guys into combat and you assign them to 3 different areas of this combat board. You've got part of your combat is devoted to controlling the terrain. Part of your combat is devoted to taking prisoners, and part of it's devoted to attrition, which means killing other dudes. And they resolve in that order. So you could actually lose control of an area, but kill off all of another guy's units and take one of his guys prisoners. Prisoners generate a point for you every turn until you pay victory points to get your prisoners back. And so that's cool. So if you like Kemet, if you like Blood Rage, there's a good chance you will like Cry Havoc.
Okay.
And it's got awesome minis in it. It's got cards that you use to play to do your different actions, and the cards do different things. So multi-use cards. And the scoring's unique, where you end up having a card that you play that basically enables scoring on that round. And if you play your enable scoring, your token goes out there, you will score points for all of the regions you control, and then everyone, including you, will score points based on the crystals in the regions they control. That crystals go onto the board and basically boost the value of different regions. And then in-game scoring, it scores again, but nobody scores where their just units are in control. Everybody scores their crystals type of thing. But when you kick in scoring, you're going to get extra points, and then other people are also going to get points. It's just kind of unique, and it's a cool dudes on a map game.
Does the combat take you out of the game? Like, is combat like it's a combat game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a combat. It's
built into the core of the game. So like losing a combat's like, okay, well, I'll do something else now. I'm not completely like removed from the game by losing some combat.
No. Your guys go back into your
multiplayer war games are weird.
Really get stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably weakest with 3, but 2 and 4 are certainly really good. 3 is still really good. It's just one of the factions can generate points without combat. The like wizard, the Eldar, whatever that faction is, but you just have to know that and go, okay, well, I can just let him.
Every man for himself, or is it teams?
It's every man for
himself.
Every person.
You have one kind of dummy faction that's used in the 2 and 3 player game, and then a player actually plays those in the 4 player game.
Yeah. The other cool thing is the cards that you do, like you can do stuff with them to move around and all that stuff, but then you got to keep them maybe to for the combat, because that's how the combat. There's no die rolling. You play cards and stuff, and so you might have a card that's like, oh, this will allow me to move a huge squad of guys, but you're like, oh, this combat ability on the bottom of the card's really good too. So that's the part I like.
It makes you make some tough decisions, and it's got a lot of good-looking stuff in the box. I mean, a lot if you look at it spread out. So that's Havoc. We've been on that for a while. There's an expansion for a little mini expansion for Rattle Battle Grab the Loot. If you're one of the 3 people that like it, and I happen to be.
I like Rattle Battle.
I said I happen to be one of the 3 people that like it.
Well, then the 3 of us are sitting here.
So
I like it too. I just think it's a little too long.
it is, and I've never played it without house ruling it a little bit to tweak it a little bit to get it going a little bit faster. But I mean, it's one of those games that I think is a fun game, but not necessarily a good game, because there's so much luck that one guy just on the drop can just kill all the pirate ships and not have to do anything, and nobody else can get in on it. But it happens, but it's still fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun and it happens, but it's just when it becomes a 90-minute game that it's not so much fun anymore. Like if it was 45 minutes from beginning to end,
yep,
I think so many more people would actually like that game.
But I like it. It's got great art. It's fun to build your pirate ship, and I don't know. I like it. I'm a weirdo though, so whatever. Tides of Madness. If you like Tides of Time, you'll probably like Tides of Madness. And if you didn't like Tides of Time, you still might like Tides of Madness because you like Cthulhu. But it's a 2-player card game, drafting game. I think it's a good 2-player game. So.
And the art is amazing.
Yeah. I have pre-ordered all 3 of those games. So I'm picking them up at Gen Con. Next, Pretzel Games. Flick 'em up, Red Rock Tomahawk. I got to go run and buy this.
I'm interested in getting it, but I can wait for it to hit retail.
Yeah, that's what you say. I probably can too, but I want it.
The thing about Flick 'em up is that it's fun, but the campaigns aren't what's fun. It's just setting up and fighting.
Mm-hmm. But you got Indians that get to shoot arrows at stuff this time.
Native Americans, please.
Whatever. It does say Native American, so.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So there.
But is anyone really a Native American? Because they immigrated from Asia. I'm just saying.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, if you want to get
you come up here. You come up here and go to one of the many casinos that we have established, and you walk in there and you see if they don't think they're natives. You know.
And where are those casinos located?
You know exactly where they're located. They're located on the reservation.
On what kind of reservation?
That would be the Native American reservation.
No, it's not.
You wanna I'll drive you to one of the many places that has it, and I'll take you to the sign, and you will see it does not say Indian reservation. It says Native reservation. That's what it says.
Okay.
And the people that I know that are native, they refer to themselves exactly that.
They're definitely not from India. I
no.
admit that.
And they don't call themselves Native Americans. They just say I'm native.
But that's you don't play cowboys and Native Americans.
Don't they just refer to themselves with whatever tribe they are?
I've heard both ways. They'll say like I'm Sioux, or they'll say I'm Navajo. But a lot of them will say I have native blood. That's what they'll say.
Okay.
So
and
when you live up here in North Dakota, you run into a lot of people, and you work with them.
Have it like in a jar. Like I have native blood in a jar. So,
I should probably
start telling a story and cut them off before they finish a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
They're just serial killers that walk around with blood of natives in jars.
Junk art.
Junk art!
Go buy junk art. I'll tell you that right now.
Is this like that show in Manhattan they had a few years ago where people like twisted their penises into like
No, it's not that kind of junk art.
No, it's exactly like that.
It's a dexterity building game that's got a good gamery element from Jay and Sin, and it's a lot of fun. I played about 4 or 5 games of it at Origins after I bought it, and it's probably my favorite dexterity game right now.
Is it better than Ballsack?
I've not played Ballsack.
I think it is.
I see what you did there.
No, it was a serious question. It just happens to be called Ballsack. I'm sorry. It's Bausack.
Yeah, so why are you putting an L in there? It's Bausack, not Ballsack.
It's Ballsack.
Ballsack.
Yeah, the people were comparing it to that. I think it's different because you've got 4 sets of the different pieces of all the different pieces.
4 sets of balls? What?
And you're going to there's cards that represent each piece in the game. And then you play different games within the game in kind of an art show or a world tour, if you will. And so each different game may be different. One of them, you play a little miniature trick-taking game where you have to build it. One of them, you draft cards that your opponent or the person to your left has to build with. And the last person standing is the one that's going to win the game. The thing that you got to be careful with is that you're giving the guy to your left what he has to build with. You don't want to give him too bad of pieces because after 3 cards, you have to take over his structure and start building on it. And then after 3 more, you rotate again and you move to the next seat. So you want it to be stable enough that you can keep building on it, but you don't want to build yours so stable that it doesn't collapse on the next guy. And so there's all those little different mini games that you're playing when you're doing it that mix it up quite a bit. That's why Junk Art's good.
All right.
Product Arts LLC has 12 heroes.
Lance, you have this one, right? Because it's from Japan or China.
I have never even heard of this before.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, you're so salty.
Every single time we've talked about a game from Japan, you're like, oh, I have a copy of this because I got to go to Japan.
So salty.
Quick Simple Fun Games has Burano.
Oh, so somebody did pick it up.
Ask me if I picked that up in Japan.
Did you pick it up in Japan, Lance?
You bet your ass I did.
So is it good?
Isn't it Taiwanese?
Yeah, they were. It was from the Taiwan board game
Taiwan
group.
game group. Yeah.
I think it cost me $45 or $50.
Is it good?
Yeah, I like and the art's and the art's good as well, and I like the big giant chunky cubes. So.
Well, the publisher says it will be in short supply at the convention.
Short?
No, he wrote shirt.
This game will be in
Hey,
shirt.
at least he didn't leave the art.
It's how many copies he can sneak in under his shirt.
Wait.
Yeah, he sold it out of the trunk under his shirt.
What's the name of that guy? Patrick?
Patrick Havert?
Patrick Havert?
That's what it says.
Is that the guy?
I don't know.
Patrick Havert is the guy who runs Dice Tower Con.
Oh, I was
I'm
wondering.
almost positive you can buy it at Cool Stuff, though. Can't you buy it at Cool Stuff?
So he's a publisher, too?
No.
Wait, hold on. Go up.
It says Quick Simple Games.
I guess he is.
Maybe he's bringing stuff in, but
Yeah, he's. I just checked his Facebook. He's a Quick Simple Games.
there you go.
I think. I mean, he shared Celestia.
I think he may have
I don't know.
just started it.
Interesting.
There you go.
Yeah, you can buy Burano right now for $52 on at Cool Stuff.
Well, that's good to know.
Then why would they be selling it for $75?
That's just his MSRP. $70.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good
It's
question.
MSRP. Celestia is a 2 to 6 30-minute, 2-6-player 30-minute game for 8 and up. That's adventure.
I've been wanting to play this.
Punch your luck.
They came out of Essen. I've been wanting to try this because the artwork is amazing. And it's Cloud9. Do you guys know that?
It's a little
It
different.
just looks really light.
Well, Cloud9 was lighter than air, in fact,
Yeah.
because it was balloons. Right?
Yeah, it adds like the
Lance,
story.
Lance, laugh. Mid joke.
What were you saying, Joel?
I said the scoring is a little bit randomized, and there's also more cards, like Take Daddy cards, that you can just play without.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
The next game is Enchantress. That's in the playtest hall. So I'll wait till it's
Weird picture with a weird drop shadow.
Rather Dashing Games has We Come in Peace.
Looks.
We come in pieces.
No, just
Come in,
Reese's
dice
Pieces?
rolling, press your luck, take that. I don't know.
No.
Rat Trap Productions has Desolate Front available for previewing on Friday and Saturday only. That's not worth talking about. Asmodee is demo games of Dream Home.
This.
They own Rebel PL.
I mean, but
Well,
Dream
yeah.
Home.
No, they had U.S. distribution for them.
US distribution. Yeah, okay.
I mean, is Dream Home just going to be another? Remember that old game California?
Yeah.
No.
Michael Shaw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at when I read about Dream Home, it sounded like that. It sounded like
Could be.
you're just kind
But it
of.
might have more to it than like with placement and rotate. Like things next to it. Kind of like Sims or whatever, maybe, or Animal Crossing.
I'd have to see it.
I don't know.
Up next, Red Raven Games, Islebound, which I got last
Yeah,
week
just
and
came out.
played, and it was fun. I liked it.
Is it good?
It's fun. I like Above and Below better in that world because of the storybook.
Yeah.
But Islebound's a cool little game. It's a lot quicker playing than Above and Below, I think. You're doing that thing where you're taking over other people's towns, but it doesn't really hurt them other than they can't use it for free. More than it helps you and you get money. They can just come take it back if they build up the resources. So, yeah, I thought Islebound was a cool little game. I recommend you at least give it a try.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the production's amazing. So.
And they're going to have the expanded edition of Above and Below at the booth also. If you were looking to get that.
Above
Is that with the
awesome.
wooden
With
bits?
Islebound.
Does it have the extra storybook?
With the expanded edition, I think there's an extra part of the storybook, and then there's an extra
The extra
thing of tiles and stuff.
That's downloadable storybook. The current Kickstarter for Far and Away, you can get a printed version of the extra book.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the expanded edition has an extra set of tokens and stuff that can be used in the game
Right,
for stuff that's released online.
right. That's correct.
Completely unneeded to enjoy the game, but
Correct.
Get
All right, dude, talk about a game that I'm interested in, then I can go to sleep.
Renegade Game Studios Brick Party.
You gotta
That's not
stick it
the-
out, man. You gotta stick it out.
That's not, no,
Yeah.
I'm not, because the Lance will go into a tangent about some story about some RPG he played when he was 15.
oh
So,
gosh, which
Brick Party.
And a girl he used to date, and something that
I
someone
never
said
dated
wrong.
anybody until I met my wife.
So Brick Party is like taking Lego bricks and.
This game is
and
cool.
stuff.
This game is cool.
It looks like it's difficult.
Yeah, you're describing someone how to build a Lego.
So do I need to buy the game or do I just play with Legos already on?
Well, you want the cards. You'll need the
Okay.
cards. Yeah, get the game. It's not that.
Well,
It's $25. It's like one of the lowest games on this list.
that's the cheapest Lego bricks you'd ever get, but they're not Lego bricks.
They're not Lego, but yeah, I don't think. I mean, I assume they're not Lego.
Clank, a deck building adventure.
Ugh.
I don't know anything about that.
Come on, I'm in.
Here we
You're
go.
in?
Look, it has
Covert!
89. It has 91 thumbs.
Just get to Covert.
That's where we're going. That's where I
It's
want to go.
almost there.
All right, Covert.
Covert. Yes. King Klinko.
Part of my 5. Sign me up on this one. Kane makes good stuff, and this looks interesting.
$60 though. It looks a little salty. Is it a $60 game?
I like super spy stuff. I like that kind of theme and what have you. So
There is a review up on this game now.
yeah,
Z just released one.
Yeah, Z put one up.
I didn't watch it, but I hear
It
it's
looks
really
interesting. I want to try it, but I'm not sold yet.
I'm sold on this game. Just I like the whole concept, the whole idea. I was actually on Facebook and we were talking about something, and people always people who are demoing their games in various hidden places are constantly messaging me saying, "Oh, come try our game, come try it." And Kane actually goes, "Hey, if you have time, I'd love to show you my game." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's on my list." I'm already coming to see you, to see your game. I will probably just be buying a copy, but yeah, I am really excited. I like the whole concept of the game. I like the artwork. I like most of the graphic design of the pictures I've seen. There's a couple things that are a little, they could have probably done that a little better, but probably, it's not going to affect the gameplay, or maybe they're not as flashy because if they were too busy, it would affect gameplay. But definitely one that's high on my list.
Me too.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I must say something. Yeah, keep talking.
Great radio. Yeah.
I was looking at one of the artists and seeing if it was who I thought it was. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Moving on.
After covered is Dicey Goblins.
Oh, good. I can go to bed. Good night.
It's a personal.
Anthony, see you next week.
That sounds like greedy goblins again with rolling dice. I don't know.
It's dicey goblins.
I'm not interested.
Yeah. All right, boys. I'll see you. Except for Joel and Barry. I'll see the rest of you next week.
I'll see you Tuesday.
All right. Good night.
This game has gorgeous art. Lotus from Renegade Game Studio.
It is very pretty. I don't know. It's kind of like.
I don't know anything about the game, but it's pretty.
I don't know. I just.
It
Sometimes
doesn't
you
look
play
like
a game for aesthetic. I mean,
can I please play a game about making flowers? Oh, I can. Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Some people might really like this game, but
You can play a game about growing trees, making flowers.
Or I
Japanese
could play a
lanterns.
game where I'm shooting things.
Oh,
which is next. Cash and Guns, second edition.
Yeah, Team Spirit.
If you own Cash and Guns, we'll buy it.
You know what? I want them to come out with the old expansions for Cash and Guns that were like the shotgun and the Uzi and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know what this one has.
I don't think that's going to
There
happen.
are new guns in here, but
just new characters.
There's a silencer.
We're in a world now, Lance, that it's weird to point guns at people.
You know what?
in a
I
game.
played Cash and Guns at the Steak and Shake last year, drunk off my butt at 2:00 in the morning, and we were screaming and yelling at each other and pointing guns at each other, and nobody said anything.
No, I know.
So.
Real Brand has another.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not saying I'm happy about it.
Hey! Look! Another expansion after they said that they weren't going to do any more expansions. I'm
Cool.
stunned.
Sign me up. I like the last one.
If you love
Last
the
one
minions,
was good.
go buy this.
Tiffin. I'm all over Tiffin.
I don't know anything
You're
about it.
delivering your hot lunches to employees around the city.
God,
You're like Uber.
Scott,
it's like Uber.
Scott, I love you like a brother, but I mean, you just love the dumbest crap. I
I
just
know.
don't understand it.
I'm like your anti-Lance. I'm like the anti-Lance,
Yeah.
aren't I?
We are. It's just
I know, it's so bizarre.
That's
I bet
why.
we like a lot of things, though. I bet we like a lot of the same things, but I think I like more of what you don't like.
It's like, oh, can I please play a game where I'm
lunch. You deliver lunches to people. How
I
often
gotta
is
make
that?
sure my pork ramen gets to the 3rd floor of that building.
Exactly. Right?
Oh God.
Oh, next you've got Brass Empire.
You know, the artwork for this looks amazing. I wish I knew anything about the game.
There's a video right
Yeah.
there. We did a preview.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look good.
I'm supposed to go watch that, but I mean,
I actually don't think I remember this one.
I've not watched
What
it.
is this? Hit the play button on it. It might. Oh yeah. Yeah. This looks pretty interesting. Yep.
It looks like deck building. It is.
It is. I think it's drafting.
Okay.
You're like picking cards or something. Yeah.
I might end up passing on this one.
Come on.
Next up.
It looks like so much other crap.
Wait, page up. Oh, when is it for sale? It's for sale.
Yeah, it says $49.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I'll try to see if
Give it a chance.
I'll give it a run through.
We're always looking for the weird stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
That could be.
Next up is a Pirate Wars game that's just for demo. Then we've got Robots Battle for the Coal Heart.
Bless this guy's heart.
Card drafting, tile placement, variable player order.
This might be more of a Lance type game.
Yeah.
I do like robots beating the piss out of each other.
It's giant robots beating each other up.
So what's not to like about that? That's just
I don't know why the video didn't get put in there because we did a video about it.
Yeah.
Shoot Again Games has Born to Serve. It's that board game brawl. 2 to 4 jobless superheroes.
I was about to say, that's something about. Is that for restaurants? Oh, it's superheroes at restaurants? I'm all over this.
Oh,
games only, though.
I'm so over this.
I will say Nick and Diane Sauer are two of the nicest people
Yes,
I've ever met in your entire life.
Absolutely.
And one of the weirdest things is, and I've told this story before, but I remember like when Nick was demoing Conspiracy for me at a convention. I think it was Origins. Yeah, it was Origins. And he was like, okay, because I had done a video for him and we were playing it, and he was teaching somebody else at the table. And then they kind of just said, it's just like, it looks like you just stole a bunch of Mystery Rummy stuff from Mike Fitzgerald and you're calling it your own. And Nick, like, who's like just such a nice dude, just says to him, actually, me and Mike Fitzgerald and I have designed several Mystery Rummy games together. And the guy looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole in the wall or something.
Yeah. You better be careful what you say to people.
Yeah. But Nick, of course, didn't say anything mean at all. He was just like, and he just kind of grinned his little goofy grin and
oh yeah. This Conspiracy game looks pretty cool too.
It is. It's a fun little rummy game basically. Is what it is. And it is. It's
and you get the Bigfoot conspiracy.
Yeah, all the little conspiracies there. And this one, Diane's game, Pinball Showdown, that looks. I want to play that because it's pinball, but playing cards. But you're playing pinball. So,
huh. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
It's unique.
Yes.
Codex. Look, I even put a comment on this.
I'm looking forward to it.
I like David Sirlin's games.
But it's a prototype only.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably not gonna.
Well, didn't he make $1 billion with a Kickstarter for Codex?
Yeah, it made a lot. I don't know about $1 billion, but.
And didn't people once again take him to task for him being a hack and give him the business?
Territory, man. You know, when you put yourself out there like that guy, yeah, you get a lot of.
But he's gotten more than his fair share. I mean, like, people have torn him apart, torn him complete new ones over, like Flash Duel. I mean, like that whole because like they said like he basically just stole the entire game from Reiner, and I'm just saying when people.
I know. He's got.
I'll say this: I thought Puzzle Strike was a fantastic game that like I don't know why people didn't enjoy that more. I thought Puzzle Strike was great.
What do you think about this Eco kit, Keith? It has a great look, doesn't it?
It's a little abstract.
Yeah, it's an abstract.
Oh, I bet it's amazing.
Have you played Onitama?
I have. And
I have, yes.
It's a two-player game, so I don't play it much. But
Keith, I'm trying to scroll your window, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. I've done that like 3 or 4 times. Like, come on, I want to see what the next game is.
I'm like, who's the designer on Eco?
Henri.
Henri. Okay.
Joel, what's your big game at Gen Con that you desperately wish you were there that you could pick up?
It's the game that we didn't have on the list.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something.
What was that game that we didn't have on the list that you were?
Oh, yeah. Well, I meant to put Dead of Winter Long Night on
Dead
there.
of Winter.
Yeah.
Well, I have that already. So, I mean, I'm going to get everything anyway, so I'm. You know, man, I don't usually pick anything up at Gen Con.
Yeah, because Joel's so cool. He doesn't pay for any games anymore. That's how cool he is.
Yeah, spending all my money on Age of Sigmar models now.
Nice.
Why?
It's fun.
What do you spend your money? Age of Sigmar?
Yeah, the new Warhammer stuff, fantasy reboot.
Are you actually painting them or what?
Yeah. I painted the entire Warhammer Quest Silver Tower set and a bunch of other heroes. Pretty fun.
Yeah.
It just come in a rabbit hole. You don't stop me. So.
Well, are you actually playing the fantasy war game then as well?
Yeah, I built a 6-pointed build, but I cobbled together a 6x4 table and got some mats on their way to me. Built some terrain. Yeah. So yes.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Dead Last. Everybody says that's amazing.
It is.
Next up is Jacques.
I want to play Dead Last with a table of people I actually know. I played it at Origins, and I knew only like 5 people at the table out of 10.
I want to play.
So
Dead
it was
Last.
weird.
You gave a good
It's weird when like people you don't know are voting to kill you in the first turn. Like I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm dead. But, I didn't know. I said something. I think I pissed everybody off.
Jacques just has a great name. Jacques. It's I don't know. It looks interesting at least.
Yeah, I'd like to try it. It's on my list of, hey, I want to play this and just see what it looks like. There's an expansion for Nevermore.
We need to do the Alaboom Dead Last. That would be fun.
I'd play it.
Can we play it online?
Well, we can't do. I mean, unless someone's periscoping.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I mean, the most.
It's a really long. It's a long game, though. It actually is like a bit longer than I think it should be.
Well, yeah, but it's a very short game for some people.
Well, you play rounds. You play multiple rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, we should figure that out. We'll have to do that during the 2.5-hour block of video time that you set aside for us. 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours? What?
Hey, some people call us the Space Cowboys right here. Final Touch.
Some people call it
Had a later retail release. From
No idea what that is.
That looks interesting, actually.
I like the Elliott design.
It looks fun.
Art Forgers trying to copy Masterworks. It'll be interesting to check out. But
Yeah, you say Mike Elliott is the designer, and I'm supposed to be like, oh well, then Mike Elliott, you know.
Mark Wallace. From Space
Don't you like Dice Masters?
You know what? If WizKids hadn't pissed down their pants, I probably would have liked it a lot more.
I don't know anything about Lance. It feels like I don't even know you, Lance.
Who are
Something
you?
like always looking right at your soul when he
I know, it feels like I don't even know you. I'm looking right at you. I'm just like, who are you? I don't know it.
Hit Z Road from Martin Wallace and Space Cowboys, a 1-to-4 player zombie action.
Why did they change the name of this one? They had a much better name before.
What was the name before?
I don't remember what it was now, but
Zombie Road. Done.
Zombie Road. Okay.
I mean, isn't that a better name?
The Hit Z Road. Yeah.
Hit Z Road.
I don't know. But I don't know. The components look cool in it, but I guess in the game,
Paul
you're
Tompkins says it was
building a game.
666.
Route 666. That's right.
That's a better name.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
No, that's not zombies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I guess.
Come on, Hit Z Road.
But it's almost like I think the theme is you're within the game trying to make a game in the zombie apocalypse because you've got components like you made them in the apocalypse, like bottle caps or currency and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
Yeah, cool.
Then the next Space Cowboys, which I believe is already out, is Via Nebula.
Yeah.
Also from Martin Wallace.
Huh.
And I've heard some people really like it, so I don't know.
I've heard next to nothing.
Martin Wallace game with no hype at all.
Basically, this has been compared a little bit to a Ticket to Ride type game, so I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
He's really lightened up over the years. I mean, in terms of the weight.
Yeah, I remember like getting really excited about chips, and then I remember wondering why I got really excited about chips.
This is alright.
It wasn't Wallace to me. I don't know.
Steve Jackson game.
Well, Tompkins says Via Nebula is good.
Wow, Batman the Animated Series dice game.
Demo only as well, by the way.
Though I will say once again to anybody who will listen, the best Batman that's ever been in anything is Batman the Animated Series Batman.
Have you seen The Killing Joke?
I am going to go see it probably on Friday.
Yeah, I watched it last night. It's okay.
I've heard it's excellent.
It's okay. It's good. It's between good and okay and good. If that's is there a rating between there?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Well, no, good is pretty good is higher. Whatever. I'm not rating the movie.
How about enjoyable?
Yeah, enjoyable. There's some weird stuff. Whatever. We'll talk about it later. Next time.
Okay. Bill and Ted's excellent board game.
Wow, 20 years too late.
This is a brain burner game.
Is it?
Yeah, very brain burning.
Uh-oh.
It's like a program game where
So they're gonna come back. They're gonna do a remake of Bill and Ted, and I'm just like,
what?
Yeah.
Are they?
Oh no, not a remake. I'm sorry. They're doing a sequel. They're actually it's happening with Keanu and Alex Wright, and surprisingly, Alex Wright wasn't busy, and so, which is not fair because actually he's he's a playwright and huge into the Broadway stuff. So
well, you can't have it without Carlin though.
That's just it. Who are they going to have to replace Carlin? They've been bouncing names around. One of the
Chris Rock.
No, one of the names they bounced around was because he's not going to be there, so they're going to have somebody else. And one of the names they bounced around is Bill Murray, that he would be their guide or whatever to come and talk to him. Which okay, older guy, funny, but bemused, if you will. But who knows? I'll go see it because I'm dumb, and I'll be like, oh, why? But that's cool. A good idea, though. It's just kind of like the whole, I always wish they had done a Ferris Bueller's Day Off, 2, with them all being old and needing, a day off of work kind of thing to play hooky. And then, of course, then what's his name died. And
here's the game for you, Lance. I Hate Zombies. Rock, paper, scissors.
Whatever, man. I did a review for that a long time ago.
I know. I'm just messing with you, man. You liked the game. I think you had fun with it, as I recall.
I did have fun.
It is a fun game. It's a fun game, people.
So why is Steve Jackson publishing it, not you, then?
Well, because they can publish a whole bunch more copies than we can.
Gotcha.
Next up.
Whatever happened to your next game in the micro series?
We're still working on it. It's coming out soon.
Oh, okay. So one every 3 years.
We're not kickstarting it though. We're just gonna make it done.
Yeah, one every 3 years. Go for it.
Oh my God.
It's harder than you think, Lance. Well, you're in the business now, Lance. Come on, tell us how it is.
Oh, I don't know. We found Yokohama and we had a Kickstarter for it 8 weeks later. So.
And it'll be out in a year.
We might get to TMG if we keep.
Okay, Stone Blade Entertainment.
Move
Ascension X, yes.
Ascension X, it's already out. It's more Ascension. If you like Ascension,
it's more deck building. You gotta be kidding
me. Oh, look at that. That's got my name all over it.
And no, thank you. We'll move on.
Possibly available for demo. Still not sure. So.
$10.
Hold me back.
$10. The Moops.
Right.
Wait, did we pass by the Moops?
Yes, that was a Munchkin game, so I blew past it.
Oh, okay.
Scythe, you can get it the Simple Fair game.
You might have heard of this game.
Played it twice.
The production of the game.
I think the red team is broken. You know what? Not broken, just a bit powerful, and I don't know how to mitigate that.
What was the red?
4 players in
The red one is where you can take the same action twice.
Hey Joel, you saw Stranger Things, right?
Yeah.
You watched all of it? Yes.
Yeah.
Did you as soon as I saw it, I went down to my old minis and I found my Demogorgon.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Nice. I painted that when I was 13.
Wow.
As soon as I saw the mini, I was like, I have that mini.
That's
as I said, my wife says, why do you keep everything? And I said, then I came back upstairs, I said, this is why I keep everything. I slammed it down on the table. That's why I keep everything I've done anything with ever.
All right, City of Spies.
I know nothing about this.
Barry's keeping Lance on track.
Let's go.
Yes.
What do you think of Scythe, guys? We blew past Scythe. Oh, I guess we're done. I mean,
I haven't played it yet.
Oh, you haven't played it? Okay, I'll play it.
I actually thought the black ones were overpowered because they get points for the fighting above the two that normal people, or not points, but the stars. So that could trigger the end of the game quicker.
That could end the game very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's neat, and I think the production values are just amazing.
Yeah.
And,
Oh my God, best production of the year for sure.
yeah,
I've only
and
played
I
it
got the
twice,
art
so.
book, so it's awesome.
I enjoyed the 2 plays I've had. So.
Yeah, that's all I had. One was a solo game, which is kind of
how is the solo?
It's pretty neat. They got that one deck that's like a timer.
Yep.
And it is pretty neat. I do like it. Like I said, I want to play it again though, because I played the solo version after I did the multiplayer. I think the multiplayer is better naturally, but the solo version was it did keep you engaged. It's not like some that really don't. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Fair enough.
Play
City
it.
of Spies, I know nothing about it other than it's a spy-themed game.
Yeah.
Intriguing artwork and a Spies World War II theme for sure. So it looks good.
Yeah, it's a sneaky good game. It's very, very weird and different. But
Oh, okay. I like that.
yeah, I recommend it. I did a review of the Polish version. There's a couple of small rule changes with the new one, but yeah.
Cool. There's a little micro expansion for diamonds that changes one of the actions.
This looks cool.
Changes the
I like
color
that.
action.
Okay.
But
I am a fan of Diamonds. Diamonds is awesome.
Yeah.
Diamonds is awesome.
Diamonds is one of my favorite games, so it's
Yeah.
pretty good.
They really knocked it out with that one.
The Dragon and Flagon, I gotta see this one in action. I'm not.
This
sure
looks
about
cool.
This reminds me
It's,
of...
the theme sounds fantastic.
Well, no.
Yeah.
See, this reminds me a lot of... There was a game about a saloon. I forget what it was called.
Swashbuckler.
No, there was a game. The game, it was like something saloon or something like that, and it was by Paul Tompkins is probably typing it in the thing right now and yelling that he knows what it is.
It's totally Swashbuckler.
But there was a game
But,
about
yeah, I guess there's a saloon
each person being a cowboy in a saloon, and you all like were beating the piss out of each other and shooting each other and like.
Oh yeah, no. I know what you're talking about.
And it was
I can't remember it now.
the same company that does all the the tavern games, the fantasy tavern games. Why can't I think of the names of them? They got like 18
Red
expansions.
Dragon Inn.
Red Dragon Inn. Same company does Red Dragon Inn. It was like some weird, you had dynamite that you could throw and blow people up. You could throw people out the window. There was all kinds of things you could do and that reminds me of that. Like it's just a remake of that game.
I know what you're. I forget the name of it, but
It's something Saloon. It's
High Noon Saloon is the name.
High Noon Saloon, which was an okay game. It's just like, but it's I wouldn't be stunned if it was like the same designers. But it's just like
it is different designers. It's Jeff Engelstein's kids and Jeff.
Yeah.
So
it looked cool. It has 3-dimensional terrain, or pieces, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it has special powers too. It's got fantasy elements in it as well. It's really neat.
But it's got like a program movement and stuff like that in it.
The Robo Rally type brawl game.
So it sounds kind of interesting. I gotta check it out.
Yep.
Crowdfunding V6 edition.
Crowdfunding is good. Matthias Kama again. Hey, there he is. Remember that guy? Matthias?
Yep.
I enjoyed Matthias Kramer's Crowdfunding a great deal.
It's quite good. It kind of reminds me of Glenmore.
It's a reprint with some new stuff.
This was and it's kind of annoying that you if you own the original version, you gotta basically I think you can get the expansion from Fun Again. It's just 3 tiles or something.
That would be nice.
It is. Fun Again has it. It says right there. Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh, they
1
misspelled
to
it.
4 player. Misspelled what?
Isn't it with a Y? Happiness. That's the movie was called Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh, okay.
It's late. All right, let's.
It's a little
hyperspeed.
worker placement game where you're trying to get happy. It looks okay.
A Sims board
Terraforming
game.
Mars.
Yeah.
This looks cool. This one's pretty high on my list. The
The Fricks brothers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those that this might be heavy enough for me to be like to stand up and notice for this one. Because heavy games are tough to come by.
So there's 3 Mars games coming out.
Yep.
There's a Kickstarter one that just finished, I think, and this.
It's almost finished. The one that you're thinking about, the one from I don't know. I backed it. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Yeah. And then Ignacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
All of these tasty minstrel games.
Stuff by Bears.
Hard pass.
All right, Tasty Minstrel, Guilds of London. It's a good game. I got it.
Guild of London is an amazing game, and we will have just under 200 copies available at Gen Con. We are not going to be doing any kind of like we're only going to release 40 a day or anything like that. It is going to be first come first serve.
You can get them.
And they'll be gone in 2 hours.
I did tell Michael. I said we have to max out at like 2 copies per person because and because he was like, well, I don't care if somebody comes up and he has enough money to, and he wants 20 copies, I'll sell him 20 copies. I was like, you can't do that. You just so.
Talk him out of it.
Yeah, I did. I talked to him.
It'll be on eBay tomorrow.
I talked him out of it, and he was just, well, if you're, honestly, I mean, if you're there at Gen Con, and I'm not going to tell you not to come and buy the game from us, because go ahead and buy the game, but seriously, I mean, I'm sure Miniature Market and Cool Stuff still have it for pre-order. Just, even if you're going to Gen Con, just pre-order it. We're releasing it on almost the exact same time. I have my review copies right now that I have to figure out who they're going to. And, so I'm, like, going through my list right now. So, I mean,
Joel, you didn't make the cut. Sorry.
Joel already has one.
I already reviewed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but if you're going to be at Gen Con and you want it, fine, go buy it. I fully expect to sell out those copies on that first day in a matter of minutes, honestly. But the bigger thing is that we'll actually have a fair number of Orleans Deluxe there. And those are almost the last copies ever. The last copies ever will be sold at BGG.
Keep saying that, Lance. You keep saying that.
The last copies ever. I mean, I never say never. But Michael, he's of the opinion we're never going to reprint the deluxe version. And there's going to be I think we have something like 18 copies that are going to go to BGG Con, and those will be the absolute very last copies. So if you do, I'm going to suggest this one thing. If you do get a copy of Orleans Deluxe, and if you just get it at Gen Con, or you still have one sitting around, when you sticker your discs, you get stickers for both sides. Do yourself a favor and just sticker one side of each disc. So if you have a sticker that wears out or gets scuffed up or something like that, you can use one of the stickers that's left. Don't sticker both sides.
Sticker your discs. How did you say that without? Man.
Well,
you've been practicing.
I've been practicing. Ask my wife.
All right, talk about your other game.
Thieves Market.
Thieves Market. Well, I mean, obviously, this was we should be, if we haven't, I mean, I think Kickstarter backers should be getting their copies very, very soon if they haven't already.
No, we won't be. There was an update that came out today.
Oh, did that go out today? Okay. So
you're screwed.
Yeah, well, and
all the Gen Con people will be happy to have your copy.
Well, yeah. Ever since Eminent Domain and the kerfuffle that happened there, I don't think we've ever made a promise that there's no way that we won't or whatever. So Thieves Market will be available. It is a fun little dice game, and if you like Dave Chalker stuff, you're gonna like Thieves Market. And if you like, I just like the dice. The dice are they're got the cool shapes and colors on them, and yeah, just and that's the perfect type of game to have at a convention too. Those small box games that are like $20 because it's just like, oh, I'll buy it, $20. Everybody's got a $20 bill on them, so it's just like, yeah, that looks like fun. And they just hand over the $20 bill, and you hand them a game, and both people are happy. So, and then we'll have copies of like. I know we don't have copies of Ponzi Scheme or Orleans Invasion, but I do think we'll have copies of Orleans Invasion that we'll be demoing. We ran into some production problems with Ponzi Scheme with some of the wallets, and so we had to we're pushed back on that now, which stinks. But soon, Ponzi Scheme will come soon, and I'm excited about that.
Sweet.
Yep.
All right.
I have no idea who Third World Studios is.
I don't either, but this game is from Eric Lang and Kevin Wilson.
You'd think that'd be good then, right?
Yeah, it sounds interesting, but
IDW.
But it is IDW, so.
So yeah.
Everybody give it a try.
Based on the all ages comics series Finding Gossamer, which is set in a fantasy world in which math is the language of magic. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I used to. Well, I mean, no designer is like completely free of bad games. Kevin Wilson, I mean, like, he definitely has slip ups. What's that one game that he has? Like the weird dungeon game expansion just came out for it. I forget what it's called. Dang it. That game was kind of a pile when I played it. Doesn't take away from the fact.
I didn't hear much about the X-Files game either. So.
Well, that
I
game.
like the X-Files game.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I played with Kevin and he destroyed us in the game, and I had a great time playing it.
I think anytime you play a game with the designer, though,
I know. Okay.
It is.
Don't take my opinion. I got an X-Files vibe off of it, and I enjoyed playing it, so that's all I have to say.
And I don't know that it's a bad game.
Believe
I
me,
haven't heard much. But I have found that if I played a game with the designer at a con and play it again later, it is not nearly as good as when I played it with the designer.
Yeah, it's half of it is the person.
Or sometimes you play a game with the designer like Dead of Winter, and it turns you off the game for all time. So,
Whatever. Next up, Escape the Room, Mystery at Stargazer's Manor.
This is a fun game, actually. I played it.
Well, yeah, it's a throwaway game, obviously.
It's a one-timer.
But this has been out for a while. Why is this Awesome
Because
Kingdom?
they're at Gen Con.
They're doing a thing.
Awesome Kingdom, that's what it was, by Kevin Wilson. And the expansion just came out for Awesome Kingdom. So, not a great game.
There's a game called Dragon Racer. For 2 to 8 players, 30 to 120 minutes. That's a hell of a range. And you're racing dragons.
Well, it's 2 to 8.
That's
Two
like
player 30. It's probably like
it's a fast-paced
15 minutes per
crafting
player.
strategy game that lasts 2 hours. That seems to be that seems to be backwards.
Oh, Crimson Creek. I remember that one. What? I remember something about that.
Yeah, this is another slasher game thing. But they aren't for sale though. So
It's playtest. All
first exposure.
A Trident Noir.
Oh, Commandos, the video game, board game. Did you guys ever play that Commandos game?
Oh yeah, the Commandos game was great. Yeah.
That's what this looks like. This is Commandos, the board game.
Really?
I mean, that's the way I read it anyway. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
Hold on, I gotta click on this and look at it.
Yeah.
It's also demo only.
Yeah.
The Commandos. That was the top-down game, right?
Yeah, where you're controlling the sniper and the
Yeah, totally.
and the marine.
looks kinda cool.
Yeah, and each one had their own special powers.
Yeah, everybody had special powers. Yeah, it was cool. It was more of a puzzle game than a. Oh yeah.
Yeah, totally. I remember that now.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's weird that they've kind of almost taken the name, but I don't know if that's.
Oh well. Here's this one. Next one coming up. This right up your alley, Scott Alden. It's about it's two lanterns games. They're called Agility, where you can be the dog running between the poles. maybe he can deliver ramen to the store afterwards.
That would be if you combine this with Tiffin. Totally. Anyway, go back to that. Give it 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, Keith. Killing Keith.
Well, this is by the designers of Morels, which is a really fun game.
Yeah. What? Okay.
It's a 2-player game.
It's got
All right.
handcrafted wooden pieces.
Okay, just hold on a second. So, here, this
A
ability-
handcrafted miniature dog bowl that I basically created from scratch will personally burn their
Burn
dog's
with their
name.
dog's name, which serves as a counting mark in the game, as well as a dog tag that I'll paint with their dog's name, which can be the same name or different from the bowl. This item serves as
That's awesome. Come on. Where else are you going to get something like that, though? That's kind of cool.
Okay.
I'm not saying the game's good, but that's a cool bonus. Championship Formula Racing. 1 to 12 players, 45 minutes.
I could not.
This looked pretty good. This looked pretty good, actually.
Demo games only.
And then the one-player version looked pretty cool, too, because you're playing against historical races. And they play differently depending on who you're racing against.
So it's by Ultra Pro, and they make sleeves. Are they getting into
Well, they
game?
make the sleeves on the mat, too. There's like a mat they make as well.
'Cause they did that 13 Days, which was like the Cuban Missile Crisis game, and they were somehow involved with the
13 Days is great.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. They need to push that game.
I know. They do, for sure.
Upper Deck will be selling a bunch of both of these games, but not to me.
Well, you know what?
Jack
Heck with
Burton,
the Firefly one, but that Big Trouble in Little China, I will be leaving with Big Trouble. Because did you see that if you buy it there, you're going to get a signed copy
of
6-shooter, Gerald
Six-shooter.
Nakamura, the guy, the guy who plays the guy with the 2 gold-plated 6 guns. He's signing his card. You're going to get that. There's absolutely no effing way I'm not leaving with that.
I've never seen Big
Okay,
Trouble in Little
Lance,
China.
give me
What
a
is
copy.
wrong with Big Trouble in Little China is like one of the... Oh, man.
Never seen it.
It is one of the best Kurt Russell movies ever made.
And
The other being Escape from New York.
On so many levels. It's
The other, Escape from New York and this.
Yeah.
Never seen
Big
it.
Trouble in Little China. It's on Netflix. You should be
Oh,
getting
you have to watch
it
it.
right now. And
I don't know. Will Keith like it, though? I don't know Keith well enough.
Who knows? But you know, Big Trouble in Little China, so good. Just the scene when he runs up to when they break into the whorehouse or whatever, and he's there, and he runs up to the I think it's like Rain or something. He runs up and he picks up his hat so he can punch him, punches him in the face, and the guy doesn't even react. Then he calls back and hits him as hard as he can. The guy doesn't react. He just nods to him, puts his hand down.
Scene.
Elevator scene is great.
Oh yeah, is it getting hot?
I'm feeling a little vulnerable. Yeah. Feeling pretty good.
Egg Ken, man.
It's so good.
Hear it?
Keith can hear
it. Yeah.
I don't even need to hear it.
I know, I don't even need it.
Yeah. And Egg Chen was so good. You never could beat me, Egg Chen. Just so good. When he almost gets run over by the car, son of a bitch must pay. Goes to that entire fight with the lipstick on his mouth.
Yes, the lipstick.
Oh God!
I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's on Netflix. Go, you can watch it right now.
I own it.
I need to watch that.
I own the Blu-ray. I am
Blu-ray.
Just that whole alley fight scene with these guys. Do they have enemies? Wing Kong? Yeah, they're really badass guys. They wear black with red sashes.
Wait. What do you make of the crow? What do you make of the crow?
I don't know.
I don't care.
What was I?
But look, no designer listed.
Yeah.
Description, nothing. $50. I mean, well, I love the crow, but okay.
Yeah, they were talking about making it part of the legendary and stuff. I thought.
I wonder if is it legendary? But they would say legendary here if they. No, I don't think it is. But.
No, it's not. But that's what the initial thought was anyway.
I have no interest. You don't even have any comments on the geek list on it.
There's nothing. There's this is a game that has zero information about it.
Yeah.
Some more versus stuff for Joel.
Yeah.
Hey Barry Rado is up.
Check his email. I just sent him a link.
Check your email, Richard.
I'm excited for that one.
Aquarius Games World Domination.
What, from USA
Disaster. Demo games.
More demos.
USAopoly, Clue, Game of Thrones. The Lannisters did it.
Yeah.
In the bunghole with a sharp, pointy object.
I kind of wish they did something to the game besides just make Clue, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's other Game of
like
Thrones
Clue,
games,
but-
right? How many Game of Thrones games are there? So.
well, there's a risk.
Yeah. Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle. This is kind of the big. I wonder if this is going to be a good game from people that want something good with Harry Potter. I don't think so.
This could be interesting.
Right?
Unfortunately, no designer listed, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Hello, Richard Ham.
Hey, Richard.
Richard.
Well. Look who woke up. We can't hear you. If you're talking, we can't hear a word you're saying, Richard.
We can flip to page 15. I might be able to make it through before I pass out.
Yeah, I got 2 more pages, Keith. Come on.
I gotta get up at 3.5 hours for work.
You hear me now?
Marvel too.
Yeah, we can hear you, Richard.
Hey! Why is there a mute mic button on my keyboard? Surely F4 could have been used for something more useful, but no.
Does anybody care about Marvel Munchkin?
No.
You do.
Okay,
You do.
good.
Buy 5 copies.
Star Trek Risk 50th Anniversary Edition.
This is the game you buy for an investment in 5 years. It'll be worth like $250.
Why?
Just like the Star Wars one.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want to play Risk. I mean, come on.
Well, I don't mind. I mean, I'll play Risk. I mean, I still think Risk is a good game. I enjoy playing that. I mean, it's you gotta kind of time it. You gotta give it like a 2 or 3 hour maximum, and then after that time, then you just count up the territories and see who has the most. But I mean, I don't mind playing Risk. Just also you have to cap the armies. You have to basically say for the sets when you turn in your card set, you have to cap it out and say that it's I think when we capped it out it was 35 was the maximum. You can't and I'll turn in these 3 cards and get 278 armies, and now it's my turn to run rampant across the planet until I run out of space, and then it's somebody else's turn to do the exact same thing. Yeah, but no, I like Risk. Good game.
Star Trek Panic.
That's a great game.
You get an exclusive Vulcan Mind Meld promo card and an extra Star Trek Enterprise Panic ship if you buy it at Gen Con.
Wow.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty big ship.
So,
A lot of cardboard.
yeah, Joel kind of bragged on Star Trek.
Does it really add that much compared to?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, it adds the different character abilities are cool. They kind of make sense, and the different ships that you can encounter, the Klingons and Romulans, the cloaking ships kind of move weird. That's pretty cool. And then you can actually fly the ship, even though it just kind of sits there in the middle. You move, and then everything will kind of move relative towards you, so you have to go rescue.
It comes with a bunch of scenarios, right?
Yeah, I think 18, and the basic game is that you play through 5 of them and then win if you can. So. And the scenarios are right out of the original TV show. There's one with Tribbles, there's one with Khan, there's one with
Khan!
Tholians, I assume.
What's that?
Is there Tholians?
Yeah, the Tholians are a pain in the butt because most of the ships, when they get up to you and they get on that close space, they'll board you, quote unquote, and they'll just do a whole bunch of damage. But the Tholians will pin you; they'll just lock you in and they'll stay there. And a lot of the game is getting to certain locations, and if they lock you in, the timer will just it'll hose you up. So they're a pain. They're really weak, but if you ignore them and they creep up behind you on your flank, you're just going, God, we should have blown them up 3 turns ago. Yeah,
Jeez Louise, Keith. How much weight has Keith lost now? Sorry, he
Do I need to stand up for you? I'm wearing too big a shirt. But...
Oh man.
Can you scoot your foot back up?
I like the shorts in your underwear that I can see now.
I like the zebra print.
Okay, everybody get up and show what you're wearing down below. In honor of Keith, I think.
You know what I
I've lost 101 pounds.
Nice.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. Congratulations. Yeah, you've suffered for it, I'm sure, but the results speak for
Not too
themselves.
bad. I feel enough better that what I'm really dealing with is guilt for the past 2 months since I've not been dieting for 2 months. I'm just kind of holding steady. Every time I eat anything, I feel guilty. I'm like, that's way over my 1,000 calories a day.
So I'm sorry about that game. So Joel, you really liked Star Trek Panic, right? I mean, you were pretty gaga for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I played it at Gamma last year, and I thought it was okay. I mean, obviously I'm a huge Trek fan, so I was really jonesing for it, and I was a little. It's like, it felt like, and I only played one game, and maybe it's just the circumstances, that most of the decisions were pretty simple, pretty straightforward, pretty okay. Under these circumstances, this is clearly the thing to do. And I don't know, maybe. We were just taught the game. We set up. I mean, maybe we need to play at a higher difficulty level. Are there difficulty levels? Et cetera, et cetera. But we just kind of breezed through it, and that was in spite of the fact that while it was very obvious what to do, the people I was playing with weren't always making the obvious choice, and yet we still won. So was that an outlier thing? You would not agree with that assessment?
I mean, I could see that kind of situation happening, but most of the time you come to spots where you have to kind of make a decision because you have a certain number of turns to complete the mission in.
Yeah.
And you've got to kind of worry about your Enterprise not getting blown up. Yeah. And sometimes it's like, okay, well, we can try to maneuver the ship and get over here and get to the mission thing, or sometimes like a starbase will come out, like just generally, and that'll you can heal up a little bit quicker, like more heals. And so there are decisions where it's like, I don't know what to do. I mean, should we focus on these 3 Romulan ships that are going to blow us out of the sky, or do we just kind of turn and run this way and try to do the mission, and the mission reward will give us, some repair points or something? So, I mean, it's definitely not like a hard co-op. I'd say your win ratio is probably going to be closer to like 70-30.
Well, there you go. Then that sums it up then.
Yeah.
I would say
Why would I want to
play
with 70-30? That's a horrible.
Well, you can tweak the difficulty too, though. I mean, you can instead of lasting 5 missions, you can play up to like 8 or 10.
Oh yeah. That'll help.
Yeah, so you just try to last longer. It's fun though. It's Star Trek. I mean, I feel like I'm in the old show.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely had the theme down. I mean, great presentation, and Castle Panic is a really solid system.
Yeah.
But all right. But we shouldn't spend forever on this. I know I just got here. I don't want to slow everybody down. Please continue.
Tapple 10, don't care. Does anyone else care about Tapple 10?
No.
Okay. Trivial Pursuit 50th Anniversary Edition. It has a cool little shuttle in it, though.
It does have a cool shuttle, but pass.
I would be terrible at this.
Yeah.
I would love to play this.
Too.
This would be a blast.
I played that. Sorry, Anthony. I played that in Japan, and it wasn't bad. But it does suffer from just another Euro feel. I would get 2 or 3 plays out of it, and then I would never want to play it again.
I thought it was quite good.
I like the art. The art is amazing for me.
No, the artwork is very cool looking, but I don't know. It didn't really do anything new or extravagant that really stunned me.
Do those pieces come with it, or those?
No, that's a Kickstarter.
Okay.
Those things were really expensive too.
Poop.
Even I declined.
What? The $80 million man declined?
They were quite expensive.
Oh, okay.
This from the guy who dropped multiple grands on Kingdom Death Monster.
No, just 300 or whatever. The base.
Up next,
I don't know if I should argue with you.
Strife is great.
Probably move on, I suppose.
Argue about what?
About Iki, but we can just move on, I guess. Sorry, I don't. I mean, you guys must be in the final stretch.
Do you have a video of it?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Then I will go watch your video and find out about it.
Yes, I will let the video speak for itself.
Okay.
Well, obviously you know better. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Richard? Did you know better than me?
Well, yes. I would imagine that's self-evident. Surely.
Yes. Well, I suppose in the realm of boring Euros, yes, you would definitely have the edge.
I'm so close to making it through this one.
All right, Strife. Keith, tell me to move on. I'll move on. Otherwise, I'll slam him. Your call, Keith.
If you want to slam him, slam him.
All right. You ready to go down that rabbit hole?
No. Say what you gotta say.
Okay. This is no way, shape, or form derogatory towards any of these games. You dismiss Iki as just another Euro, doesn't really do anything new. Couldn't one throw the same thing at Guilds of London? Which, for the record, I think is a phenomenal game, a wonderfully designed, tight, clever, solid Euro game, much the same way Iki is. And while neither of them reinvent the wheel in any way, shape, or form, that does not mean that they are not solid, stellar, fun games if you like that kind of thing. So
Iki is solid. It's just boring. At least in guilds, like I can actually mess with people.
So the problem with Iki is the fact that it does not contain any kind of significant attacking quotient. There's a little bit, but very, very little. And that's probably the secret sauce that's missing for you. The fact that you cannot purposely go out of your way to burn somebody's business down, whereas it's completely in-game event driven. A little bit of something extra like that would have been the thing that pushes it over the top for you.
How awesome would that be if you could send in ninja assassins to slaughter your enemies in Iki? That would be a wonderful added. Maybe they can.
I think Richard would like it less then.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And surely Guilds of London would also be more awesome if you had the Guilds of London equivalent of ninjas to send in.
Maybe you could turn the Beetle into a James Bond-esque hitman or something.
Yes.
That would be a wonderful.
But it does sound like. Is it fair to say though that your issue with Iki more than anything else is the fact that it is. I'm not going to say it's a multiplayer solitaire game because of course I am actually building shops that you will come to. That's kind of the central conceit of the game is that we are all building this ecosystem that we all partake in. And there's equal benefits for me to go to your shop, and it benefits you equally well. That's the thing that it does really, really nicely. And while there are other games that have done it, nobody's done it quite in that way. But for you, it just comes down to more of the same. And I think that's reasonable, that for you, it just doesn't pop because at no point can I stick a shiv in anybody's back. Is that fair?
Well, I appreciate that you gave me the rejoinder of it being reasonable, that my opinion is reasonable and acceptable. I can sleep well this evening, Richard. Now that I've gotten the okay from you.
You are welcome. I'm glad I could have been here for you.
Okay, Strife. What do we got, Keith?
I always think this is a good game.
I liked the original Strife, and this looks like a follow-up standalone expansion / sequel with a science fiction theme.
I like
the first
Strife.
one was a fantasy. Yeah, I really liked it a lot. It was very intriguing.
So if you like Strife, there's more of the same available at Gen Con.
And you only have a deck of 10 cards, and you're just playing one card, and then you resolve them. And there's quite a lot of... Each card does several actions, and then they counter each other or they don't.
Yep, depending upon the comparison.
And then you can see what the other person has played, and it kind of gives you your option.
And then you'll always not play one card. That's the
right. You hold back one, and then you reset, and then you keep playing until someone hits a victory total.
Exactly. And also the one that you've discarded, it's really cool how the cards kind of interchange and interact. So
it's probably a kind of a little bit below the radar. I don't know if a lot of people played Strife, but I played it and I loved it. So
very cool.
And you can interchange the people from this one into the old one as well. Yeah. So
that could be interesting, actually. So you would change the numbers out. You have 1 to 10 or whatever, 1 to 9 or whatever. Yeah.
Cool. Van Ryder Games has new hostage negotiator game thing for demo. They've got a current Kickstarter game going. Hostage Negotiator is a good solo game.
Has anybody played it with multiple people, kind of trying to figure it out, or is it just a one player? Really?
Oh, you meaning play it as a solo game and everybody just makes decisions?
Yeah, like one or two or three people would kind of just work through it.
You could do it, but I mean,
It's
it's a
fun.
really light game.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know that it would bear that kind of weight. I think,
I just don't solo game.
yeah. But it's a clever little push your luck dice. Very thematic. Yeah.
No, I watched your run through. I remember you had a good time with it.
Yeah. Which surprised me. I didn't expect to, in all honesty. But we can move on.
All right, Saloon Tycoon, $55. It is a saloon building game, and all I know about it is that looks cool.
Yeah, those are pretty
It
cool.
makes me want to get my Rampage monsters and drop them on the board.
It's Rampage,
That's the
the board
exact same
game,
thing I'm thinking.
where you're
Where do
building
I-
the city.
Do I get to send in bandits to drop on the board and collapse those things? I don't know.
No, I've played this.
What do you think?
It was it Unpublished 6. I'm trying to remember. It was pretty much basically like a resource management game. You don't really get to mess with people too much or anything like that.
All right, well, moving on.
Perfect for Richard.
Yeah.
Next is Salvation Road, another $55.
Yeah, they demoed this. This was a sort of Dead of Winter style game,
And this
Dead of
is,
Winter
this
when I
is
played.
but
now
it was in design
indoors.
before Dead of Winter, so it's
Yeah.
not copying it. I mean, they said
No.
they were
And it's
designing.
completely in stores now, so why would you pay full price? Do they have demos, or do they have like?
I'm sure they'll be demoing it so you can take a look.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, do they have like cool little like
Promos or anything?
promos or something? That the reason. So
Doesn't
why?
say. There's no comment.
Yeah, you can pick it up for $30 or whatever at a couple places. So
People need to pay the bills, Lance. Come on, man.
You work for a game company. You know the answer.
He's just happy to have the game out. I know
Vesuvius
Peter.
Media has Centauri Saga, 1 to 4 player game.
fantastic game. I did a video for it quite a while ago now. Seemingly forever now. But yeah, lots of fun with that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, totally. And you did a review of it a long time ago as well, Richard.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. We were talking about Centauri Saga, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at different streams. I think it's great that somebody actually did a 4X game as a co-op, and that's probably the thing we liked most about it. It really kind of made it stand out from the crowd. I never actually tried it as a competitive. I assume you played it as a competitive. Did it work better competitive or
No,
co-op? Would you
I
say?
played it as a co-op.
Yeah.
I can play co-op games. I'm not some
But I imagine
godless
you tried
heathen.
it. But did you try it both ways? I'm genuinely curious. How would you contrast and compare the different modes?
Oh, well, PvP mode was fun, making people die in the vacuum of space. But that's just me, I suppose. Because I'm the only one.
asking, do you think the core design of that game functions better?
I think it works better as a co-op.
Really? Okay. Cool.
So, I mean, I don't. I'm not going to presume what the designer was going for, but I think they were like, it was co-op first, PvP second, and I don't think the PvP was ham-fisted in by any means. I'm not on that, but I do think that they, the concern was making that co-op experience.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'm down for this game.
Yeah.
Co-op for sure.
Cool.
And it's got
The Space 4X games get me down with the combat. Sorry. Just I played the Mare Nostrum.
What if you could play a Space 4X game where not only could you like search the solar systems and like find alien races, but you could also deliver their food to them.
Oh my gosh, Tiffin in space. Tiffin in space. I'm so. Oh my gosh, Lance, you just stumbled upon something. Write that down.
The next
He's writing it down. There we go. That's the new micro game. Screw that other
Tiffin
thing.
in space.
There you go. Sorry, Richard. You don't.
Wait, it was an earlier joke.
It's a joke from an hour ago.
I just had a bad experience playing Mare Nostrum with combat and just killed my game. So whatever.
What are you talking about? Mare Nostrum is great. Are you talking about the remake or the old school one?
The redo.
Oh. 'Cause I have both, but yeah. The remake is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They really did a good job with that.
Keith, you bailing?
I've tried to make it.
You want me to take over?
We're almost there, Keith. You can
do it.
I've only got to be up for work in 3 hours and 15 minutes now.
Cosmic
Just stay up.
Pioneers.
Maybe just stay up.
I can't do pharmaceutical.
No, that one-
QA,
that
I don't
would-
sleep.
All right,
Cosmic,
Cosmic Pioneers.
Cosmic Pioneers.
It says 7.9 billion game combinations.
Wow, cool. I'll
Well,
play one of them.
It's because all the planets and all the aliens and everything like that are randomly determined each and every time.
Does that make it a completely different game every time?
No, not completely different, but I mean, it definitely, like, as far as how many aliens are going to be on certain planets and how tough those aliens are, things like that, definitely do change things up. And it's light. It has, like, all of it or whatever, but I found the game to be fairly light for what it is. So if you're looking for a space-themed game that you can play that's going to have some of that Euro element with some dice rolling and what have you, and like exploring planets, it's not a full 4X game, and you want it on the light to medium spectrum, it might fit the bill for you.
War 7.
War 7's fall. Why are you putting a number in the middle of
Yeah, I don't know.
Stop it.
Dwarf.
Just stop
Oh,
it.
Dwarf 7. They even typed Dwarf 7. Well, I don't know who typed that. Maybe Eric typed it.
Why don't you ban that from being entered in BGG? Just
Just
give it a lesson.
stop it. Just put it away. Put it away.
It's $20. Winter is coming, and the dwarves need to prepare. Collect the gems, build castles, and stock up on enough food. The fire dragons are sleeping. The giants of winter lurking. The fall is precious and vital to plan your actions wisely.
You're the one who needs to sleep. Why are you still talking about this?
No, clearly this has got him fired up.
Yeah.
I think there need to be more random numbers in game titles so that Keith can. Maybe we can just start adding them as we go.
I don't know anything about this game, so I'm moving on. Two Heroes Racers. Demo games, no picture, I don't care. Moving on. Swords and Sails.
This is a big war game.
That is a total throwback.
Holy crap!
It's
2
a
hours?
big one. They demoed this at Origins for us.
And yeah, I mean,
7 events.
I did a video for it quite a while ago when he was looking at trying to get it made through Kickstarter, and it is immense, and it is heavy, and it is huge. It is like not mega civ huge, but it's in the same realm as that.
Well, this sucks for this guy. So there's a demo event, and there's only one ticket bought.
Oh.
The second day he's got tickets sold. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
You'll probably teach it to the people that are playing. They can go through it a little bit.
It's it's a throw. Like I said, it's a throwback. It's a game of from the era of 20, 30 years ago. So, whether that's good or bad, you'll know. I mean, I've got all these people telling me that Megasiv is just their game they want to play. I want to play Megasiv for 12 hours. I listened to J.R. Honeycutt tell me that
16
over and over and over again, and I'm like, okay, fine. So if they're that into it, they should really look into. If there are people out there that are into that game, Sword and Sails is definitely yes. There you go. Look, it's a remake of Raw, a Reiner game.
So yes, the remake of Raw is for sale. We can move on.
Fortunately, it doesn't have wooden tiles.
Oh no.
This doesn't even say if it's demo for sale or anything, but it's called Really Bad Art, and it's a party game.
Okay.
A lot of party games.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
them. Stack is an action dexterity game on pattern building. It has little sticks in it that you stack.
Moving on.
I'm moving. Suspicious. This artwork looks cool. So
The artwork caught my eye, but it looked very much like Undercover.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I'm wrong.
It's a deduction game, so maybe Anthony can get this since he's burning Salem.
Yeah.
Oh, roll, spin, and move. Pass. I'm out.
It very much looks like. I mean, unless there's something more to it, it looked like Undercover.
I become very just cranky when I'm super tired. Zorp, Zombie Oblivion Response Pack. It is up for demo to go on with a Kickstarter game. Anyone messed with this?
I've never heard of it.
Not heard of that one. Cthulhu deck building game.
Cthulhu deck building game, $50. It's a deck building game. It's a cooperative deck building game.
I'll check it out.
How many do you need? How many cooperative? How many deck building games do we need? Seriously.
All of them.
Who said the same
If it's
thing?
good, I mean, but
How many dudes on a map games do we need? I mean, how many?
There's only
yeah,
so many
when you
It's a
start
type of
asking
game
that
that people
question,
enjoy.
It makes me so
When
happy.
you start asking that
So
question,
happy when you
we're
look.
done. We're done with games. They've all been made, mostly. Onami. This
Because the
looks great.
miniatures look really cool. That's why.
The Onami with the wave artwork.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
That is pretty.
I don't know anything else about it, so I apologize.
I don't think anybody knows really anything else about it. It's kind of.
Is that it?
Nope, I shot too far down the thing.
Oh, you went to.
Yastari, Shakespeare Backstage.
Shakespeare, not horrible.
I like how Lance could never say a Euro is good.
It's an expansion for Shakespeare. So if you like Shakespeare, you will probably want to buy this.
Yep.
Aquarium from Z-Man Games. This was out there at Origins. They did not sell out of it at Origins.
Yeah.
This is
I hear it's heavier than it looks from the artwork, but I haven't heard anything great about it. And
Is it a remake of the old Aquarium? I don't know if it's.
Age of Aquarium.
if I had a place to look that up, let me see.
Yeah, it's
Aquarium.
Probably even
2011.
Yeah, 2011. Beyond Baker Street by partial time long missing Alaboomer Robin Lees.
I want to play this. I think Barry played it.
I have played this.
I did a video on it. Yeah. It's a good game. I liked it better than Hanabi. So it's a game
definitely.
better than Hanabi. Yeah.
Beyond Baker Street is my favorite of the Hanabi Mechanicism games.
No.
Yeah.
I like it actually better than Bomb Squad because you don't have the real-time element, even though I like Bomb Squad a lot. And I like it better than Hanabi by far because I don't really like Hanabi. I don't like just stacking numbers to stack numbers. So I thought it was an enjoyable game. I was actually pleasantly surprised because I did not expect to like it. And it's only $30, which
They
is
didn't have very many copies in Origins, so I could not. I got the Sherlock Holmes and Mycroft one,
yeah.
Right.
which
They
is
did
actually
sell
pretty
out of
great.
this.
It's pretty great too.
Yeah, that one looks really cool. If I could play more two-player games, I'd be all over the Sherlock and Mycroft game because I really like
Holmes and Mycroft.
Holmes and Mycroft. Yes.
All right, what's up next?
Merchants and Marauders Broadsides. It's a two-player combat game set in the Merchants and Marauders world.
Big meh.
Really?
Well, it's a two-player, and it just kind of like
Was this a standalone?
it's just a card
Yeah,
game.
it is.
Oh, okay.
It's just a card game. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's probably a card game.
Poker game.
What?
Okay.
Poker.
It's probably a card game that didn't even have this theme, and then just slapped Merchants and Marauders on it. Now, however, and I'm going to say this, and I really wish I'm going to say this, and I really, really, really wish Richard wasn't here. But I'm actually kind of interested in playing Pandemic Reign of Cthulhu.
Oh, I'm glad I got up for this.
Oh, it looks like a pandemic game. Pass.
I'm willing to give it a shot, just because I like.
You turn 5 cards in to cure a pandemic of Cthulhu's.
I'm going.
I mean,
I'm
if it
going to
is,
give
right?
it a
What do you
shot.
not like about pandemic? Like, I'm assuming that's probably in this game.
I'm just going to give this one a roll, and I'm going to see what happens.
All right, I'm going to throw in my butthead question though. Pandemic Legacy has been lauded as the best game of last year. Why would you play this instead of Pandemic Legacy?
What if you finished your campaign?
Yeah.
Yeah, finish your campaign.
Why not play just the Pandemic you already own?
Because this actually changes several things about the core formula.
Okay.
I mean, you can just look at a screenshot of the board. The main thing is that every time you play, I guess there's a big deck of like event cards that over time, I think as you do more of the curing of the diseases, although in this case it's whatever the followers are, that creates a doom clock that's moving forward that turns more and more stuff on in the world that become permanent effects. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, you could think of this, I think, as, oh, this is just the latest expansion for Pandemic that adds new and different gameplay. It's just, it also changes the theme, too. I mean, it still has the same underlying stuff, but it's just, I mean, you would play this for the same reason you would play
cool monster minis.
State of Emergency or whatever, because it adds cool new ideas to the core formula.
I got to use the bathroom. We'll be right back.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of that one, that thing on the left, the shuttle, whatever, you can see it says all players lose 3, 4, or 5 sanity collectively.
Yep.
So there's a life point kind of thing in the game.
Yeah.
Sanity points. So the cards at the top are like the effects that turn over and kind of hurt you.
Yeah, and I believe the better you're doing, the more of those pop up. There is only one disease now. It's just a single one, and instead of having the variety of chasing the different things around and trying to figure out what the best thing to hit at any given time is, it's that the game keeps hitting back with these more story-driven elements rather than just deterministic, cubes hit this city or this city or this city. So I think it adds a lot more, kind of Ameritrashy style gameplay. It adds a lot more kind of Arkham Horror-y type layer of storytelling on top of the Pandemic engine. That would be why I'm excited about it.
Did you play it yet?
No, I did not. I saw it at Gamma. I'm hoping Z-Man sends me a copy, but I'm in Malta, so most American publishers don't want to send me nothing. I'm so bummed I didn't get a copy of Cobra. AEG doesn't send me Mystic Veil. Nobody sends me nothing. I'm so sad. Well, I got to go there in person, but I'm not going.
You need like an agent on the U.S. side to collect a whole bunch of stuff and ship it to you. Because then it would just have someone collect a bunch of stuff and then ship you every couple months.
Nah, that'd be cool. But that would be so ridiculously expensive. I mean, when
it'd be like $20
a
month or something.
If only we knew somebody worth $80 million to do it, but Lance wasn't here. Somebody had to take it.
Keith, you made it to the end.
I made it to the end of the list, so I'm
now Lance is
asleep.
Yeah, Lance has created an additional artificial limiter. He'll be back in 30 minutes. And,
no, because I'm leaving.
Screw you guys, I'm going to bed.
See you next week, man.
Yeah, see you there. Nice to see you, Richard.
Yep.
And Barry, I'll miss you next week. I'll miss you too, Joel.
Yeah.
Or F you guys for not being there, or however you want to take it. I don't care. And I'll see you next week, Aldi. Aldi, when do you hit Indy?
Tuesday at 7.
Tuesday evening?
Yeah, but and I don't think we're going to do anything except like go to bed. Or play some games and go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to
7's a little early too.
I'm going to go up Tuesday night, I think.
You going to be around Tuesday?
Yep, I'm planning to just roll up there because
I'll text you if something happens. Where are you staying?
I'm staying with Anthony. It's in the JW complex. It's the Fairfield, I think.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. It's over there.
Did you hear about our hot games room we got?
Yep, I was watching.
Okay.
We talked about that.
I don't know if any of my friends will be there, but certainly welcome to come over if you want to check it out.
Yep. I'll be around, and I'll probably run into times when I'm bored, and I'll run over and see if you guys need help with anything at the booth, etc., and so forth.
Man, thanks.
Because I do that. I get bored easy. Yep. See ya. Bye bye. Good night.
Bye.
So, Richard, are there any games you're looking forward to coming out from Gen Con?
Oh my God, yes. Actually, I haven't actually gone through the list yet. Aldi.
Are you doing a run through?
Yes. When does Eric stop adding crap?
I was wondering that myself because I saw like 15 games go up today. I know. I don't know. Isn't it bizarre that there's people still sending?
What is wrong with these people? They've had weeks.
And there's games with no pictures. There's games with nothing but like a 2-line, 3-line description.
I am stunned. Perpetually stunned.
We are also stunned, and we don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, it's total free advertising to these people. I mean, and you get shows like this that are bringing in more eyeballs, and they
you
just
got people
can't
that are
be
just
bothered.
They want to suck it all down. Yeah, it's like, here we are. Please feed us. Like, give us something.
Yep. And instead they don't. And as a result, I mean, you saw in this very video.
Yep. Have a good time.
Oh, bye. Bye, Joel.
Bye, Joel.
Bye, Lance. Have a good time.
See you at Essen. Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
See you at BGG Con, Joel?
No.
See you at Con of the North?
Or the one in Seattle, right?
See you at Grand Con?
See you at Sasquatch?
Sasquatch.
See you at Treasure Coast Con?
Yeah, Sasquatch. You go to Sasquatch?
Joel, actually, Joel.
I wish I could.
Joel, you said you watched Stranger Things, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so, I mean...
Don't spoil anything, Lance.
Yeah, don't spoil
anything. Because I haven't watched it yet. And neither has Rado.
Dude, there's
What are you doing? Stop.
It's just mute.
No.
Don't listen for 5 seconds.
Just
Don't listen
give
for
me
5
the
seconds.
thumb up. Okay, so give me the thumbs up when you're done.
I'll as soon as I go like this, then listen. Okay, ready? Okay.
Okay.
Joel.
Yes.
I think you got a portal to the Veil of Shadows there behind you on the wall behind you.
See you guys later.
All right, Joe.
I'll have to go back and watch this after I finish the season.
Yeah.
Bye. What that was about.
So you haven't watched any of it, Richard?
No. It's on the list of things to do. But what am I catching up on? I just finished the final season of Penny Dreadful, and I've just started.
That ended well,
Preacher.
didn't it?
I don't know. I probably did. Because it wasn't a surprise for me. I knew it was ending, which I guess nobody did. So I was able to watch the season knowing that it was coming to an end, and I think because of that, it built a little bit better. I mean, the fact that it was a total surprise, nobody knew that this was the final season, I think made it a very Soprano-y-esque shock that really didn't sit well with most people. But if you knew it going in, it worked okay. But yeah, and it's better they don't outlive. It's not like they stuck around like True Blood or anything. Better to get out, early than drag it out. And I've just started Preacher, and after I finish that, I'll probably hit Stranger Things. Plus, I want to try and convince Jen to watch Stranger Things.
Stranger Things is way better than Preacher. I'm just gonna say that right now, and you'll burn through it in a couple of days because it's only 8 episodes, and then you're done.
Yeah. No, I'm very excited about it. I mean, everybody's raving.
Does your wife can she handle intense stuff? Because there are some very intense moments in the game. In the show.
I showed her the description. I don't know anything about the show other than what's the description, and she said, "Yeah, I'll pass." I'm like, "But everybody in the universe is stoked about this thing."
Barry, have you watched it? You've watched it, right?
Not yet, no.
All right, so I'm the only one. But no, there are some very intense, scary moments in the show.
Would you say the first episode encapsulates the spirit of the show? If you watch the first episode, do you have a good idea what to expect?
Yeah, and I'd even say in a lot of ways the first episode kind of has a lot of it sets the bar pretty high for the level of intensity, and after that it kind of dies down. And then as you get further into it, it begins ramping up. I guess it has moments and things like that, and the I don't know. It's but if you were a child of the '80s, my teenage years were in the '80s, so it's definitely here you have, a bunch of kids that are 11, 12 years old or whatever, so that's how old I was in the 80s. So it definitely, there's all kinds of throwback stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I've heard nothing but
the theme music, I mean, you'll watch the theme music, and it just feels like you're watching a John Carpenter movie. Like the moment the music hits, and then the logo pops into view, it's just it's feels, it's nostalgia, so it's very good.
You are suggesting I should put Preacher on a shelf, jump over to Stranger Things ASAP, is what you're saying.
And then come back to Preacher, because Preacher is going to be lasting for quite a while, and you can get through. If you hardcore it, and I think you will, just because you'll be enjoying it. You will get through it in a weekend.
All right, you sold me.
And honestly, I mean, I found Winona Ryder to be, kind of a one-note role, but it's just that's what was expected of it. But the guy who plays the sheriff does a really, really good job. The kids do as well as child actors could be expected to be, and in some cases they really shine. So. I mean, it's just so if you, I read something where they said if you combined, a little bit of the Goonies, a little bit of E.T., and a little bit of, young, brutal Stephen King, that's what Stranger Things is.
That's a great sales pitch.
Yeah. So I mean, very, very, very a lot to dig. Though I'm not going to say anything about it or any of the plots, but it'd be. I'd love to have a conversation after you get done watching it. And
all right, I will. It goes to the top of the queue.
Yeah.
Today.
There you go. And I think a lot of it's gotten hyped ridiculously by people, but. It can't really live up to it, but I mean, I found myself just kind of totally, I wanted to watch the next episode, and it was one of those things too where I was because I was watching it with Rebecca, and I was just like, let's watch another one. She's like, I'm tired. Let's watch one more. Come on, and and for me to not watch the next episode and not know what happened was just killing me, waiting for her to come home, and just so we could watch another one, and so yeah. Well worth it, and like I said, lots of throwbacks and lots of moments where you'll be like, oh, and the haircuts you'll have is straight out of the 80s too. So even that, it's the feathered hair and what have you. So, yeah. So Barry's not going to Gen Con. Richard's not going to Gen Con.
Nope.
Scott's gonna go to Gen Con.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got a ballroom for gaming dropped on us at literally the last minute Monday night, and I've been scrambling to kind of make it work. So we're going to have
What do you mean a ballroom for gaming?
So we have a 3,500 square foot ballroom that we're using. It's a ticketed ballroom, so a $2 ticket.
At Gen Con?
At the Hyatt. Yeah, so third level, Cosmopolitan B, if you want to come game there. We have... we're collecting a bunch of the hottest games, I guess you should say, from Gen Con, and they'll be there to play on a first come, first serve basis.
You'll of course hold the ones I want for me, right?
What do you want?
I don't. I'm just kidding.
I know. I missed the beginning, so I'm actually kind of. So I think I came in about 20 minutes after you started, maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What's your top 5?
Last Friday.
Last Friday. Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek. The war game
Ascendancy,
thing, whatever.
yeah.
Ascendancy. Oh man. I mean, I part of me says Seafall, but part of me also says
Seafall is kind of a thing, but you can't play it there, so forget about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, you could, but then you'd be
What are you
ruining.
gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, oh gosh, I mean, I almost feel like I have to go through the whole thing again just to.
Well, I remember you said I remember those two from the process.
And then I remember, I have them written down, but of course it's upstairs, so I don't want to go upstairs and get it.
Let's see. Let me try some time. You don't care about Ticket to Ride.
You couldn't pay me to give two poops about Ticket to Ride. I'm just not a Ticket to Ride guy.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm right there with you. Finally, we can find some common ground there.
Big Trouble, Little China.
Oh, Big Trouble in Little China is I just because
Captain Sonar
and Captain Sonar. There you go. Those are my 5. Well, I guess if you're not allowing me to pick Seafall,
we have a very similar top 5. London Dread. Do you have any care about that?
I do care about London Dread, but it's one of those things also where it's like, I'll pick it up after the fact.
Terraforming Mars.
Once again, do I really want to pay full price when I can just pick it up after the fact? I mean, it'd be one thing if like the Game of Thrones, if it's actually there, the FFG Cosmic Encounter Game of Thrones game, because I didn't get to touch on this because all of my friends are such huge Game of Thrones, both book and TV show. It's just going to be a very sublime experience for everybody to be able to play one of the houses. With the power and just making quotes and just it's like fucking Lannisters, just like and just being able
Lannisters always pay their
so like all kinds of little moments and see that's one of the reasons why we always play the Game of Thrones board game. We always try to make sure we play it like once every 6 months or so, just because we enjoy that whole experience of playing it with everybody and kind of backstabbing, and to be able to take that and be able to play and get that experience more often with like the Cosmic Encounter-esque world, because you can set it up and play it a lot quicker. Definitely something that I think would be really good. So that's kind of I really don't have any interest. Though, speaking of Bloodborne, I'm trying to decide if I should late pledge Dark Souls.
Yes.
If I should give them their $100.
Why not?
I don't know. It just
there's reasons why not. I'm just saying, like, think about Kingdom Death Monster. Like, for me, it was. I showed it to people and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe I didn't back that game.
The sheer number of minis on this one is, he's gonna redo it, the Kickstarter for Kingdom Death Monster. Basically people are just scrambling and begging. Well,
he's throwing away millions of dollars by not doing it.
Yeah, so it's how big is that Kickstarter gonna be the second time around? Even people that own the first one,
he's gonna put
are gonna buy them again.
He's got 20 expansions in the pike.
It's just there's gonna be pledge levels of $1,000 that people are gonna be like,
it's so weird. Because now you're attuned to this, like, oh, the game is worth that because people are paying it, and now he can charge that. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be interesting.
The Dark Souls minis are. There's so many you're getting with the expansion.
Minis without a game for me is no big deal. Like, I bought the Reaper minis like by hundreds and never look at them. I gave them away.
Oh,
are you a mini? You set minis
out? You bastard!
I gave them to somebody who would enjoy them better. I didn't.
I would enjoy them better.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. Kickstarter mentality here. Richard, do you do any Kickstarters?
No, not anymore.
No.
I mean, they almost never are very EU friendly shipping wise.
Yeah.
Plus, I end up the reality is I end up doing so many Kickstarter run-throughs. I've already played them.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, in all honesty, one of the reasons I like doing Kickstarter videos is because, hey, we get to play it a few times. Oh, that was fun, and now we don't have to worry about trying to find space on the shelf for it.
Yeah.
Because I don't keep the prototypes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I have another giant stack of prototypes I have to throw away.
Yeah, it feels bad, doesn't it?
It does.
You throw them away?
Like, I recycle what I can, and I keep the bits that I can theoretically use, or because everybody can use wooden cubes, right?
Yeah, sure.
But it's just like but yeah, it's like all those cards and like I mean, and I'm looking and there's some are even sleeved, and I'm just throwing away the card in the sleeve because I don't want to bother with like taking 300 cards out of sleeves that I'll never use anyway. So I just end up throwing it all away, and I feel bad about it, but it's just
a little weird, but
yeah.
What else do you
The
do?
higher quality ones, because sometimes you get them and they're actually pretty decent. I can usually give those away to people. I mean, I try to, and in fact, I've just got a big mountain of them over there. They're like, okay, those are too nice. I have to find somebody to give those to, kind of a thing.
Isn't that
every
weird?
once in a while.
When you give them away, you're kind of like, now it's not my problem. They can throw it away, but I don't have to feel guilty anymore. You know, that's my weird mentality.
Oh, dirty little secrets coming out. It's true.
Yeah, I have a friend that's down in Florida that like every once in a while he'll like contact me, and he's a lawyer and he's got more money than he knows what to do with, and he'll just say, you know, just box up a bunch of their prototypes and send them down to me. I want to play them, and like that I've got, and so like I'll get the biggest box I can possibly find and just cram everything in there. You know, he gives me the $60 in shipping it takes to get down there, but I'm just glad because it's his problem then. You know, he can recycle it, throw it away, do whatever he wants, and I just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I do feel bad about throwing the prototypes away, and like I said, there's always one, like 2 weeks after I throw it away. It's like, oh, hey, you think you could send that back to me? I had it for like 6 months. Why didn't you say something?
What do you guys think about this demo stuff at Gen Con? We kind of breezed through. Like, anytime Keith saw the word demo, he just...
I just think it's lazy, honestly. I mean, it's just like, especially the ones that are like, I'm going to be somewhere in Hall E, you know, send me an email, and I will be happy to show you this game.
So these are the people that couldn't get booths, probably.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Or more, who can't afford it, who want to build booths.
The booths are not cheap. Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, crazy expensive. Some guy who's just trying to get a little buzz for his Kickstarter he's going to launch, he can't afford God knows how many thousands of bucks the booth is going to cost. That maybe people will stop, maybe they won't.
They have a discounted area called, Entrepreneur.
Oh, the alley, yeah, the Entrepreneur.
But that fills up like. Quick.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah,
and I'm sure that'd be a hot ticket to get into if you've got something you want to show people. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of like those plucky underdogs. And yeah, I don't know. There's something kind of personal about it too. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll send you yes, okay, let's meet on this day, and we'll sit next to the Mayfair tables in that big gigantic section that are always empty or what have you, unless there's I think it's a nice system. I mean, if I were going, I think that's what I'm more interested in, is actually getting to play stuff ahead of time. And I mean, I always love doing that because I don't know, every time I don't know if you do this, Lance, but whenever I do a Kickstarter thing, I always give them a lot of feedback, about their rules and about, actually the writing of their rules and whatnot. And I always kind of get a kick out of that. Scratches my old designer itch. I don't actually have to do any of the work. I can just comment on other people's work and hopefully make it a little better.
That almost sounds like a blog, right? Like a guide where you can just post it. Yeah.
With me, it's almost always I have about 100 rules questions. That's an exaggeration, but I mean, it's almost always a situation where it's like, okay, so I sat down to play this, and and I usually have, I just well, I'm not going to say the name of the game, but anyway, just like, it was one of those things too where it's like the rules that I got made the game unplayable, and I had to basically I had to take the rules that I had that they'd sent me, and then I just basically I had to highlight rules and say, okay, this directly contrasts what you're saying 3 sentences later. What's correct here, and then do this, that, and then and then I send it off, and when I did that for a game, and then I didn't hear back for a week, and then they're it was and then finally they got back to me, and they kind of answered half the questions, and but we eventually got there, just kind of back and forth, but it's just that's the biggest thing is that the same. It's one of those things where the person who designs the game should never write the rules. You need to have a third party write your rules for you because you gloss over so many things where it's well, I know that you put 3 cubes there. Well, yeah, but
of course you can.
and people, and it doesn't matter how many times you say that to people. It doesn't matter how many times you mention it. Everybody always thinks, oh well, I'm really thorough. It's like one of the things when we did at my old job, whenever we did any writing whatsoever, it's like before we, like the first thing we did was like the first thing that I got taught was read what you just wrote backwards, like read the words backwards, like, and so like because when you read it backwards, you screw up the syntax in your brain, so you're not filling in the blanks as you're reading. So like when you've forgotten a word or whatever, it'll pop for you. So like when you're reading it, it's like you're reading it backwards. So like if you take a sentence that says the car drove down the street, you're like street the thing, and your brain can figure out what it's supposed to be saying forwards, but when you're reading it backwards, your brain can't discover it will notice when you forgot to put down like a or something.
It won't fill in the blanks.
Yeah, exactly. And then
I know what I meant to write, and that's what I read, even though I didn't write that.
I wish I could just film a video of me trying to teach a game to somebody from the rules as written, where I'm sitting at the table like reading out loud, and we're trying to like work. You know how you read rules and you're like, okay, and then you kind of paraphrase it.
Yeah.
Like I have uncovered so many problems with Kickstarter games that are just like, okay, well, we just move on. You know what I mean? Like we'll just that's a problem. We'll figure it out later.
There's also a lot of problems.
There's a market for that, right? Just doing a video of someone blind teaching the other person how to play.
But
that would cover so many problems.
If you're like actually like you crack open the box, you take out the rules, you put the board down, the other people are punching out the pieces, and you're reading the rules to them. It's like that is like the worst way to learn a game, but that's how everybody learns how to play the game.
That's how you learn games, dude. Unless you're like the man who wants to sit there and read rules all night.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like, and it's just like, and that rule book gets handed around the table repeatedly. Like when you there's like that one little archaic rule that you can't find. Somebody says, "I'm gonna find it." They start digging through the whole thing. Going.
Something feels wrong, and you're looking for like some kind of counter rule to it.
Yeah.
There's always board game smells. Like in coding, we have code smells. There's board game smell. Like something feels wrong, something smells wrong, and you're like, let me check the rule book on that. Something with Scythe with the mill, we couldn't figure out why. What did the mill exist for? Whatever, and it was kind of like one of those kind of weird.
It is weird when those things you're just like all of a sudden like that brain synapse goes off in your head, and you're just like, whoa, wait, that doesn't make sense. You wouldn't move your cubes back to the home place until you've actually done this. It's like, and then you're starting to figure out what's going on. The worst, I mean, and the thing is that everybody's in their game group, like, and I've said this before, but like the worst guy in my group is my friend Craig, who, like, you'll be reading the rules about, like, saying, and like he's seen me open the box, he's seen me handed things out, he's seen me take the rule book out, and I'm beginning to read it. I've read the introduction, I've read the whole thing, I skip past like the contents or whatever. I'm telling everybody how to set up the game, and then we get to like the first thing, it's like, and I'm starting to read the rules about whatever, take your workers and place them here, blah 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 blah, and then I get to the second thing, it's like the game takes place over a course of turns in 3 separate phases, and I'll start talking about the first phase or something, and then it'll say, it's like, these collections will be tallied later during the production phase. When's the production phase? You'll always ask. I'm like, I don't know.
Exactly. It's a forward reference.
I'm literally reading the 3rd paragraph of the rules, and you're already asking me when the production phase.
Hey, Richard, does Jen read rules? Or does
no,
she,
God, no.
No, she just loves being taught. Is she a very inquisitive learner? Did she say, "Oh, what about this and what about that?" Or what about this?
Yeah. And she's played enough games now. We both have where she can kind of fill in the blanks a lot herself. She'll finish sentences as I'm describing them.
She's getting used to
very
the gamerisms. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but I'm really fortunate that the person I teach 100% of the games we play to, I have known for almost 30 years, and so we have really good communication. Cool. Yeah, I've never really had to test my mettle much teaching strangers or whatever, because of course I don't play strangers too terribly often. But I guess I'm
Yeah.
probably okay.
Every once in a while, I get a stranger group because the Dallas Games Marathon. The Dallas there's a monthly 3-day game convention here in Dallas, which is kind of cool.
That's one of the things, and I'll fully say this is a problem that I have, and it stinks. Is that even at conventions that I'm at, it's I rarely seek out new people to play games with. It's not that I don't. It's just there's a commonality that you know that you can kind of relax around, and especially if you do videos and stuff
if
like
you
that.
Screw up or something, there's not.
It's just you feel like such an a-hole.
Yeah, especially with people I don't know. Yeah, I think I screwed up. I forget which game it was. Easy. It's a Japanese game with fishing and stuff, and I totally boned a rule with 3 people I didn't know, and then halfway through my gamer smell went off, and I'm like, something's not right. Because I had played it before, and I'm like, guys, sorry, I totally forgot this key rule. And and they were cool with it, but still, it sucks, right? You're like, I feel so terrible. You just wasted an hour and a half or whatever.
Well, you just feel like such a turd, for fucking it up. I mean, that's just
even with a game. This is with a game I had played a couple times beforehand, and then I'm in the pressure of teaching it at a convention, and it's like, oh, I forgot this one thing, and it's kind of important, but I remember it halfway through the game, and then we decided just to ignore that rule, right? So, but it was a pretty key rule. So.
Yeah, it's just weird when you screw something up, especially something that I'll know backwards and forwards. If it's something with Arkham Horror, where I just know those rules. It's just I've played that game 60 times. It's just oh yeah, we're supposed to actually
encounter the chick before you go to the gate. Yeah, you gotta sneak by the monster.
You're just isn't this your number 1 game, asshole?
Yeah. Is it getting hot in here?
Yeah. It's So I mean, that's just a weird thing. But also, it's just I mean, it's one of the worst. For a lot of people, I ruined Caverna for at least 4 people when I was gonna teach it at a convention, and to 3 people I knew, and then somebody walked by and they're like, "Oh, Caverna, I really want to play this," and I was like, "Oh, well, yeah, you can add another person. Go ahead." And then it's and then all of a sudden we had the full 7.
Oh no!
With
It's hard to say no though, right? If a game could, I did the same exact thing on a much smaller scale because Caverna's long. I mean, but what's the Cthulhu dice rolling game?
Elder Sign.
Elder Sign. Elder Sign can play 8 people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Something crazy like that. And so I kept adding people as we were going. Oh, we're gonna play thing. You want to play? Okay, we can go to 8. And keep adding one, and we're at 8, and it's oh my god, I want to kill myself by the end. That game was just not good with 8.
Yeah.
One of the worst games that I ever played was the most least fun game, and then since then I've played it. It was fun. Was the Flying Frog game? Their cliffhanger game. What is that one called? Because we played it with 8 people, and and I mean literally because it was 20 minutes between turns before you got to do something, and you're just, I mean it was a baton death march of waiting. And pretty much everybody also, I think, was we're never doing this again. This was horrible.
I feel like I've learned my lesson there, but who knows? Sometimes when you get in that social pressure of okay, I'm with all my friends or whatever, or people I know, and you have a group of people, and you can, theoretically we could all play together and play this 8-player game, or we could split 4-4.
Yeah, or you
and
just
sometimes the 8-player game, because people don't. A different group I have is no problem splitting 4-4. They're experienced. They know why we split 4-4. But sometimes when you're in a group of new players and you don't, and then you get into this weird 8-player game that really wasn't it's designed for 8, but you probably shouldn't play it for 8-player. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, on the other side, though, I remember, like, and I've told this story a few times, where, like, when Le Havre was, still a pretty big thing. Not that it isn't. I'm sure people still really love playing it. And then, like, I was going to play it at a convention, and there were like 3 of us. We're getting ready to play, and this fourth guy happened by. He's like, "Oh, I love Le Havre," and like,
Can I join?
yeah, no, it wasn't even can I join. I kind of looked over, but it wasn't me with the game, right? And so, like, I wasn't gonna say anything because it wasn't. They asked me if I wanted to play. I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll play the game." So it was like the guy that the guy that was setting up the game, and then there was the other guy, and it was this and me, and so and this guy asked, he's like, "Oh, I'd really like to play," and I didn't say anything. I kind of looked over, and the guy who was setting up the game said, "Yeah, go ahead, come on, sit down, we'll set it up." And then the guy whose game it wasn't his and not me, like, he said, he's like, "I don't play Le Havre with anything less. I only play Le Havre with 3." And I kind of we kind of looked at him, and like we thought he was joking, and then we're like, "What's the problem?" And he was just like, "Yeah, I don't." He's like, "I'm not. He can't play with us. I'm not going to play the game with 4." And I was just like, "Well, you can like
bow out.
You can play it." Yeah, I was like, "You can play it here though right now. This one time with 4." He's like, "No, I'm only playing this game with 3." And I kind of like looked around, and I was just like, "All right, he can have my spot." And I just got up and I left.
The writing is on the wall. You don't want to play with that guy.
I was just like, "All right, I'll see you later," And I was just, but that was so weird. It was like, what? I mean, it's just like, so your 90-minute game is going to be ruined that bad by having 4 people? I didn't get that at all. So I was just, yeah.
Well, and more to the point, if that's the level of social graces you bring to the table.
Well, yeah, that's because he was saying it right in front of him too. I was just like, it's like a convention where you're supposed to be like, "Oh."
It is a weird thing, though. But if you expected to play a 3-player game and then another guy joins, and you're like, "Oh, I kind of wanted to play 3." I guess he probably didn't play it.
Well, yeah, but that's when you say, "Oh, yeah, I'd really love to, but I'm sorry. I mean, I've always found this works best as a 3-player game. Would you mind sitting this out because we're already ready to go here?"
Yeah.
That's what you say.
Yeah, that's what you say. You don't say it.
If you're a regular person.
If you're a normal person.
If you're a member of the human race,
yes. Oh, that poor guy. He probably was fine.
Yeah, and I got up. I think I went and played Formula D and had fun racing. So
Yeah.
Richard, are you going to do a Gen Con run through?
Yes, I am. That's why I was asking. When should I do it? Because I want to wait till it has the most impact.
Tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah.
Friday.
I mean, I was thinking about doing it Monday next week, but then I figure there's probably a lot of people.
It doesn't really start till Thursday, even though people are going now. We don't really start.
I mean, I was wondering. I mean, since I'm going to do it as a podcast, so I'm sure there are people who would like to actually have it to listen to on the plane ride. Are people flying on Sunday? I assume not, because they're not going to try and get there 4 days early.
We're Tuesday. Tuesday is really, as an exhibitor, about the earliest you want to get there.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you can come on Monday, but you can't do anything until Tuesday.
Yeah. Except just hang out.
And only a very small amount of people can do anything on Tuesday. So.
Yeah. And I figure between now and Tuesday, there'll be 10 new games added.
There might be.
Just because.
Isn't that weird?
Because reasons.
It's so bizarre to me.
Yeah. It's just free money these publishers are throwing away by not catering. I mean, granted, the Board Game Geek audience is only a small subset, but it's also, we're the deciders. We're the influencers. Get us excited, we'll go out and get Muggles excited. I mean, why are you not showing us pictures of your game?
Give us as many pictures as you can give us, and I mean, maybe BGG. I've always struggled sometimes with publishers uploading too many pictures of their game, and kind of hits the triggers of the moderation, which is tough, right? Because we have a user moderation system, but obviously, like, a publisher of their game has, let's say, 20, 30 pictures, different angles of different pieces, and it's similar, and then it hits a rule thing, and so we're always kind
of... That's a fair point. Yeah, but still, I mean, just in the short time I was with you guys, just for the last page and a half, there were, half a dozen things where Keith said, okay, this pretty much says nothing, there's no pictures, next.
Yeah.
And why
Yeah,
do
it's
that
rough.
to yourself? Why do that to yourself? It's absolutely insane. And it's not just little guys too. I mean, big publishers do this all the time. They completely ignore. I mean, I guess
Well, there's
maybe
an
they just have
there's an
their
upper
plans
deck
for-
game. The Crow upper deck game has no information on it.
Mhm.
Or maybe it's
Yeah,
not
and-
really going to be there, but
Still, they have, even if they are only going to be showing a demo of it, they know what the game looks like. They've had that done for months. And that's a game that's going to draw a random... I mean, people will find the BGG page by accident doing a search for The Crow. Why wouldn't you have pictures? I don't know. Maybe there are pictures of The Crow. I don't know.
there's one picture.
Whenever they release a game that's based on intellectual property that's like old, like The Crow, I'm always just like
Old? Am I old? Or what?
Yes.
We're
Yes.
all old.
Yes, we're all
the
old,
youngsters have gone to sleep.
I love the Crow, Lance. I can't even
yeah.
tell you
Well,
how much.
fine. You love The Crow, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Anyway,
it's
whatever.
like 20
I'm
years.
past
It's 20 years late. Is what
Past
it
the
is.
old.
See, it's interesting. I would actually, my gut response would be, I'd be more trusting of a game that goes and revisits an old IP because it's more likely that that is driven by passion, by
Like, who
someone
cares
who's
about The
really
Crow now
excited
in
about it.
2016? Exactly.
Yeah, as opposed to we just have to get this out for this day so it matches the movie launch of Transformers: Age of Extinction. Well, I have no trust in that game.
Yeah, that's why the Big Trouble in Little China. Same
exactly. Yeah, that's clearly
and
they didn't
15
seek that out to tap into some huge wellspring of Kurt Russell fans. They did it because they loved the movie, and I can only hope that will be reflected in the gameplay. Not that it will be always, but I mean, same thing for that Goonies game. Same thing for the Back to the Future game. I mean, I know I'm in the minority that I actually like the Back to the Future game from Riddle and Pinchback, but I mean, I play that game and it's obvious to me they gave it a lot of thought and it wasn't just a quick cash in because there is no cash in. Yeah, but that's just me.
It's all in the reflexes.
It's all in the reflexes. Such a good movie. So many great moments.
Very doublet.
Just such a good movie. I mean, just and if you ever get a chance, like listen to the watch with the commentary with Carpenter and.
Is that on the Blu-ray?
Yeah, and it's weird though because there's like all of a sudden like a 10-minute pause where neither of them say anything. Russell or Carpenter don't say anything, and there's even a couple for a little while there where like they start talking about like Kurt Russell's kid who's in hockey. He's like, oh yeah, he's doing really well in hockey. Yeah, it's like got nothing to do with what's going on
Like
with
a random anecdote.
Just a random moment where they talk about that for like 3 minutes as they're watching the movie, and they're just but you can tell it's just two guys hanging out. The commentary on the thing is good as well. So. But yeah, I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan of John Carpenter. I think he made some clunker movies definitely, but he definitely made a few icons and yeah, enjoy his stuff.
Well, it's 3 a.m. for me.
It is 3 a.m. for me as well, so it is time
Richard's
for me to go to
just
bed.
going here.
Yeah, Richard, you can go ahead and start up a chat or something. Maybe you can get Kabuki Kid in there or something. You can have a talk about whatever.
Kid, Lord Javi.
I'm sure. I'm surprised Barry doesn't jump in.
Barry's just so talkative. We had to actually limit his.
Not me.
No, I meant Barry Doublet.
I don't know. He said something about like morning tea or something. I don't know. But
next show, Lance.
yeah, no. For those of you, we will not have a show on Wednesday night, obviously because Gen Con. However, Scott did promise us 4 hours of live feed on Friday afternoon.
It's Saturday.
Saturday. Oh yeah, 4.5 hours starting at
15 minutes.
Four, and then a 15-minute wrap up at 6. So stay tuned for the live feed from noon till 4:30 for the Alaboom live at Gen Con, and then the wrap up
go real well.
from 6 to 6:15. So you have the $80 million man to thank for that. It was very kind of him to give up that time.
Spare the expense. Barry, you gonna do a show in our stead?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
No.
Nah.
Just gonna chill.
I gotta
watch a little strange things or curious things or whatever.
Yeah. No, I got procedure. I got procedure that day, so I got it.
Oh, man. All right. Good luck.
No?
Good luck.
Yeah. Anything serious, man? Or you just...
It's a nerve blocker again.
All right. Well.
They're just sticking a needle in my back.
No. Okay. Well,
Oh, just that.
better your back than your wiener. You know.
Well, hopefully it will help you.
Actually, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Barry. But back to there won't be a show next week. Why is that? I think there's a guy in this chat right now who has access to a lot of streaming technology at the show. Why isn't there a Gen Con after hours broadcast?
I wish it was
Alaboom
that
after
easy.
hours.
It's such a weird deal. Like, oh my god, I don't even know what to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. I guess.
No, I mean it's just here's all our stuff.
You would think the $80 million man would be able to, you know, grease a few wheels and
snap his fingers and make
Let's
it
just
happen.
say the prices are really ridiculous there.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
but
Okay.
And, you know, we're
even
not
for
allowed-
for the $80 million man.
Yeah, I'm having a yeah. It's not quite. Let's drop the $80 million man here thing for a minute. The price is. Yeah, if I was the $80 million man, fucking sky's the limit, right? But it's not really the case. So yeah, we have the internet set up in the hall, which is a direct line to our booth, not that I can do it anywhere else. And I don't really have any. If you go through a hotel, when they hear the word streaming, the zeros add on to the end of your price.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, we can't even stream from our BGG-Con without. We could get internet at BGG-Con, but streaming adds on a different connotation, right? Because they're always like, oh, you're doing video? Oh, okay, let's charge you a couple extra grand, a couple extra thousand.
Yeah,
and just to do a couple hours of streaming is not worth a couple $1,000s. I mean, we're in the thousands of dollars range, basically.
Yeah,
Not
you
hundreds.
hear
If it was
that,
hundreds, maybe.
Lance?
What now? I'm sorry.
Guaranteeing a continuation of the Weekly Alaboom is not worth a couple $1,000.
Yeah, well, for the 24 live viewers, I don't know, it's weird. Stuff.
Don't you
$100
question?
per person.
We may not have numbers, but we have loyalty.
Believe me, I love everybody that's in the chat. They're so great.
Yeah.
So
they're sticking with us at 3 a.m. and in a different time and in different countries and so cool.
Yeah.
What world is this that we got people?
Check out the Fallen Land post-apocalyptic board game on Kickstarter. This game looks so.
Oh, you're still on that? Oh.
No, this is something new. I just found it.
We were talking about that earlier. Remember, we didn't know anything about it.
No, was it this one? It was like.
Yeah, it was Fallen Land. You're like, oh, this looks amazing.
It does. It looks so ragtag, but also so freaking awesome. Just like this is totally a somebody's passion project. I mean, it's just like
What's the name of it? Fallen Land.
Fallen Land, and it's just it's so awesome. The Stretch Goals photo link is broken.
Oh. Did this just what? Huh.
1,000. It just looks like so. This is definitely. I mean, I don't want to put a knife in the thing. It looks like it'd be awesome, but it also to me looks like one of those things where it's like you give them the money and you. I really hope they actually produce the game.
Yeah, booth at Gen Con.
Yeah. No, this looks totally cool.
It just went live a couple days ago. Maybe 7 days ago, a week ago.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, thank you
say
to everybody who took the time to watch us, and thank you, Richard, for joining in late as always. That was really cool of you to do so.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, hey,
even if I pissed you off.
Looking forward to your run
just,
through.
You just drive me crazy. It just
in the best way, I hope.
No, and I think you do it on purpose. I honestly think sometimes you're just doing it to just doing it. No, he's just doing it to spin my crank and just
Poke the bear.
Yes, yeah, I see. And that's the worst because you don't even really believe half the stuff you're saying. You're just saying it because you know you're going to get my goat.
I believe Iki is a very good game. And I also believe Guilds of London is a very good game.
Yeah.
They can both be really good. It's true.
They can.
And in spite of the fact that they're Euros. But that's a topic for another time. Next
we
week,
should talk about
just hang
Africa
out
next
at
time, too.
Travis's house and broadcast live from there on
I
Wednesday
know,
night.
Travis is right there. We could do it from
Yeah,
Travis's
yeah,
house.
exactly.
Yeah, I bet his wife would love that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he'd be like, oh, yeah, guys, come on over.
So
You got to tell about the Africa trip, too, next time. I didn't even know you were going.
I said the rains down in Africa.
Oh, yes, at a different time, I imagine.
Yeah,
Because everybody needs to go to sleep now.
Yeah,
I
can't
recommend everybody do it.
Go eat breakfast.
Yeah. I've already done so. Thanks.
The North remembers.
Yeah.
So,
Is there anything besides that on the shirt?
No, that's all it is. I thought it was hilarious that Travis thought it was a North Face shirt because I got it because it
stuck with him. Yeah, that's exactly what you want, right?
Yeah, because it is but which Wyman Manderley, baby, the North remembers.
I don't know who that is, but okay.
You don't. Oh, that's right. You don't read the books.
I don't read the books. I don't read the books.
Wyman Manderley is
oh wait, no.
No. This is quick. House Manderley is loyal to the Starks, but House Manderley, because they capture Wyman Manderley is the Lord of the House, and because they capture his son, the Lannisters capture his son. I think or maybe the Freys did, but anyway, they have him captive, and so basically, if he doesn't swear allegiance to the Freys or the Lannisters, then they'll kill his son, and so he basically pretends to swear allegiance and do the whole thing, but along the whole other way, he's always working against them and keeping them kind of at bay and doing things. And like at one point, like he makes sure a bunch of Lannisters envoys are killed, and at one point he actually has some of the Freys butchered and fed to their own family members in meat pies, and so there's always
okay. So that's where they get that from.
Well, yeah, and so but he when Davos Seaworth goes to visit him to I forget what the reason why, but he's there, and so they tell him that because Davos had sworn allegiance to Baratheon, he has him arrested and then he has him executed, but he just executes another criminal and says that it's Davos, and then he lets Davos go and he gives him the information and sends him on his way, and then he gives this great speech about the fact that he tells him what to say, and he says he says tell Jon Snow that the North remembers, and it's a really great speech in the book, and it's just, and that's where.
Should I read the books now?
Oh yes, because you're gonna wait forever anyway. So, but know full well that you're going to, it's a slog. I mean, the first book is tough to get into because it opens up with a great scene, it grabs you, and then it abandons that moment, and then it starts giving you the backstory, and you start getting into it. Yeah, so it's a slog. The second and third books are probably the best in my opinion, but they're all good. This last one, the Dance of Dragons, it was probably the most wayward of the books. Oh my gosh, what is he doing with all this? And but it has some good moments and. Yeah, definitely worth your time, and it's got a rich backstory of characters and things going on that make it really fun to read as well. So, I recommend.
Okay.
And if you're really bored, you can.
I can watch Firefly.
Well, yeah. But if you're really bored, all of the audiobooks, people have uploaded onto YouTube, and for whatever reason, they just don't get rid of them. So if you just want to have it on in the background, and that's
it's hard to work right brain with books.
Yeah, I agree, but one of the things is that after I've read them, so I know what's going to happen. So it's I can kind of tune in and tune out as needed.
Okay.
As weird as that is, but I don't know. All right. Good night, everybody. It's a blast. See, I even got to complain about Game of Thrones a little bit there.
We got a little Game of Thrones.
It wouldn't be Alaboom.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be. All right, boys. Thanks for everybody taking the time to watch and listen and after the fact and what have you. And I guess I won't see you next week. But if you're at Gen Con, say hello. And I'll see you at Gen Con, Scott.
Yes. I'll see you
for our 6.5 hour long Alaboom at the on Saturday.
Okay.
That is unfilmed.
Good night.